Boss AF by Tyla Walker.
Ever woken up with a ring on your finger and no memory of saying I do?
Sounds like a disaster. Maybe a delicious twist of fate.
Especially in Hollywood where it's lights, camera, panic.
Want to roll the dice on a love story that's anything but ordinary?
Boss AF is where what happens in Vegas definitely doesn't stay there.
Visit TylaWalker.com and grab your unabridged copy today. Never miss out on another dirty detail.
Lights, camera, red.
Oh, for those looking to add some extra sizzle to their order,
Use Save 40 at checkout for a special treat.
don't forget to like and subscribe for more sizzling content.
This is Tyla Walker's Boss AF.
Chapter 1. Caleb. You gotta be kidding me, I yell as some guy in a white Mercedes cuts me off. For a second, I'm tempted to roll down the window and let him know what I think of him, but that's the last thing I should do. I can see the tabloid headlines now. Caleb Calloway in road rage incident. These days it feels like I can't even move with all the cameras in my face, paparazzi at the gates of my home, or fans throwing themselves at me, asking for selfies or autographs. These days, when it comes to freedom, I have to take what I can get. If that means a drive to the airport, then so be it. The sun beats down as it always does here in Vegas, and I crank up the AC and put my foot down. It's not often I get to drive myself, but today I'm enjoying the freedom that it brings as I cruise down the highway to the airport. It's the best feeling. A kind of freedom that I never appreciated before I became the person I am today. One of the little things that you take for granted when you're just a regular guy. Not so anymore. It goes without saying there are 1,000,001 perks when it comes to being one of Hollywood's brightest stars. Privacy, or something as human as cursing people out on the highway, isn't one of them. Especially in this day and age, it would travel the world via social media before ending up on the front pages in no time. Does anyone in Las Vegas know how to drive? I snarl through gritted teeth as I fight to keep my composure. I don't need to draw attention to myself. Plenty of people have succumbed to that kind of thing, and it's never ended well for any of them. I've always been careful to avoid such incidents. It took a lot of work to get where I am, and I wouldn't jeopardize it for the sake of some uncontrolled impulses. So instead, I do what my lifestyle coach tells me to do in situations like this, and just focus on the mantra he's given me. Then I can avoid an urgent call to my PR team, which I'm sure they'll be more than happy about. There are more important things in life than anger. I suck in a deep breath and think about the roles I want to do in the future. There are more important things in life than anger. Rock stars might be able to get away with bad behavior, but I have a carefully managed persona to protect. People know me as one of the good guys, a comedic presence. For that to translate to the screen, people also need to feel a connection to the off-screen version of me. Getting that wrong can trash careers. But that doesn't mean I'm all nice guy and smart one-liners. Making it in this business is tough, and to do that, you have to be tough, even if your smile is nothing but white teeth and positive energy. Because what drives me is the desire to be the biggest and the best, and those things don't just happen by accident. They're created, built, and managed carefully. Now I'm at the top, and I want to stay there. Failure never has been and never will be an option. The low-flying aircraft above me is a sign I'm nearly there. Flicking my eyes over the dash, the clock tells me that I'm going to be about an hour early for my guest. A few minutes later, and I pull up somewhere that's not too crowded where I can lie low for the next hour or so. As usual, there are 100 things racing through my mind, but luckily my assistant Jonah is always there to take care of them for me. Making sure my phone doesn't connect to the car speaker so I'm not overheard. I dial him and start to fire off the questions and demands. Jonah, did you make sure everything to do with the contract requests went over to the office? Of course. First thing this morning. We should hear from them by the end of the day. Great. At least we can get that ball rolling. I don't want to miss out on that role. And the reservations for tomorrow? All done. Which reminds me, we need to make sure that you're available to meet with the personal trainer and nutritionist in the next few weeks. The studio is insistent you start as soon as possible, he informs me. I blow out a breath. Sure, make sure you keep things clear for them. I'd rather trek through horse crap than piss them off. Not now. Most people think that being a highly paid, successful actor is all glitz and glamour. What they don't see is just how far I have to go sometimes to get the roles and to make sure they keep coming. That's what I thought. I'll get on it, Jonah says. I give him a second as I know he's probably jotting things down before the next request, but he gets in before me. So, I know you're going to the airport to pick up an old friend. Do you think that's a good idea? I mean, are you sure you don't want me to do it? I laugh a little, already knowing this would be coming. Too late, I'm already here. He sounds shocked and just a little put out. Oh, really? Relax, I'll be fine. I haven't seen Alana in so long. It's only right I should be the one to collect her. Even if you are one of the most famous movie stars on the planet, he chides. Even then, I say, smiling. Doesn't bother me that he acts more like my keeper than my employee sometimes. He's just very serious about his job, and I like that. I need people like him. I've sent you the other details of some of the reservations I want you to make. I'm ready for some downtime, so it's perfect that she's coming to stay now. I'll make sure everything's ready for you both, he says. Thanks, Jonah. You know I couldn't manage without you, right? Oh, I know, he says seriously, but I suspect there's a smile on his lips. Catch you later, I say, hanging up and resting my head back on the seat. I meant what I said about having some downtime. It's only now that it sinks in how strange it is to be at the airport. I mean, I spend most of my life in them, but not like this, as a regular guy. Usually I would have someone pick up a friend for me, but it's true that it just didn't feel right this time. In fact, it's almost exciting to be doing something so normal and mundane for once. Those days of being able to do such things for myself are well and truly over. Though it's nice to have so much help, it's a strange but true fact that it would be good to just be able to go to the store by myself on occasion. That's not exactly something you can complain about, though, when you're in the situation I'm in. There are first-world problems, and then there are A-lister problems. For a few days at least, I get to hang out with someone who isn't a part of Hollywood royalty. Alana is an old school friend from back home in Illinois. While I've never really spent much time back there since leaving, she's stayed in the same town. Now, after trying to visit for a while, I'm finally in one place before I start the next job. After filming for the last 3 months, it's a relief to be off set and to kick back. This is my time to feel normal again, in the company of a high school friend who knew me before I became the big-shot movie star. I spend the next half hour relaxing in my own company. It's not often I get time to myself, so even this is welcome. I check the online arrivals board and see that she's landed, and then I give it a few more minutes to disembark and collect her luggage. Then, reaching around to the back seat, I scrabble around for something to disguise myself with. I'm dressed casually, so I opt for a baseball cap and larger-than-normal sunglasses, a simple and inconspicuous option. Taking a deep breath, I step out of the car and head to arrivals, hoping that I was right to do this myself and that no one recognizes me. Well, except for her. Here goes nothing.
Chapter 2. Alana. The kid in the seat in front pops his head over and grins at me one last time as I stick my tongue out and cross my eyes. It's been a constant joke for the last 45 minutes, but it doesn't bother me. If anything, it helps pass the time. He laughs, but then his mom cuts in for what seems like the 100th time. Patrick, how many times have I said this? Sit down. Her disapproving mother tone doesn't work until the captain comes over the loudspeaker. Flight attendants, prepare for landing, please. Cabin crew, please take your seats for landing and ensure all seatbelts are fastened. Only then does he sit, and we begin our descent. It won't be long now, and I just can't wait. Though I'm now strapped in, I can barely sit still, the excitement bursting to get out of me as we get closer and closer to Las Vegas Airport. I've never been there before, In fact, I've not been to a lot of places. Illinois is my home, and that's where I've stayed, rooted like a tree, hoping that one day the wind might lift me up and place me somewhere else like Dorothy in her red sparkly shoes. But so far, that day has never come. "Any trash?" says the flight attendant, making her last rounds. "Thanks." I hand her the soda can I've been cradling for over an hour. "Can you make sure all bags are under the seat?" Her eyes go to the backpack between my knees, and I pack away my earpods before doing as she asks. A few minutes later, Las Vegas becomes visible beneath us. I marvel at the barren ground, so different from how it is back home. In the distance, the city sprouts up from the desert. My heart skips a beat, eagerly anticipating the sights I'm finally going to get to see. But not only that, I get to see my old school friend. It still hasn't really sunk in that he is actually the Caleb Calloway, the guy on the screen in the movie theaters, whose face peeks out at me from billboards and magazine covers. I know movie stars have to come from somewhere. But in my small town, something like this is unheard of. Caleb was always talented, handsome, and more than anything, disciplined. If he wanted something, he would work hard to get it. So if anyone was going to make it, even from our hometown, it would be him. Over the years, we've stayed in touch. Email and social media make those things easy. But I still can't wrap my head around how he got to be as big as he has. I mean, the boy who used to copy my science assignments is now one of Hollywood's most famous actors. I make a note to remind him of that, as well as the fact he still owes me $10 for losing a bet to me when he said he could convince my parents he'd seen a UFO out past our gas station and that he thought it might be a portal to another dimension. It's not that his acting skills weren't up to muster, just that maybe he needed a better script. But since he left, he never returned. Just like that, one of the best and most exciting things about my little part of Illinois disappeared. Oftentimes, I've wondered what would have happened if I'd left too. Not necessarily with him, but if I had found my own way out there. Probably not on the stage or screen, but there had to be something I could throw myself into and make a living out of. Small town Illinois isn't the most exciting place on earth. Sure, it's home, but that doesn't stop it from being boring. Heading to Las Vegas to meet with my movie star childhood friend is just the excitement and adventure I've been craving for the longest time. It sure beats working at my parents' gas station. His schedule is crazy, of course, but it's better late than never. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. I haven't been this happy in such a long time. Any minute now, the wheels will meet the tarmac, and even if it's only for a few days, I get to experience something new. About time. My stomach swirls and my ears begin to pop as the nose of the plane dips and we make our way down, no clouds in sight. There's just the wide open sky, bright and blue, and the promise of some very exciting times below. Part of me wants to shout out to everyone on the plane that I'm about to meet up with an old friend I haven't seen in real life in years, and that he's none other than Caleb Calloway. Not because I want to show off or out him, but just because the excitement is too much, and I'm so damn proud of him. "Yes," I say quietly to myself when we touch down, slightly embarrassed that I sound almost like a little kid who got something they wanted. Like everyone else, I wait somewhat impatiently to disembark, eager to see Caleb and get going with my little adventure. After all, I don't have many. Once the hustle and bustle of exiting the plane is over, I'm glad to finally be free. The flight wasn't a particularly long one, but I'm not really the type to sit and be still for that amount of time, not when I've got so much to look forward to on the other side. The carousel seems to take forever, but when it finally gets going with the luggage from my flight, I'm glad to find mine is one of the first out. I grab it and look for the exit, my feet hardly able to keep up as I hurry through to arrivals. But looking around, I don't see Caleb when I spill out into the lobby. Plenty of faces line the exit, most of them as they anticipate the arrival of friends and loved ones. Then there are the drivers, holding up signs with the names of their clients, but no Caleb. I haven't seen him face to face in so long, but I know his face pretty well after seeing it plastered everywhere for the last few years. He's been in demand pretty much nonstop for a while now, and barely a week goes by without seeing him somewhere. He didn't say what he'd be wearing, and if he was definitely going to be the one collecting me. I know how things can be tricky for him. All it takes is some paparazzi getting wind of where he is, and that would be it. Reaching for my phone, I decide to check, just to be sure. But there's nothing, so I just keep walking slowly, looking around to see if I can catch a glimpse of him. If not, I'll head outside and take it from there. I stop in my tracks for a second, casting my eyes over the signs to see if he's sent someone to collect me, but none of them have my name on them. That's when I get to the tall guy at the end, dressed much more casually than the other drivers. In fact, he looks a bit too casual with his baseball cap and sunglasses. And that's when I notice the sign he's holding, Mrs. A. Pattinson. Stepping closer, I peer at the man holding the sign, just to make sure I'm reading it right. You have got to be kidding me. He's taller than I remember, and his face is covered, partly by the sign and the rest by the hat and glasses. But it's him. It has to be. I resist the urge to call out his name. That's the last thing he'd want. But I can't stop the way I squeal. Then I promptly make a beeline for him. "Really?" I say, throwing my arms around him. "It was you that always said you'd marry Robert Pattinson," he says, teasing me about my obsession with the vampire books and movies. He hugs me back, his lean but strong arms wrapping around me. "Maybe movie stars are overrated," I joke back. He laughs and holds me tight. "With big egos that easily bruise," he teases. And for just a moment, I am not with the Caleb Calloway. I'm with just Caleb. It feels nice. But how long will it last?
Chapter 3. Caleb. "Can you actually believe it after all this time?" Alana says as she straps herself into the passenger seat of my car. "Nice ride, by the way." "Which part, exactly?" I ask, almost teasing in my tone. I look at her, still finding it strange she's actually here. She looks the same, but different. Probably because she's not a kid anymore. Sitting beside me is a beautiful woman, dark-skinned with short-cropped hair. But her eyes are exactly how I remember them, full of life and sparkle. "Well, obviously the movie star part," she replies, smiling across at me. "No, I mean that we finally get to meet up. Yeah, it's been way too long." Now that she's sitting here next to me, I couldn't be more genuine in my response. There's something almost comforting about being in her presence, like returning somewhere you love. "Well, the gas station isn't going anywhere, just you," she says, and I can sense something in her words. I'm not sure if it's sadness or regret, but something along those lines. "How are the folks?" I ask. "They're fine. Nothing really changes back home. You know that." In reality, I don't, as I avoid going back. That part of my life ended a long time ago. I had to move on, and that means going forwards, never back. Yet, here now, with a very real part of my past right next to me. I wonder if that was a mistake. "So, what are we gonna do?" she asks excitedly. "You're not tired from traveling?" "Are you kidding me?" she replies, the pitch of her voice rising. "I've been waiting for this for forever. For a few days, I'm the hell out of that town, and I'm here to rock and roll, baby." Her enthusiasm and energy are intoxicating. "In that case, I suppose I better show you a good time." "Damn straight. It's Vegas, ain't it?" "Sure is," I reply. "So, you think you got what it takes?" I almost feel the air as she whips her head around to look at me. "Now I know you're not being serious," she says. "Show me everything. All of it." "As you wish, but don't say I didn't warn you." She chuckles, and I feel a sense of warmth and almost relief running through me. It's like all those years apart and every crazy thing that's happened since doesn't really matter. Right now, there's just the two of us, two old friends coming back together. The time and the distance have meant absolutely nothing. Sure, it's been great keeping in touch online, but that's nothing like spending one-on-one time with someone. I'd forgotten how much fun she is. She's bold and feisty, but not like the spoiled actors and actresses that I usually spend my time with. This is more real. We chat for a while, catching up with what's been happening back home in Illinois. Who did what, who's moved on, and what's going on with her family. As expected, she wants to know everything about what I get up to now, though that may take some time. It doesn't matter. For once, time isn't an issue. So if you're sure you're not too tired, then I suppose the first place I should take you is down to the Strip, I say. Yeah, she says, as if that's the most obvious thing I've ever said. I've heard that place can be crazy. Of course it's crazy. It's Vegas. Everything here is crazy. And what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right? Well, now, that depends on who you are, I whisper. Well, I'm just a regular chick from Illinois looking for a bit of excitement. So, I reckon for me, that's okay. If you're a famous movie star, then I suppose it might not work that way. Oh, wait, that's right. You are. I shake my head, laughing at the way she's trying to roast me. It's the most natural and normal I've felt for a long time. Just a short car ride with Alana, and already I'm feeling the benefits. Just for a moment, I don't have the enormous pressures on my shoulders that come with being in Hollywood. Though people outside of the industry wouldn't get it, and probably wouldn't give a damn anyway. A lot rides on the projects I take on. By a lot, I mean millions of dollars. The finance and reputation of studios, people's jobs and livelihoods. Appearing on late-night shows and red carpets may look easy, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. And though it's still fairly early, the Strip is already crowded. People line the sidewalks, tourists are everywhere, and the familiar sights and venues of Las Vegas are well and truly alive. Oh, my, she trails off. Well, now, this must be only the second time I've ever seen you lost for words, I tease. Obviously, the first was when I kicked your ass at Guitar Hero at the mall that one time. You remember that, right? She continues to stare out of the window. Shut up. You hustled me and you know it. You've been practicing for weeks, obviously. If you say so, but it still stands. Second time, I joke. I wonder how much of a culture shock this is to her, given the place she's just arrived from. McKean, Illinois has a population of 600. You'd find that within the space of a few square meters here. You sure you're ready for this? I ask, being genuine in my concern for her. It's one of those cities that can be very overwhelming. More than sure, she says, turning to me and smiling. Thanks, Caleb. What for? For making the time. And looking out for me. Once again, my chest swells and is filled with warmth. It's what friends do. I find a place where I know I can leave the car. There are certain places, people, and areas you get to know when you're famous. Knowing who to trust is one of those skills that need to be built as much as any other industry area of expertise. I'm happy that I won't be recognized, not looking as casual as I do, and with the hat and sunglasses. Plus, I'm with an ordinary member of the public, so that helps. It's so hot, she says as we dodge the crowds. She marvels at the buildings we're surrounded by, the casinos, hotels, and resorts. It must be like another world to her. Certainly is, I reply. I know just the place to sort that out. I lead her to the frozen yogurt bar I sometimes come to when I need some alone time, and we load up our tubs with the most ridiculous concoctions before taking a seat. Are you supposed to be eating like that? She asks me. Don't you need to be on some special diet or something? Don't, I groan. I'll be starting some ridiculous regimen soon for the next movie. I shove a huge spoonful of chocolate and candy-covered yogurt into my mouth. So, I'm gonna enjoy this while I can. Well, I can't say I blame you. This stuff is awesome. Good, huh? I'm gonna pay for this next month. The trainer will be kicking my ass big time. Doesn't sound like the best part of the job, she says, an eyebrow raised. Well, I can't really complain. But you're going to, she interrupts. How dare you? It's very demanding, I retaliate before we both laugh like kids. How was the shoot just now? She asks. It was tough. Really tough, I joke. That's what I thought. Seriously, though, I'm glad it's done and that I get to spend some of my downtime with you now. So, do you have any idea of what you want to do and see? It's a pretty big place. How about everything? She says, smiling. Everything it is, then. To start with, how about I take you to a club I go to? I think you're gonna love it.
Chapter 4. Alana. The car makes its final turn onto our destination street. A large building comes into view, growing larger as we pull into its parking lot. I crane my neck to peek out at it as Caleb comes to a stop. Mesmerized by the building, I don't even notice that Caleb has left the car until he comes around to my side, opening my door for me like a chauffeur. So I begin, marveling at the structure. This is the infamous Club Inferno, eh? Indeed, chuckles Caleb. What do you think? It looks like a place where everyone is having massive cocaine orgies, I reply, teasingly raising an eyebrow at him. Oh, those are crazy, he jokes. For real though, we do always hear of some stuff being said about what goes on here. He motions for me to follow him. Don't get me wrong, we have some wild parties here. It's Vegas after all, but Inferno's a fun place as you're about to find out. We leave the warm evening air behind us as Caleb leads us through the doors. I can tell he's known and respected here as he nods at the bouncers. They return the gesture, not bothering to pat us down. As soon as we enter the building, booming, muffled music can be heard through some of the walls. The direction in which he guides me takes us closer as the music grows louder. The foyer is dark with ruby red inspired decor, from the frames on the wall to the rugs we walk on. Are you some sort of member here? I ask. I guess you could call it that. A lot of my friends come here. I'm by no means trying to brag, but we're treated differently from the average clubgoer, just through here. He opens the door to the dance floor, where the muffled music suddenly becomes clear as crystal. I step through, almost having to cover my ears from the thunderous bass drops. The first thing that catches my eye is how luxurious the place is on the inside. I knew to expect bigger and better things in Las Vegas, but astonishment overcomes me as I glance around. From the leather booths with already drunk patrons to the long stretching bar, behind which smartly dressed bartenders are at work, creating cocktails and serving beers. Everything is impressive. In place of the usual club smell of sweat and an excess of cheap cologne was a crisp and refreshing air, somehow cleaner than the breeze outside. All the clubs I'd been to before had me accustomed to lights way too bright, yet here seemed to find the perfect ambience. I could already tell that it was the right balance for those who wanted to go crazy and others who preferred a more chill approach to a night out on the city. Some of the bartenders and bouncers look over with a nod or a wave. Thinking they're doing it at me, I return the gesture until I realize they meant it for Caleb, who stands behind me. What do you think? He asks. This place is pretty incredible. Wait, how many floors are there? I ask, upon spotting the levels above. With this place, there's more than meets the eye, answers Caleb. A group of men sitting in one of the booths wave their arms at us. Let me introduce you to some of my friends, Caleb announces. I follow him as we approach the booth, where the men all stand up and greet Caleb with an embrace. He motions for me to come over. Gentlemen, this is my old friend, Alana Morris, he announces with a proud smile. The white man closest to me sticks out his hand. His height almost overwhelms me as I look straight up at him. Bruce Fordington, Tom McKenzie, greets the brick house of the group. Creed Steele, says a white man with cowboy boots. He introduces the black woman with him as his wife, Erica. Pleasure to meet you all. Gentlemen, while you all get acquainted, I'll cover a round for us. What's your poison? Can I get an espresso martini? I answer, aiming for the fanciest drink I can think of at the moment. The hotel bar back home definitely does not have espresso martinis. The others give Caleb their order before sitting with me. So where are you from, Alana? Asks Creed. I'm from a small town in Illinois. You've probably never heard of it, I remark. Small town, you say? I always got the feeling that Caleb was from somewhere like that, he replies teasingly. What's it like there? Asks Tom. Insanely quiet. I've been here only for a few hours, and I've seen more action than I have in a lifetime in Illinois. What do you think of Vegas then? Hope it's not scaring you too much, asks Bruce. We all share a laugh, in the midst of which Tom leans in. Don't worry. It's all in good spirits. They were the same with me when they found out I was from Scotland. I thought I heard a hint of an accent. Caleb strolls back over, impressively holding everyone's drinks at once. Garçon, place it down here, jokes Bruce, snapping his fingers and tapping the table in front of him. Caleb sits beside me as well. All raise our drinks. Well, boys and girl, he chuckles. Let's party. I down my espresso in an instant. This is what I came here for, a good time. In only 2 minutes, we're ordering the next round, continuing that way for a while until we find ourselves on the dance floor. I let loose and allow my body to take over, much to everyone's delight. As Caleb dances, he faces me, etching his movie star smile across his face. I pull his arm, motioning for his ear. Practice that smile a lot for the red carpets, I yell. He laughs, though it's deafened by the music. We begin dancing in sync with each other. I throw a pretend rope over him, pulling him closer as he pretends to be restrained. The others around us laugh and join in on the fun. Eventually losing myself to the music, I put Caleb's hands on my hips as we get closer, though I'm mindful of keeping my distance. A thought of kissing him flashes through my mind, but I brush it off. In the years that's passed, we've always had good banter. Not one part of me wants that to change with some silly mistake. Still, as we innocently pull off some risque moves, I have to admit to myself he knows how to handle a woman's body. He stops dancing, looking at me in wonder for a moment. Taking my hand, he leads me to the bar where I take a seat after we almost trip over each other. I can't believe it, I tell him, giggling with glee as he orders more drinks. Believe what? You've gone from a troublemaker to a movie star. You know, somehow you've barely changed one bit. Oh, yeah? He laughs, resting an arm on my shoulder. Totally. I see you still love to party. When in Vegas, he says, paying the bartender a generous tip. Just then, Bruce joins us at the bar. Hey, Caleb. Crazy idea, but how about we hit up Caesar's Palace? I suggest. Caesar's? Huh? You want to risk it all tonight then? Like you said, when in Vegas. Plus, what trip here is complete without a visit to the world's most famous casino? Caleb nods in approval, igniting another overwhelming burst of joy within me. I've never felt more alive as I take down another drink. Bruce pulls Caleb toward him, whispering something in his ear. Caleb looks back at him with a thumbs up before facing me. What was Bruce telling you? I ask. Well, he was just saying how since you and I have enjoyed a fair share of alcohol tonight, that it'd be a smart idea to order an Uber to Caesar's. Without hesitating, I pull out my phone, opening the Uber app. Hey, I can cover it. Money's no problem, he says concerningly. No, please, I stutter, impaired from my countless drinks tonight. Let me get the Uber. You're so good to me. As if it was a normal thing to do, I lean forward and kiss Caleb on the cheek. Immediately, I pull back, embarrassed as he smiles coyly. Oh, my bad. Don't worry about anything. You're my guest here in Las Vegas, he says reassuringly before turning to face the dance floor. He throws his arms up in a victorious fashion. Vegas, baby. Woo!
Chapter 5. Caleb. A muffled, insistent ringing noise violently shakes me from my sleep. I jolt up, sending a piercing pain through my head. The noise disappears as I cough, feeling how dry my throat is. Damn. I groan raspily, burying my face in my hands. Where the hell am I? Hanging on the cream-white wall in front of me is a TV, the size of a cinema screen. To my left is a giant window stretching from one end of the room to the other. Thankfully, I'm shielded from the morning sun by a beige curtain. Through it, I can see the entirety of Las Vegas stretching out before me in a blur. Right beside my bed is a mini-fridge where I can see some already opened bottles of champagne. I grimace, checking out the price for it before noticing 2 glasses removed from the glass holders. One is on the nightstand, so where is the other? Turning to face the other side of the room, I spot the other glass half full, but it's not the glass that catches my attention. A woman lays with her back facing me, her body covered by the silk sheets. Getting closer, my vision clears to reveal it's Alana. Oh no, I mutter, horrified as I try to recall what's happened. Alana? She moans something incomprehensible before shifting around, causing some of the blanket to fall from her shoulders. An overwhelming sense of relief comes over me when I see she's fully clothed. Looks like nothing happened between us, thank heaven. I look around blindly for my phone, spotting it on top of the nightstand. The screen lights up with notifications of all sorts, from my banking app telling me how much I spent yesterday to my missed calls, the most recent being from 2 minutes ago. Crap, that must have been what was waking me. Just then, the phone rings again. Bruce's name pops up. I decide to answer, thinking he might have some sort of clue as to how I got here. I open the mini-fridge before bringing the phone to my ear. Thank God you're finally answering, man, comes Bruce's alert voice. Are you all right? Where are you? My head's messed up, man, I whine, opening a bottle of ice-cold water. I'm in a hotel room. We're still at Caesar's. Oh, hotel room, eh? You and Alana must have had a lot of fun together then. What? No, man. It wasn't like that. I don't think so anyway. Right, well, whatever you say. I just wanted to remind you that your car's still parked at Inferno. It is? Yeah? Replies Bruce, sounding confused. Don't you remember? Man, I don't remember a damn thing last night past leaving the club. Can you tell me anything you remember? I ask. How badly did you get messed up? I thought you might have forgotten something, but not half of the entire night. All right, who are you? My freaking mother? Chill out, man, I'm only messing with you, reassures Bruce. Anyways, I overheard you and Alana talking about heading to Caesar's, and I told you to leave your car here so you didn't crash. An Uber came and took you to the casino where you texted me a picture of you guys joining in on one of the games. I have no recollection of that whatsoever, I mutter, drinking a mouthful of water. I called you and told you to stop drinking because you were both already falling all over the place by the time you left Inferno. Maybe I ought to have listened to you. I sigh. Yeah, you don't say? He replies sarcastically. As Bruce continues jogging my memory, I catch sight of the corner of a white sheet of paper sticking out from beneath the hotel pamphlet on my nightstand. Its blue border dons an intricate design that draws my eye. Leaning in closer, I see the letters, Riage. Baffled, I pull it out, batting my stinging eyes until the writing becomes clear. Holy crap. Sorry, Bruce. I have to run. I'll talk to you later. Huh? What? I almost dropped the water in my hand, gawking at the certificate of marriage between Alana and I. A sinking feeling sprouts inside my stomach, like an internal anchor is pulling down on it. Everything from last night suddenly comes rushing back to me like a freight train at full speed. Though the casino itself is still a haze, I remember standing at an altar across from Alana in the chapel at Caesar's, mumbling vows to each other. "Alana," I whisper in frustration. "Alana, wake up." I shake her gently as she mutters some more gibberish, slapping my hand away. This can't be happening. "Wake up! This is urgent!" "What is it?" she mumbles, looking at me with almost closed eyes as she sits up. "Do you remember getting married last night?" I ask impatiently. "Married? Ha, stop fooling around with me. Can you get me?" "I'm dead serious, look." I hand her the marriage certificate, the words on the paper waking her up better than the strongest espresso could. "I don't remember that at all." "Me neither," I reply, handing her the water. "Well, there's got to be something we can do about it, right?" she asks desperately. "There has to be. Let me think. I know, we could probably get an annulment," I suggest, grabbing my phone. "I'm going to give a friend of mine a call. Just give me a second." Alana slumps back into the bed, looking disappointed as I wait for my call to go through. "Caleb, what's up, man?" greets the voice through the receiver. "Heard you brought some chick named Alana to Inferno last night." "Jeff, I need your help, man. I screwed up hardcore last night." "Crap, did you get her pregnant?" "What? No, why does everyone think we—" "Oh, never mind. Look, Alana and I got married at some point during the night, and we need to somehow get it annulled. Do you know what we should do?" "Damn, you guys move quick, huh?" He chuckles. "Not the time, man." "All right. Well, look, it's really not hard to get your marriage annulled. Obviously, there's a bit of paperwork involved and a handful of cash, but that shouldn't be a problem for you, money man." "Okay," I sigh. That takes a load off of my mind. "Yeah, man, it's all doable. The whole thing shouldn't take any longer than a month, so you've got nothing to worry about. Sure you guys aren't sweethearts that are meant to be?" "For sure." I laugh. "Thanks, Jeff. I'll see you at Inferno sometime soon. I owe you a drink." "So, is everything okay then?" asks Alana when I hang up the phone. "Yeah, we can get it annulled. Don't worry, I'll take care of the money side of things." "Thanks. I'd offer to cover the hotel room in return, but I don't think I can afford this." "Hey, I said you were my guest. That's one of the only things I remember saying last night." "Well, safe to say we had a good time, eh?" "For sure. I just want to know what else happened last night that led us to this," I say, laughing as I point to the certificate. "I only wonder who it was that proposed." "Oh, definitely you." "Oh, yeah? What makes you—" A sudden ding from my phone catches my attention, followed by another and then another. "Hold on a moment." I open my phone, seeing messages from a friend asking me to check social media and news websites. Glancing through my phone, I realize messages like this have been coming in for a while. "What's going on?" asks Alana. "I'm trying to find out," I answer in frustration. I open up a web browser, typing in the name of the first celebrity news outlet I can think of. Just when I thought we were out of the frying pan, I realize we're caught in the fire as I read the first headline that comes up. "Caleb Calloway married at Caesar's Chapel. New images show ceremony with a mysterious woman." I turn to Alana. My eyes tell her something's wrong before I even open my mouth. "I don't like that look, Caleb. Tell me what's happening." "Our marriage is blowing up across the internet."
Chapter 6. Alana. I'm not sure if it's the hangover or the barrage of surprises that has me reeling. Everything just went from bad to worst, from weirder to weirdest, from a little bit screwed to royally screwed. I'm desperate for the nearest trash can. We got married? We need an annulment? There are pictures on the internet? This would be a lot to process for someone who rarely drinks, with the notable exception of last night. For someone who has been awake for about 12 minutes, this isn't a hangover. It's a bloodbath. I'm in a new, crazy city with an old crazy friend who I haven't seen in a lifetime. An international movie star who now happens to be my husband. Well, you said you wanted some adventure, Alana. Here's enough to last a lifetime. I erupt into huge peals of laughter, like the force of a sob, but with guffaws instead of tears. Oh my God, Alana. What on earth could possibly be funny right now? An angry Caleb asks. I can barely answer his question. I can't stop laughing long enough. Seriously? Everything? I say. Like, for starters, imagine your fans seeing the look on your face right now. I'm glad someone is having a good time with this, he says. Oh, I'm sure a lot of someone's, like Perez Hilton. Is he still a thing? Unfortunately, yes. My publicist just sent me the screenshot. Look at this gem. Alana in Wonderland, eat, drink, and be married. Deets about Caleb Calloway's mystery mistress. I have to get this framed, I swear, I say. The absurdity of the situation starts wearing off. I'm sucked into a vortex of swirling dread. My life isn't my own anymore. I start looking up stories on my own phone. Good thing I have the tabloids to remember my wedding day for me, since I don't have any memories of it. Thank God they don't have photos of the wedding night. At least I hope they don't. You look pretty hot in the pictures, at least. I notice there's a link to the comments on the screenshot at the bottom. All 3,542 of them. I do not have the mental fortitude to read them, or the stomach. I put a pod in the coffee machine. Above the steam, I hear a grim series of mm-hms coming from Caleb at the desk, on a phone call that sounds serious. Whoever this is, they seem to have sobered him right up. Yeah, okay, he says. Yeah, I'm not sure. I have to talk to her. We'll see. Okay. Ding, 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 ding. I look down at my phone, and I have a flood of new notifications. Must have been delayed from the spotty reception in the suite. There's a text from Joelle, my hairstylist. WTF is happening, girl? You married Mr. Perfect. Mr. Perfect was his first big movie. I found out about it because they put up a huge billboard across the street from the gas station. I could not believe my partner in crime from detention was 50 feet above me with a 3-foot-wide smile, holding Keira Knightley in his arms. It was some small-town boy makes good promotion from the studio. Caleb told me. Coming from small-town Illinois, we definitely didn't need a billboard to know that the star of all the high school plays was now burning up marquees all across the country. I had a text from Shayla, my high school best friend. Dude, call me. I need details. So did about 80 other people, from kindergarten to my book club, who suddenly needed to talk to me. People who suddenly just had to know what I had been up to in the 20 years since we last spoke at summer camp. Even a hookup from last year came out of the woodwork. Looking good on TMZ, girl. HMU if it doesn't work out. Flattering. Gross, but flattering. Maybe once it was annulled, it would help me find a man who was worthy of my time. Definitely a new staple for two truths and a lie. I was married to a movie star whose debut grossed $100 million opening weekend. Oh God, my parents. What's the time difference again? My mom entered the phase recently of giving me little nudges toward marriage. I'm sure a quickie Vegas wedding to a heartthrob wasn't what she pictured. Hopefully Caleb's people... Oh my God. Was I really saying things like this now? Would help me wrap my head around what to expect. I never watched celebrity news. Were things like this on CNN? That and old reruns are all that Mom watches. I start cringing, thinking about my relatives getting the news this way. My grandma, my little cousin Ray, Aunt Georgia, my old teachers, the regulars at the gas station. Yeah, sure, I can check. I've talked to my lawyer, but I'll tell him to put a stop on the paperwork. I wonder what kind of paperwork he's talking about. File this under search terms I never thought I'd type, I think to myself. Annulment Vegas wedding. Annul marriage don't know if consummated. Did I have sex? How to tell hungover. Difference between annulment divorce steps to take. Reasons for annulment Nevada law. How easy to annul marriage Las Vegas chapel. Drunk wedding should I annul or stay married? Caleb's still talking on the phone, looking increasingly more tense. It's the sort of stress where even though I know he doesn't have a window into my phone search, and he's across the room, I feel a need to shield my phone. I start feeling sick. I don't know if it's the hangover or nerves, but I feel like I'm about to lose my lunch. Except I haven't even had breakfast yet. I go to the bathroom sink and splash cold water on my skin. I don't even have my face soap, I think, as I try to get the smeared makeup off my face. I look every bit the train wreck I feel like. When I come out, I hear Caleb using the rushed tone of someone who can't get off the phone fast enough. Whatever the conversation was that he's wrapping up, it does not sound good. Yeah, I'll definitely be in touch. Constant communication. Thanks for the advice and holding my hand. I'm sure I'm not exactly your favorite person right now, Caleb says across the room, hand on his forehead. I know. Tight leash, damage control. I get it. Okay, thanks, Maureen. Talk to you soon. He puts the phone down, then sighs and rubs his head. He can barely look at me. Either that, or at least based on my own hangover, the room might be spinning if he looks up for too long. What was that? Who's Maureen? Do you have a girlfriend that you forgot about in your drunken state? Maureen? Oh, God, no. She's my manager, but probably more angry about me having a drunken wedding than a girlfriend would be. A girlfriend doesn't rely on you for their livelihood. Well, at least not a good girlfriend. But Maureen, she's a great manager. She earns that 10%, Lord knows. So what did she say? Didn't sound like she was about to throw you an engagement party, although I guess we skipped that part. Do you want to go down to the buffet first? Definitely a must-do in Vegas. Ugh. The thought of looking at a football field of food right now is enough to turn me off eating forever. Some toast, maybe? Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be good for the tabloid frenzy for me to vomit at the omelet bar. Why are you stalling? You're making me even more nervous. Just spit it out. I've had enough suspense for a whole lifetime. I don't need more of it now, especially with that look on your face like your dog just died. Okay, well, you know how I talked to Jeff about maybe getting the marriage annulled? Yeah, of course. He says it's easy though, right? Yeah, he did. That's not the issue though. The issue is something Maureen brought up. Okay. Look, I'm so sorry. I know we haven't seen each other in forever, and you just came for a little fun weekend visit. You have tickets to go back home. I can pay you back for them. I don't get it, I say. There's no easy way to say this, he says. We have to stay married. What the freak? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I just didn't think the thing that would be staying here was me. I need a Bloody Mary. Now. And with that, I run to the bathroom. I definitely feel like I'm going to be sick.
Chapter 7. Caleb. The directive from my manager, Maureen, keeps echoing in my head. I can hear myself saying the words to Alana. We have to stay married. Alana's face wilted at that news. It's now permanently etched into my memory. We'll talk more over breakfast, I tell her softly. Over room service, I'll explain it all. It will be okay. I promise. I know. I'll be okay no matter what, especially once I get over this hangover. You look at the menu, I'll hop into the shower. Then we'll figure out what comes next, she says with more confidence than her face suggests. I wish I could be a fly on the wall to witness everything that happened last night. Even if I couldn't change anything, just to see what the hell we were thinking. How did we go from placing bets at the blackjack table to walking down the aisle? I don't know who egged who on, but I know once the one-upping starts, it's hard to pull us back. I hope I didn't say anything embarrassing, especially about high school. She was just always so bold. She never cared what anyone thought of her. I still admire that, and wish I were more like her, especially in this industry. While Alana rinses off some of the morning's chaos, I start the order. I always get way too much. It's one of the few extravagances I adopted once my career took off. I don't have much of an appetite at the moment, but a little food will be good, especially with my body's desperation to have my stomach empty of any vestige of alcohol. I'm never drinking that much again. Sure, Caleb. Until next time. Alana's been kneeling over the toilet on and off this morning, too. Between the booze and the rude awakening of last night's events, she's been through a lot in just the last 12 or so hours. I'm used to the constant invasions of privacy, and it's still a lot for me to take. For her, it must be like waking up and discovering you're in Oz, or the tornado. If I were in her shoes, I'm sure I'd be falling apart. But she just keeps on going, unfazed, ready for whatever's coming next. She comes out of the bathroom, drying off her pixie cut with a towel and looking regal in her Caesar's Palace robe. She looks stunning, even without makeup. I can't believe how much just a little bit of running water revived her. 20 minutes ago, she was a disheveled heap of nerves. Now, freshened up, she looks like she could conquer the world. I can't help but notice the shadow of cleavage peeking through the fluffy terrycloth robe. Seeing her like this, it helps me understand a little better why I might have made such an impulsive decision. I feel like a whole new woman. What's for breakfast? She says, sidling up near me at the breakfast table of the suite. I definitely want waffles. And I think I've earned the Bloody Mary, and I might need it for the conversation up ahead. I'll order a pitcher. She makes a grumbling noise. Is it really that bad, the situation? She asks me and pokes my arm. Depends on how much time with me you can tolerate, I say, laughing, and your tolerance for annoying photographers. I'm sorry for putting you in this situation. Knowing me, I probably got us into this situation just as much as you did. Maybe more, Alana says. We've always had a way of ratcheting things up to extra. But so, explain what you meant by that. Why would you think we have to stay married? What exactly are you talking about? It's super easy to get an annulment. On paper, yes, but professionally, it's not that simple. Professionally? I don't understand. What do you mean? It's an image thing. I know it's silly, but in this industry, your image is everything. And for me, my brand is the funny, arrogant, soft on the inside boy next door with a heart of gold. It's not exactly on brand to get wasted and marry your high school friend in Vegas, then get it annulled. It just looks like a reckless, impulsive mistake. I'm the stable one, the shoulder to cry on, not the cad. But that's not fair. It's your personal life, not a part in a movie. And it was a drunken mistake. Why don't you get to make mistakes like everyone else? It's one of the trade-offs of this business that you accept in exchange for success. Maureen's been in this business for ages, and she's right about this. She's seen careers go down the tank from things like this. And especially with a mostly female fan base. Are they really going to make me a romantic lead when people think I'm a womanizing asshole, taking advantage of a defenseless small-town girl and leaving her in the dust? That's really demeaning and superficial. But okay, let's say I become your little wife. When does a drunken mistake become conscious uncoupling? To use Gwyneth's words for it. We only have to do it long enough for it to look like a rekindling of a long-lost love, rather than a spur-of-the-moment debacle. Maybe a year, give or take. Probably a lot less. They give you time off for good behavior? Yeah, exactly. And there are ways to massage things and see how things are going. My publicist will work on placing some positive press stories. And the studio does focus groups on some of their biggest talents so they can stake the public's temperature. Wow. So people sit around a conference table talking about you like toothpaste or soda, with the one-way mirrored glass? That's trippy. Have you ever sat in on one? No, but I've gotten the video clips. Definitely surreal. I'll have to show you the memo sometime that they put together afterward. Super awkward to read that stuff about yourself, like female fans thinking of you as a stand-in husband. Back off, ladies. He's married now, Alana says. There's a new boss in town. It's good to see her getting comfortable with the idea so quickly. She's so resilient and adaptable that I think she could actually have some fun with this, and charming enough to win over the Hollywood press. Think of the bragging rights. I roll my eyes playfully, trying to make it obvious I'm teasing before I come off like an arrogant asshole. I try not to take myself so seriously. I've seen what happens when people buy their own hype. It's important to never forget that success in this business is the result of a well-oiled, well-resourced image-making machine that runs 24/7. They'll kiss your ass the entire time while they're working to destroy you. Alana narrows her eyes in thought, like she's weighing her options. I'm really thinking about it, but not for the bragging rights. For you. For our friendship, Alana says. I guess I'll admit that it might even be a little bit fun, but it all sounds ridiculous to me. It's a lot to leave everything and turn my life upside down, especially over a drunken mistake. I have my family's store to help manage. They're getting older, and being the wife of a huge Hollywood celebrity, that's not without risks, right? But perks, too. You'd better not mean benefits there, friend, she says. I mean, not unless you want to. But no, that's not what I meant at all. I mean that you'll be totally within your comfort zone. You'll have people available to help coach you. And also, this life. I gesture around to the enormous suite, which costs more per night than some people's rent for the entire year. And you'll have me. It'll be fun to be my date, right? You just have to hang out in Vegas some of the time, enough for photo ops, and hang onto my arm at a few big events. And I know for a fact you've talked into your hairbrush and told the red carpet and all the viewers at home who you're wearing. Her eyes get huge when I mention the red carpet. I still remember the Oscar she hosted in high school. She watched the red carpet pre-show religiously. I'd be your date, and get to dress for the red carpet with a stylist and everything? Yup. And think about it this way. You'll be around so many A-listers, maybe you could trade up.
Chapter 8. Alana. Man, I sigh, walking back and forth from the door to the bed. So what do you think then? Asks Caleb, his eyes nervously following my every move. I'm just trying to get this all straight in my head. Look, I'm not trying to put pressure on you, but this has to be decided before we leave here. Will you just let me think? I snap. Caleb recoils, his face softening in realization. Sorry, he mutters. I'm flustered too. I don't mean to take it out on you, my bad. It's okay, but just so I'm clear as crystal on everything, you want me to stay married to you for a year? Preferably. If you think you could manage being comfortable with it, you don't have to stay in Vegas the entire time. Just be around enough for the Paps to buy it. Maybe stay in town for a month or so. Come by for the big events, that kind of thing. Are you positive it's a good idea? I absolutely do. But look, before any decision is made, I just want to say something. What is it? I ask. I'm sorry things took this turn. I know you probably expected wild and crazy things from your trip, but I don't think anyone could have predicted this, says Caleb, remorsefully, casting his gaze at the floor. I'm sorry too. Look, we're in this together, all right? I reassure him. Caleb looks up at me, a glimmer of hope coming over his face. Now tell me, if I were to say yes, how would we manage it? The first thing that comes to mind is our living situation, he states, narrowing his brows in deep thought. I was going to say we better not rush things, but screw it. We're already married. So how do you feel about moving in with me? Move in, HM? I laugh. A ridiculous idea, but I suppose it'll make this thing look a little more credible. Inside, I'm secretly overwhelmed at the possibility of moving into a movie star's house. Already I start to imagine hot tubs, home gyms, private chefs, and a magnificent collection of cars. I remind myself to keep it cool. On top of that, you wouldn't have to worry about money, he says reassuringly. Like I was ever worried you wouldn't be able to afford anything. Pfft. Sarcasm, huh? I'm being serious. Think of how much you can save mooching off me for a year with my blessing. I might sound silly, but is there anything I'd be, obligated to do? Murmurs Caleb, scratching his head. Well, nothing as far as duties and responsibilities. You don't have to cook my dinner if that's what you mean, but it would look good for us to attend big events together, to be out and about sometimes, just so they can take a picture of us for the tabloids, spending time together. It's the second time he's mentioned those famous Hollywood events. I never, ever dreamed I'd get to attend someday. The idea of getting to see a fancy awards ceremony as Caleb's date, even once. I can't lie to you, that sounds pretty amazing. Caleb's eyes light up, becoming more intense in anticipation of my answer. I take another few moments to think about it all. You know, I've always seen myself walking those red carpets and posing for the cameras, I tease. Not only do you have the mind for it, but you'd also fit right in as well. Okay, Caleb, I'll do it for you. He stands, clapping his hands together. Alana, thank you so much. This really means a lot to me. We'll get you moved into my place and figure things out from there. We high-five each other, our hands staying together for a brief moment before pulling away. His eyes linger on mine for another few seconds before he directs his gaze out the window, still smiling. For the briefest of moments, while we held hands, it seemed like we'd both forgotten about our predicament. I sit back down on the bed, drinking some more water, while Caleb stays at the window. Suddenly, things don't seem so bad anymore. Getting to live in his house and attend celebrity-caliber gatherings certainly isn't a solution to complain about. I thought I knew what the feeling of excitement was on the flight over here, but this situation redefines its meaning. This is the thrill that's been missing from my regular life in Illinois. I wonder if this is a blessing in disguise to give me what I was really looking for in life. Hey, Caleb, I stop upon noticing the smile has been wiped off of Caleb's face. His brows are crossed in frustration as he mumbles to himself. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out his phone before it slips out of grip. Pete's sake, he mutters, bending down to retrieve it. What's wrong? I ask. His eyes remained glued outside, motioning for me to come over. I squeeze in beside him, spotting a horde of paparazzi waiting outside the front of the hotel, armed to the teeth with their cameras and microphones. Yikes. I've seen enough of TMZ to know that's rarely a pleasant experience. Media drones, once they spot you, they don't give up until you've literally escaped their clutches. As he speaks, I'm almost enraptured, wondering what I've gotten myself into. Caleb's gaze snaps to me, looking me up and down inquisitively. I know that look on your face, he says. You're exhilarated looking down at that crowd of cameras, aren't you? I shrug, embarrassed that he saw right through me. I know what you're feeling, and trust me, it ain't worth it, not one bit. We're not going out that front door by any means. I know what to do. He brings his phone to his ear as he continues glaring outside. Jonah? Hey, it's me. Listen, we've got a bit of a situation down the hotel entrance. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Listen, can you go and pick up my car from the Inferno parking lot? Yeah, I think there's a side entrance on the left side of the hotel. We'll sneak out that way. Perfect. Thanks. Jonah, just another day in paradise, right? He hangs up, looking at me reassuringly. By the way, I wasn't trying to make you feel bad. I'm just trying to tell you that you quickly become sick of the whole paparazzi shtick. I know. This is all so new to me is all. Well, he begins, finally breaking away from the window. They're practically unavoidable, but that doesn't mean we can't slip by them. He raises my chin and takes my hand, making me stand. If we're going to get out of here unscathed, you'll need some sort of disguise. Consider this your first lesson in how to handle being famous. Caleb grabs his black bomber jacket, hanging over the side of a chair in the corner of the room. Now then, this jacket was in the pictures last night, but not all hope is lost. He flips the jacket inside out, revealing it to be a coat that can be worn 2 different ways. Put this on. They won't expect to see you wearing red. He slips it on me, eyeing me up and down. Now I'm going to take this, he says, pulling a woolly hat from one of the zippers. I'll wear this and throw your coat over my shoulders. So you're a master at hiding yourself then? I joke. I guess you could say that. He chuckles. I usually make use of shades and a wig, believe it or not. We'll have to pick up some for you in the near future. Speaking of hair, let's see if there's anything we can use to cover yours up. We've got your baseball cap from yesterday, I point out, gesturing to where it sits on the desk. Okay, disguise-wise, we're all set then. But wear the hat backwards so they don't see the logo. It's important to conceal yourself even if taking an alternate route to avoid the cameras. All right. Anything else I should know about? I always try to move in a group of people. Sometimes it's with bouncers and while they keep the paparazzi back. It also makes it obvious that a celebrity is hiding. Other times bouncers aren't there with you, but that ain't a bad thing. It means you can walk out of an exit with or behind a group of normal folk. Slip out of sight right in front of them. Hiding in plain sight, I mutter. I have to admit, you're craftier than you seem. Well, I've picked up a thing or two since our teenage days. Come on then. Grab your stuff and let's get out of here. Caleb opens the door carefully, sticking his head out into the hallway, as if someone is lying in wait for us. He gives me the all clear, and we start trotting toward the stairway. An almost feverish type of tension keeps me on my toes as we creep down and sneak past the main lobby. As we try to nonchalantly walk around, I can't help but cast a sidelong glance out the door where the paparazzi lie in wait like wolves. Climbing into the car waiting outside the side entrance, mostly used for housekeeping, brings me a relief I've never known, watching the hotel grow smaller behind me as we drive away.
Chapter 9. Caleb. There is something weird about showing Alana around the home that we will be sharing indefinitely. I know she wants a specific date of when she'll be off the hook, but it's hard to say. Really, it's however long it takes for the publicity surrounding our surprise wedding to die down. I cringe silently at the thought of what we did as we walked through the hallways of my large house, decorated in a simple yet stylish industrial-style decor. It's very nice. I can hear the doubt in her voice, and the wonder. It's not that Alana is a simple woman, but she's never been to Vegas. She's never been in a home this large. I don't think there are homes this large back in McKean. So while I'm sure she can hold her own among the rich and famous, all this is still very new to her. You have to remember that. Don't expect her to know everything right away. There will be a learning curve. We walk towards the section of the house where there are bedroom suites. At that moment, I realize in surprise that the thought of teaching Alana everything she needs to know about Vegas doesn't annoy me. You'll have to teach her everything about being the wife of a superstar, too. Now that thought almost scares me. Almost. I guess that decorating wasn't your top priority, Alana says as we do a sweep of each of the bedroom suites. This house is large enough that, honestly, we'd barely have to see each other. We could be roommates here for months and never exist in the same space. If we wanted to, anyway. Though, as I look at Alana's dark skin and short, springy curls, there's a strange tugging in my stomach. Not something I've ever experienced before. You want to spend time with her. You don't want to just relegate her to one of the back bedrooms. Yeah, well, I stick my hands in my back pockets. I was going to get a decorating firm in, but then I realized I didn't care that much about how it looked. I spend so much time traveling or on set that it doesn't even matter. Alana's face falls with disappointment, and I want to kick myself. But look, I clear my throat. Since you're living here, you may as well decorate the place the way you want. A smile of excitement spreads across her face. Really? I laugh out loud. Yes, really. And besides, you're staying with me for much longer than we both planned. You'll need to get some new clothes and I don't know what else too. I turn then and head to my study where I grab my phone and wallet. Alana follows me in and looks around at the place that I keep painfully clean. Have you actually read any of these books? She asks me. You know I have, I retort back at her. I've always liked reading, especially during detention. None of these books look like you've even cracked the spines. I like to keep things neat, I say, taking her by the arm and steering her gently out to the kitchen. I take all my meetings in there. With my manager, with agents, with producers. I've become a bit of a neat freak, I will admit. She laughs, bright and bubbling, and something in my chest opens up. The smile stretches across my face, unbidden, and happy. We link arms as we walk out of the kitchen and head toward the big garage. By the way, what is our cover story? I want to be ready for reporters. We need to be believably married, right? Alana asks me as we pull out in my Bentley, one of my favorite cars, and get onto the highway. I mull over her question as I merge with traffic. Eventually, I settle on something that sounds semi-plausible. Let's say that we were high school sweethearts. We got back together a few months ago. And we had a quick wedding to avoid publicity. Alana finishes my thought, and the same feeling, the sensation of something opening up inside my chest, washes over me again. That's perfect, I murmur as I put my foot on the gas. I'll text Maureen with the details. I don't think Alana expects me to head to the underground parking underneath Caesar's Palace. Her eyes widen when we do. Why are we back here? She half hisses the words at me. Relax. I laugh as I hand the keys to the Bentley to the valet who has shown up silently, efficiently at my elbow. We aren't getting married again. Are there shops here? Yep. I nod affirmatively. The Forum shops. I'm going to take you shopping where every other rich and famous person does their shopping in Vegas. I'm not one of you. You became one the minute you signed that marriage certificate. I slip my arm around her waist as bright lights from the cameras flash glitter ahead of us. I tell myself that I am holding her close to convince the paparazzi that we are genuine. But I try not to admit to myself that the feel of her skin close to mine is slightly intoxicating. I don't miss the way her body stiffens at the sight of the cameras, and I roll my eyes at the paparazzi. They used to be classy, but they don't even try to hide any longer. We start at casino level in Quadra, where I buy Alana a few pairs of shoes. I can tell that she is cringing at the price of everything as we move from shop to shop. But I'm only using one of my many cards. The price of what I buy here today is the equivalent to what I make in an hour on set. The money is meaningless. But Alana, on the other hand, has to look like the wife of a famous actor. Maureen won't accept anything less. She relaxes halfway through the shopping trip, especially because every shopping assistant is discreet and quiet around us. The paparazzi aren't allowed into the shop, so that helps the situation too. Hey, I stop her as we walk past a store. Let's go in here. I want to get you something special. I have realized how disruptive this will be to Alana's life. She's doing me a huge favor, and I'm willing to make her life as easy as I possibly can. And when we walk into the Kush Fine Art Gallery, I know that I've found one way to make things up to her. Alana has always been in love with fine art. And when we walk into the gallery, her awestruck gasp is enough to let me know that that hasn't changed. Pick out whatever you want, I tell her as she turns to and fro, looking at everything on display. I've been spending money on her all day, but I realize then that she hasn't been taking it seriously. Now she whirls around, her sparkling eyes wide with shock. She walks up to me and places a soft hand on my arm. Caleb, she whispers so that the store assistant can't hear her. You really can't spend that kind of money on me. Just then, another customer of the store pulls out her phone and blatantly snaps a picture of us. Alana's face darkens and I can almost feel her body heating up with embarrassment. But I laugh and wave at the woman, who blushes and giggles before walking away. You better get used to that. The kind warning in my tone is clear. And I am rich. Very rich. You don't have to worry about money any longer. The thought of taking care of Alana for the next year or two, or the foreseeable future anyway, brings me extreme pleasure. Well, if you're sure, she murmurs and starts looking around the store. Consider it a wedding gift. I smile the words at her and she bites her bottom lip. She giggles when someone else snaps a picture of us again. Alana has chosen a piece of art by a local artist. The price of the piece is conservative, to say the least, and I could have afforded something much more expensive. I could probably buy out the entire store, but Alana isn't used to this kind of money yet. She'll just have to get used to it.
Chapter 10. Alana. It has been a week, and this may feel like a dream, but it really, really isn't. I have to keep telling myself that I'm not living a dream. I have to keep telling myself that I'm not imagining things when I wake up to goose-down pillows and Egyptian cotton sheets. It is Tuesday when I get out of bed and pull the curtains wide open. I am in one of Caleb's guest bedrooms, though I think that bedroom is the wrong word. It is a suite. The bedroom part of it is the size of a master bedroom, and a small living space and large bathroom is attached to it. The bedroom, or suite depending on who you ask, is sparsely decorated in shades of cream and beige. A travesty, if you ask me, when I look at what can be done with the space. I didn't miss Caleb's apathetic behavior with regards to his home decor situation. At least I get to do some decorating now that I'm supposed to call it my home too. Because you're his wife. You're someone's wife. Not that this is how you saw it going, right? The words reverberate through me, and my body goes still as I realize what I have gotten myself into. It wasn't your fault, or his. I argue with myself as I go to the bathroom. I continue arguing with myself as I brush my teeth, shower, and carefully wash and style my hair. Being married, if it can be called that, has changed everything. I'm no longer a nobody from Illinois. Now I am the wife of a famous actor, and it seems that everyone in the world knows about it, and a lot of people actually care about this fact apparently. Old boyfriends and friends I no longer speak to have sent me DMs on Instagram. I can't drive anywhere without getting waved at, like I am everybody's friend. It is fun, for the most part, that I get to boast about being married to Caleb, even though we're both balancing a carefully managed facade. Sudden frustration wells up inside me as I pull on my shirt. As much as my new life of luxury and notoriety is fun, Caleb and I can't go to the grocery store without being swarmed by fans and stalked by paparazzi. Our neighborhood is gated, but some of Caleb's fans live in the same neighborhood as us, and the paparazzi does manage to slip through the cracks sometimes. I think that the cameras, peering into every corner of our lives, might bother Caleb more than it does me, but it is still annoying having no privacy. I am alone in Caleb's apartment today, as he is out with his manager, Maureen. Now that I have the place to myself, I decide to do something I've been aching to do all week, and that is peeking into Caleb's bedroom. It is the only part of the house that I haven't seen yet. I'm almost disappointed when I push the door open. It is as sparsely decorated as the rest of the house. I only realized then how much Caleb has changed since high school. In high school, he was the kid with the biggest, whitest personality. He was the person whose bedroom walls were spray painted black for an entire 6 months and who wore the iconic black and white Chucks until they fell apart. Clearly, being famous has changed him, and I'm not sure if it is for the better. I wander throughout the apartment several times, the walk grounding me into the present. I only realize how long I have been walking when I look out the window and see that the sun is high. It must be about lunchtime, I realize. Just then, a shrill buzzing bounces off the walls of the room. I must jump a foot in the air before I realize that it is the intercom. Voices are carrying through the house from the front door, letting me know I have guests. Who could it possibly be? I ask the question to myself as I hurry to answer the door. I glance out through the peephole, afraid I will see especially brazen paparazzi on the other side. It takes me a minute to place the women looking back at me. I sigh with relief as I recognize Erica, Creed's wife, from Inferno. I open the door to let her in, and she quickly introduces me to the other women with her. One is Ebony, a pretty and curvy woman. The other Erica introduces as Diana, who is tall and elegant looking. We know how lonely it is to be married to one of the Inferno men, the three women practically twitter as they make themselves at home. So we thought we'd drop in and keep you company. I laugh uncertainly as I close the door and follow them into the kitchen, where they're unpacking bags of snacks and bottles of wine. Thanks, I think. I don't see the point in hiding my surprise. The woman named Diana laughs heartily and hands me a glass of Malbec. She's frank. I like this one. I do too, Ebony announces, looking at me reflectively over the rim of her glass. Trust me, honey. You need to make friends if you're going to make it in this world. You make it sound like I'm in danger. I laugh. I'm still uncertain about the whole situation, though the wine has loosened my tongue. The world of Inferno can be intense, Ebony says. Erica butts in then. And so can the men. It takes a lot of strength to be with one of Inferno's men. It's just a club, right? Not a living thing. I scoop up some cheese on a cracker. All three women look at one another then, before smiling at me in unison. As the night passes, I catch a few dropped hints to realize that Caleb must have sent them to check on me. He must have known he'd be out of the house all day, and in that moment, I am incredibly grateful to one of the best friends I have ever had. Caleb knows me well enough to know I'd never complain about being lonely, but he also knows me well enough to know that I need something to keep me busy. And Erica, Ebony, and Diana are just too polite to say it out loud. But I don't mind that they're pretending they came on their own. I enjoy their company, and I love hearing the stories they tell about being married to famous big-shot men. I know that their marriages are real, unlike the one I am in. The more intoxicated I get, the easier it is for me to imagine myself as one of the Inferno wives, as one of the real Inferno wives, and not just someone who is in a fake marriage. You should go out if you need company. Ebony offers the advice, but I shake my head vehemently. I can't go anywhere without being recognized, and trust me, I've tried. This is the first alcohol since the wedding. I put air quotes around the word. I can't stand it, I continue, my voice hot. I can't stand having no privacy. I can't stand having so many people care about whatever I'm eating. Ebony bursts into raucous laughter. Diana looks at me, grinning slightly. It could be worse. They could care about the kind of toilet paper you use. You've got to be kidding me. I gasp the words, horror-struck. True story, Erica says, nodding her head and yawning. When I look over at the kitchen counter, the countertop is full of empty bottles of wine, and the digital clock shows hours have passed. I got a few wigs. I direct this at Ebony. To disguise myself, they look terrible. Though, I'll give you the name of my wig maker, Ebony says sagely. She is the only one of us who doesn't sound drunk. She starts rifling through her bag then. I've got some makeup. Maybe we should try doing some looks to disguise you in public. Ebony burst into a fit of giggles as Diana and Erica stand around me trying to do my makeup. It doesn't look too bad. I try to be diplomatic when I look at the end result. I know that I'm only saying that because we're all drunk, and it honestly doesn't look terrible. But then all three women start laughing again, and soon I join them.
Chapter 11. Caleb. Is there anything I can do to help? I ask Alana, hovering near her in the kitchen so that I can be a little closer to her. Her perfume smells like lilies and lemongrass. Yes. You can relax a little, Alana says. It's relaxing to help ease your load and to learn a new skill. What's it called again? Cooking? I tease. The closest I usually get is putting some old Chinese in the microwave. Usually I remember to remove the metal handles. What happens when you forget? She asks dryly. Same thing as with us. Sparks fly, I say. I touch her and recoil as if I've been shocked. Nerd. Well, fortunately nothing I'm making requires the microwave. What's on the menu? Salmon, wild rice, a side salad, and crusty bread. I could make my famous garlic bread, I say. I didn't know you could cook. Stars. They're just like us. My grandma had me make it when we were getting ready for Thanksgiving, to keep me occupied, and it meant I got extra while we were waiting to eat. Always a strategy with you, Caleb, Alana says. Yeah, I'd love to try your garlic bread. I'll have you help along the way, too. Yes, chef. Put me in wherever you need me, I say, putting my hand straight beside me. We pass the time meditatively, with cooking smells filling the kitchen. For maybe the first time it feels like home, a place where I can retreat and really be myself, with someone who knows who I am. I had forgotten what it feels like to be around someone who truly knows you, and has since you were young, especially when you never know if someone is interested in getting to know you for who you are, or for the trappings of knowing someone famous. As Alana finishes up the salmon in the oven, I put in the bread. What can I do now? I ask. Want to chop? I'd love to, I say. I move my knife up and down to diced tomatoes, carrots, and avocados. I have a fun idea. Let's use the dining room, Alana says, pot holders in hand. Before I can answer, she whisks away 3 of the serving bowls to the formal dining room. It has a 10-foot-long, minimalist mahogany table. Have these dishes ever been used? She asks me as she begins taking them out. They haven't. I guess I was saving them for a special occasion. I think this one qualifies, I say. We sit down, plating our meals and starting to eat. The occasion of finally using the dining room? When was the last time you used it? Once a few years ago, but not for eating. There was this girl. Okay, I don't need to hear the details, Alana says. She's looking at the table with her head down, trying to suppress her smile. I wonder if she's also imagining the same thing that I am. What this table would look like if we threw all the food aside and put ourselves on it instead. Somehow, I doubt it. Yeah, probably one for another time, I say, feeling a little sheepish and a little desperate to change the topic now. This is so delicious, Alana. I forget how nice it is to have a home-cooked meal, and how nice it is to cook with someone who's so fun to be around. Especially in a city like this, it seems like you need something to ground you, she says. Is that something that's hard to adjust to? I ask. No, it's not good or bad, just different. It feels like it's easy to lose yourself in the fantasy of all of it, like getting treated like high rollers everywhere. People looking at you when we're walking, thinking they've just seen a god. So for me, things like cooking are good for me, nourishing. It reminds me of where I come from. Frankly, I don't know how you stay sane with all of the bullcrap swirling around you and the hangers-on and ass-kissers. I just remember that none of it is real, and it can all go away in an instant, I say. It's part of this business. I just keep my eyes on the prize. It's this balance between being marketable and being able to claim my own identity eventually. But in this industry, if you're not working your ass off, someone else will. It's grueling. Really? Aren't you taking a little break now? Since the project just ended? Alana asks. A few days here and there, but the work never really ends. Not if you want to stay relevant. I already have something booked to film soon. And I have scripts to read for the project after that from my manager, all very different, all with deadlines next week to say yes or no, and all mutually exclusive. Say yes to one project, you're saying no to all the others. Wow. So how do you even choose? It's hard. My agent and manager make recommendations for me, but their interest in my career is different from mine. They're looking for profitable roles. I'm looking for ones that won't turn me into the next Pauly Shore. Who? Exactly, I quip back. No, I mean every decision can be the one that dooms your career. You get typecast forever, maybe. Or you're considered toxic because one of your movies bombed. And I guess you can't really know which is which beforehand, Alana says with a frown. Right. The director could totally change it, or the producers, or anything. So you have to do research and go with your instincts. You know, some of the scripts I'm reading, they're just all so different, I say. Oh, I want to see, Alana says. I don't know, you might not when you see some of the plots, I say. One is a horror movie about animatronic characters coming back to life and stealing people's souls. It's from some kid's video game. Oh God, that sounds so bad. Why would anyone do that? If there's a good director attached, it could be good. But the main reason is $20 million initially, without contract negotiations. My God. I know, it's dizzying. Another one. You remember that woman from Russia who seduced some dope in, D.C., and he wound up giving secrets to the Russians? Guess what part they want to offer me? The femme fatale. Yes, my darling, I reply sarcastically. But being seen as a dope who gets played by a woman might take away my cred as a romantic male lead. And besides, it's political, so it could hurt my mainstream appeal. The last one I'm seriously considering is a prestige TV series pilot. It's about young people in their 20s going to Burning Man and all of the intersecting threads of their lives. I like that one, like The Breakfast Club on mushrooms. I think it sounds really promising too, but it's basically no money and it might not even get picked up. So, my people are firmly advising against it. I think you should do it. You think? I mean, what do you feel in your gut? It's just that there's always the risk of the people working for you thinking you're difficult to work with, especially if you're not making them money. But it's the direction I want to go in. What kind of direction is that? Being part of stories that say something bigger about people, about society, about life. I've thought about producing one day too, if I get established enough. I've never told anyone this, but do you want to know my dream project? I'd be honored. What is it? Well, coming from Illinois, you'll love this. I want to make a film about Second City television. Not a documentary, but a feature film about the early days, with younger actors playing John Candy, Eugene Levy, Catherine O'Hara, Martin Short. I can't believe a movie like that doesn't exist already, Alana says. I know, right? There needs to be one. I clear my throat, refocusing on the original topic. Yeah, so it's a lot of pressure for my career to go the right way. There are so many stars whose careers seemed meteoric, only to crash moments later. Once that happens, it's pretty much impossible to control the narrative. It seems like your instincts have always led you in the right direction, Caleb. What's the worst that can happen? I mean, I could go back to struggling. In my starving artist phase, when I was auditioning in the day and bussing tables at night, I lived off of beans and ramen. But when you look back, what sort of feeling does it evoke? Excitement. Nostalgia. I felt like I was headed for great things, but the suspense of it kept me hungry. And then I got my first break as an extra on Modern Family. And I found my agent. I got Mr. Perfect the following year. Well, I would be just as happy eating beans every day as I would be going to Cipriani every night. Should we test that now? I ask. Up to you, she says. Yeah, you called my bluff, I say. But you should definitely stick with the Second City idea. And you should definitely keep following your gut. It hasn't led you wrong yet. At that moment, my gut is telling me that no matter what, I need to keep this woman in my life any way I can.
Chapter 12. Alana. It is week 2 of being married to Caleb. The life that I am experiencing now still feels incredibly surreal. And tonight's party at Spin, a restaurant by Francois Galout, is just more proof of that. What should I wear? I asked Caleb earlier. Not because I have a lack of clothing, but because I have too many options this time. He shrugged and looked over at me, smiling slightly. You'll look fine in whatever you wear. You aren't being very helpful. I grumbled underneath my breath. And now I am back in my bedroom suite, standing in front of an open closet. The party at Spin is a party for one of Caleb's celebrity friends, and everyone who's anyone will be there. The invitation says formal wear, and I know that Caleb will be wearing a gray Ralph Lauren suit. I decide to use that as my starting point, and I sort through the dress bags that were delivered by my new personal shopper named Marie. A muted silvery fabric catches my eye. It is a floor-length silver gown with a square neckline and a cape. When I try it on, it fits my curves perfectly, as though it was made for me. Then I flop onto the bed and stare at the ceiling. I still don't know how we got here, to be quite frank. You're away from your small town out in the boondocks, but you've been transported into a world where everyone is special, and now that includes you. Can you handle it? I shudder slightly as fear races up my spine. Can I handle it? I understand why I am afraid. I am living a life that most people only dream of having, but I am expected to fit into it now, and that means wearing designer clothes all the time. It means deciding between Caleb's Bentley or the new car he bought me, a Mercedes SUV. It means scheduling the private chef who comes in 3 times a week to cook for Caleb, along with the team of cleaners and the hairdresser. How am I supposed to live like this? I was a cashier in a gas station back home, for God's sake. There is a knock on my door just then. Come in. I sit up and pull down the edges of my shorts, which reveals most of my thighs and legs. Caleb comes in, holding 2 mugs of what smells like green tea. He hands me one, and I take it as he sits down on the edge of the bed. You should get ready, he says, his voice gentle. He can sense my anxiety. There isn't much time left. I nod and swallow some of my tea. He downs the liquid in his mug, and I watch as his hand tightens around the mug for one fleeting second. His jaw is clenched, and a vein throbs in his forehead. He has been stressed out about this party for days. I'm not sure why, but it simply makes my anxiety worse. Caleb leaves me after patting me on the shoulder and heads off to his own suite to get ready. After a few more sips of tea, I decide to push my anxiety aside and get ready. I've always been adventurous and have rarely ever been afraid of much. I'm not going to start being afraid now, and certainly not because I'm surrounded by a bunch of celebrities. After I shower, shave, and style my hair, I step into the seamless underwear. Then I pull on the dress and shoes. I meet Caleb downstairs in the garage and we get into the Rolls Royce this time. We make it to Spin in no time at all, and the minute we get there, we are bombarded by photographers and Caleb's friends. His jaw is even more tightly clenched than it was at home, as models, actors, and directors greet us. So you're the new wife? A man who had introduced himself as Norman Allen eyes me up and down. Have you ever been in anything I've seen? I have no idea who you are, I say bluntly, honestly. He looks shocked for a second, and the model who is hanging off his arm smirks into her glass of Merlot. But then a smile stretches across his face and he looks at Caleb. I like her. If she ever wants any work, I can come up with a few roles for her. Caleb smiles, and I am glad to see that he has relaxed. Just then, we are swarmed by a group of people, all of whom greet Caleb excitedly. He leans against me, his body sagging slightly as he relaxes further. They all introduce themselves, but I can barely keep up with them. So what do you do for a living? One of the women, an actress in a recent rom-com, asks me. My face heats up with embarrassment as I consider my answer. I can't be anything but truthful because the tabloids can dig anything up. I was a cashier at a gas station back home. Silence falls around the group, and I step backwards, right into the curve of Caleb's. He drops a kiss onto the top of my head, and my body stiffens slightly, but I keep the smile plastered to my face. And she is one of the most talented women I know, Caleb announces. I can't tell if the pride in his voice is real or just my imagination. I am so glad we reconnected. I don't miss the way the women look at me with narrowed eyes. For a second, I wish I was with the Inferno wives. At least they understood. She was always top of our class and got accepted into several Ivy League universities. Caleb continues, and I smile up at him. I know what he is trying to do, and it seems to be working. One of the actresses asks me what I was planning on studying, and we get into an interesting conversation about sociology. Can you hear how smart she is? Caleb hands me a drink as he continues boasting about me. She was the only person who could recite the periodic table in biology back home. My cheeks heat, wishing I could bury my face in my drink. Why would you tell them that? I groan at Caleb, and everyone in the group bursts into laughter. The actress I was speaking to looks genuinely impressed. She asks if I still remember it, and laughs at the memory of a poem she learned to recite in senior year that she still knows by heart. I'm not sure if she's just being nice, although she sounds sincere enough. We're ushered to our tables then by dozens of waiters who bleed out of the walls in their black and white uniforms. Caleb grabs hold of my hand and strokes the back of my palm with his thumb as he leads me to our table. You okay? He asks me under his breath. I nod. I've been better, but I'm okay. And you? When I look at him, the vein is still throbbing in his forehead. I thread my fingers through his and hold his hand in my lap. Take a few deep breaths. I look at him intently. You look like you're about to pop. He laughs out loud, his brilliant white teeth shining. Everyone at our table turns to look at us, and Caleb coughs, embarrassed. We continue holding hands as dinner is served, only letting go of each other when we start eating. For a second, after he lets go of my hand, I feel a deep sense of loss. But I know that every time he touches me in public, it is because we're keeping up with the charade of marriage. I focus on the delicious supper then as the sudden weird emotions subside, all because I felt Caleb's skin against mine. And as much as I enjoy the rest of the evening, I can finally understand why Caleb is always as wound up as he is. In this crowd, I'd be strung out too.
Chapter 13. Caleb. I decide to rent out several floors of the Strat Hotel and Casino for the date I am planning for Alana, including the Sky Pod. Jonah is arranging most of it, as he does with everything in my life, and all I need to do is bring Alana along. Alana and I have always been close enough for me to realize when she is feeling stressed or unhappy. When you live in a small town and only have your friends to rely on for emotional education, you get used to reading those same friends like an open book. And I can tell that Alana has been stressed out since we discovered we got married. Who wouldn't be? Everything she is doing right now, staying in Las Vegas and keeping up with the pretense of our marriage, is to help me. All she is doing now, and all she has ever done, is be a good friend. I have to do everything I can to make sure her stay here is good and fun, and that includes us going out without the paparazzi, taking pictures of the very dirt we step on. The Strat Hotel is perfect for this date. Maureen will pay the hotel staff enough to make sure they're discreet, and no pictures of us on our date just happen to leak out. I knock on her bedroom door at 9 in the morning. Alana has always been an early riser, and I know she has probably already gotten a morning workout in. She opens the bedroom door wearing shorts and a crop top, which reveals the smooth expanse of her stomach. Good morning. She turns and I follow her into her suite. We sit down in the twin armchairs that Alana has moved to face the rising sun. I already had breakfast. I wanted to wake you, but I figured you probably needed your sleep. Yeah, I sigh and yawn. Thanks. I did need to catch up on sleep. My schedule has been so hectic lately. I barely know my ass from my elbow. Have you ever? Alana's voice is teasing, and when she looks at me, we both burst into laughter. No, I say, still laughing. No, I haven't. So, are you here to tell me we've made it to page 6? Alana's voice is dry as she uncurls her body and stretches her long, lean legs. She arches her back, and I drag my eyes from her body. We already made page 6 weeks ago, I answer with a grin. Maureen says we've broken a new record by staying in the news this long. You are Mr. Perfect, after all. I don't think Alana will ever stop referencing my breakout role in that dumb rom-com. You've broken the hearts of every person interested in men in the Northern Hemisphere. Well, I stand up and stretch. Then I walk over to the wide windows. I couldn't have chosen a better person to break hearts with. Alana is quiet, and when I turn to look at her, she is smiling up at me. She looks down at me, as though she didn't want me to notice her smile. And on that note, I am here to ask you on a date, Mrs. Calloway, and you don't have to worry about paparazzi. We won't be disturbed at all. Please tell me I won't have to wear heels. There is genuine distress in Alana's voice, and I bend over double with laughter. Sneakers and jeans are fine. I snort the words out before leaving. Be ready at 5. Alana is ready at 4:45, and though she is wearing flat shoes, she definitely isn't wearing sneakers and jeans. She's wearing a pale pink shirt dress that is belted at the waist. The dress accentuates her perfect figure, and she wears matching flat pumps. The look is casual enough that she'll be comfortable for the night ahead. We drive to the Strat in her Mercedes because the car is more low-key. At the hotel, we enter through the underground parking, and security takes us up to our room for the night in a private elevator. Alana's eyes widen when we step out into the sky pod, where chefs and waiters have prepared a 3-course meal for us. We can see all of Las Vegas from where we stand, including the glittering strip in all its glory. Come. I steer her to the table. Sit and eat, and tell me what I've missed while I've been working. Conversation between us is easy, sweet, light, like it always has been. I've been feeling a bit overwhelmed, though. The sympathy must be plain on my face because Alana relaxes as she confesses her feelings to me. I know, but look, in a year, things will get better. Things will get back to normal. I don't think that life will ever be normal again, she murmurs. Maybe not, but never mind that. You have to come with me for the next activity on our roster. We head down from the sky pod to the floor of the hotel that hosts the Atomic Golf Entertainment area. I still haven't beat you at golf. I remind Alana about our junior year mini golf championship, which she won. Tonight is the night. She bursts into a fit of giggles when the wide first floor of the golf attraction is revealed. There are 3 more floors of this. We're both competitive, and the minute we each have a golf club in hand, the race is on. Alana is a natural player, but I've been practicing for years now and have played on every course in Las Vegas. We make our way through each floor while indulging in the open bar, and eventually our points are racked up. It is clear almost immediately that Alana beats me, and she jumps about a foot into the air with glee. She runs up to me and throws her arms around me. I realize then how much fun I had. This was as much for me as it was for her. I cannot even remember the last time I relaxed like this. When Alana pulls away, the room falls silent. She looks up at me, her bright eyes shining. I push the feeling it gives me aside, clearing my throat awkwardly. It isn't until we head home, her teasing me all the way, that I can't ignore it anymore. It is outside her bedroom door where I snap. Or maybe she does. It all unfolds so naturally that it's hard to tell just what happened first. 1 minute, I am saying goodnight, and she is staring at me expectantly. Then I'm not sure who decides to lean in for the kiss first. It could be either one of us. Oh no. Sorry, dear readers, but this portion of the chapter is too hot for YouTube to handle. Head on over to tylawalker.com using code SAVE40 for all the unabridged, spicy content you can get your hands on. Back to our story. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 14. Alana. I slowly bat my eyes open. For a moment, I'm completely unsure of where I am. A gentle breathing comes from my right, where I see Caleb resting peacefully. His face looks as though he's never known a single worry in the world. The morning rays of the sun shine in, glowing on his beautiful skin. Remembering last night, I almost want to lean in and kiss him, having not slept this good in a long time. Though it's strange. It felt like I only closed my eyes just moments ago before waking up, yet I feel completely rested. Suddenly, a wave of confusion overcomes me. What happened last night that led to us having sex? I scratch my head looking at Caleb, wondering if he's dreaming about me. Unable to recall if we said anything to each other after, I climb out of bed in need of some alone time. I've got to get out of here for a bit, I mutter to myself whilst throwing the nearest clothes I could find. What I need right now is some fresh air, or better yet, a sense of normality. I think back to a couple of nights ago when we were at that party. Somehow I just can't wrap my head around the fact I was mingling amongst the elite. Browsing the selection of wigs on my dresser, I opt for a blonde, messy cut look with bangs. I glance over my shoulder at Caleb before heading out the door. Entering the grocery store, the first thing that hits me is the combined smell of fresh produce and confectionaries from the bakery. Despite how appetizing their aromas are, I walk right by them. I don't even know what I'm looking for here. All I want is to cling on to every last bit of normality I have left in my life. For all I know, it could already be gone way out of my reach. I walk aimlessly through the first aisle, thinking of what went down the night prior between Caleb and I. It all keeps replaying in my head. The way he held me, how good his lips felt on my body, the power of his movement. But what did it all mean? I mean, he's handsome. I like to hope he finds me attractive, but neither of us ever looked at each other that way. Maybe. No, surely sex doesn't always have to translate to something. At least that's what I keep telling myself. I make a turn, this time walking through the men's toiletries aisle. Why did it happen? My eyes scan the shelves without purpose as I try thinking of an answer. Come on, Alana. Think, I whisper to myself. How exactly did things go down to make you feel like this? I remember arriving in Vegas for a short trip, heading out partying that first night with Caleb. We first went to Inferno where we met his friends before we broke away, venturing to Caesar's Palace. That morning after when we woke up together, that's when our lives had changed from what we knew them as. Things were turned upside down. I tried connecting the pieces, thinking perhaps we just turned to each other for comfort before one thing eventually led to another. Maybe that was it. It was just comfort sex. Nothing more and nothing less. I feel a small weight come off of my shoulders, somehow satisfied with the thought, though a shred of uneasiness still seems to loom over me. It's okay, it's just nerves, I mutter, turning to walk down the meat and fish aisle. What happened couldn't be changed. I just had to accept it and move on from it. I only wish it wasn't easier said than done. I tell myself I feel nothing for him romantically, but that same feeling of uncertainty makes itself known again before shaking it off once more. Don't get too worked up. It only just happened last night, so I'm obviously going to feel this way. I'm sure he does too. Deciding I'll inevitably feel better by the end of the day, I head toward the snack section. Looking at the pre-made sandwiches, I spot the same brand I use to always get back home in Illinois. Back in the gas station on my lunch breaks. Thinking of home, it makes me smile and, in a way, miss the simple life. I grab the sandwich as well as a Diet Cola before making my way to the checkouts. To my right is an endless shelf of tabloids, and I find myself looking at each one as I walk by. One halts me in place. Picking up the magazine, I take a closer look at its ridiculous headline. Caleb Calloway's Race to the Altar. Is a baby bump to blame? Looking at the picture they have of us, it's clear they've used an image of my body from an unflattering angle. Partly amused, I laugh in disbelief. Another part of me stands there bewildered, experiencing firsthand how vicious tabloids can be. Throwing the magazine down, I brush it off as being unavoidable. I tell myself I'll just have to get used to it, being by Caleb's side. After paying for my food, I feel a tension come over me as I step outside the store, as if I expected a wave of flashing cameras to greet me upon leaving. I guess a part of me did. They seem to be everywhere. "Hey, Alana," greets Caleb as I walk into the kitchen. "Oh, hey," I reply uncomfortably. He was asleep when I left, but I'm not sure why I didn't think he'd be awake by now. It's the middle of the day. "I was wondering where you went," he says, looking me up and down. "Let me take a guess. Grocery shopping?" My smile tells him the answer. "Trying to feel normal?" he asks. "Yeah," I chuckle, a little amazed at the way he always could read my mind. "That's exactly it." Understandable. This is going to sound weird. With my back turned to him, I freeze, bracing for some mention of last night. I know what it is you're feeling, yet somehow I've forgotten what it's like to actually feel that way, to experience those emotions of longing for a simpler life. I don't even remember what that's like. Breathing a sigh of relief, I turn to face him. "You sound sad," I point out. "Well, I suppose in a way, I've become too accustomed to this type of lifestyle," he says solemnly. "Sorry, I don't mean to sound so depressing." "No, it's okay," I reassure him. "Though to be honest, I think that having you around here sort of makes things feel normal again, like the way they were before in Illinois." "You really mean that?" "Totally." His words etch a huge smile across my face. "Thank you, that's really sweet of you." "No, thank you. I've been having a lot of fun over the last while, the past few nights." My heart jumps at the mention of nights. Is he going to discuss what happened last night? I don't know if I can take it. Suddenly, my phone rings. "Sorry, it's my mom," I tell him before stepping out of the kitchen. "Hey, Mom, what's up?" "Hey, honey, I'm so sorry to call you out of the blue," she says, her tone sounding shaky and unsure. "Are you all right? You sound upset." She suddenly cries out loud. The sound is painful and grips my heart. Everything feels still as the worst thoughts race through my head. "Mom, what's happened? Are you okay?" "Alana," she sobs. "It's your grandfather. He passed away during the night." The grip tightens, shattering my heart into a million pieces. I slump against the wall, feeling my knees becoming weak. A lump forms in my throat as I try to speak. I don't know what to say. Oh my God. "It's all right, honey," she sniffles. "I just wanted to call and let you know. I'm sorry it happened during your trip. He was unwell for a long time, as you know." "No, it's okay. I knew he wasn't doing well, but it doesn't make it any easier." "I know. I'm sorry. Do you think you can come back home?" "Yeah, of course, Mom. I'll take the first flight back home. I'll arrange everything with you, okay? I love you. Thanks, Alana. I love you too. I hang up the call, feeling like my world has just frozen in place. Somehow I muster up the energy to walk back into the kitchen where Caleb has just finished making us some coffee. How's your mother? She was always such a sweet lady. Caleb, I groan with a dry throat. Yeah? What's... He stops abruptly, turning around just in time to watch a tear fall down my face. He comes over promptly, handing me a tissue. Alana, what's happened? He asks urgently. I have to go home. My grandfather passed away.
Chapter 15. Caleb. Alana's revelation of her grandfather's passing leaves me almost breathless for a moment as it slowly begins to sink in just what she said. So many things start to spin through my head. I think about her loss, about her grief. I think about the fact that she was here with me instead of home with her family. She stands there, her face contorting as though she's attempting to restrain the tears. Only a moment passes before they come cascading down her face like a burst dam. Immediately, I move to her side and wrap an arm around her. Alana, I'm so sorry. Come take a seat. I lead her out to the living room and to the couch before fetching a glass of water for her. I hand it over as I take a place next to her. Thanks, she mutters in between pained sobs. My heart feels like it's about to break into a million pieces as she collapses into my chest, staining my shirt with her tears. Some invisible force keeps it together. Perhaps it's as simple as knowing that Alana needs me more than ever right now. I'll come with you and help to take care of anything and everything your parents need. Alana looks up at me with eyes welled with tears, her brows crossing in confusion. You'll come? She asks with a flabbergasted look on her face. Of course, I reply in confusion, not understanding why that wasn't obvious. Are you sure? Don't you have an incredibly busy schedule in the coming days? I wave my hand at her and shake my head. I can have it all moved. I'm sure the paparazzi won't know I'm heading back. Surely I can handle the weekend there by myself. I know we're trying to keep up this front of a fake marriage, but... I squeeze her arm lightly, looking into her eyes. This has nothing to do with our marriage situation, I promise. Screw the cameras. I want to go so I can be there for you and your family. Your parents were always so kind to me. The least I can do is be there to offer my condolences. Caleb, that's really kind of you, whispers Alana, starting to gain her strength back. I care for you, Alana. I'm not about to let you grieve alone. Tell you what, why don't you go get a head start on packing, and I'll take a look at the earliest flights available to Illinois. I stand, helping Alana to her feet as I wipe away her tears. Are you sure? She asks. Positive. We'll fly back first class. That way you don't have to deal with a stuffy cabin or screaming children. She nods, gazing at me with puppy eyes. Slowly, she rests her head on me once more. I pull her in for a hug, this time lasting longer. Go on now, I tell her. I'll be with you in a few minutes. I pull up the latest flight information as she leaves the kitchen. I get to work booking 2 seats for a flight in the evening time, being sure to give Alana the window seats for time and space alone should she need it. I head upstairs, calling out her name to no answer. Are you in here? I say loudly as I enter the bedroom. I turn the corner to see her standing in the open closet. Alana? Sorry. I've barely been able to start. I can't reach the suitcases. Here, let me. I reach up to the top shelves, pulling down her suitcase. Here you are. I'll go grab our toiletries. Oh, by the way, I've booked our tickets for a 7 o'clock departure this evening. Is that okay? Yeah, mutters Alana. The sooner we're back home, the better. As she gets to work packing her clothes, I fish out a funeral suit from the closet, as well as spare clothes and supplies for the weekend. The whole time I keep a cautious eye on her, checking in every few minutes. It's not long before I'm ready to go, deciding to use the remaining time to help her finish packing. I kneel down beside her, helping to fold clothes that she's working through at a slow pace. If you want, I can handle the rest of this for you. No, it's all right. Just stay here with me. Your company will help enough. Even while crying, her smile still radiates through the air. Before long, we zip her suitcase shut, putting it up against the wall beside mine. I think that's everything, I tell her. Funeral attire, underwear, socks, toothbrush. You have all that too? Yeah. Okay, I reply, gathering our packed bags and moving them toward the front door. For privacy's sake, I order an Uber with tinted windows to take us to the airport. The whole time, Alana keeps her gaze directed out the window while my mind spins with plans. Is everything okay with you? She asks, breaking my attention away from my phone. Yeah, I'm just organizing a few things. Listen, do you mind telling me your parents' address? I want to send something nice. After telling me, she goes back to looking out the window while I look for Maureen's contact number. While waiting for the call to go through, I take Alana's hand in mine, stroking it as my manager's voice comes through the receiver. Caleb, what's up? She greets. Hey, Maureen, listen, I'm going to have to cancel any media appearances and interviews I have coming up, at least for the next week. Is everything okay? She asks. Before answering, I shoot a look at Alana, who nods back, giving me the okay to share the news. I'm afraid not, I say solemnly. Alana's grandfather passed away, so we're on our way back to Illinois this evening. I want to be there for her family. No worries, give her my condolences. I want to arrange a bouquet of some sort, maybe a nice spray for the casket. Of course, text me all the details and I'll take care of everything. Good luck, Caleb. We sit in silence outside the gate while waiting for the boarding call. Alana's been quiet during the entire trip, completely unaware of the sidelong glances I've been throwing her way in concern. Hey, I begin. Are you okay? She looks at me with eyes swollen and tired from crying. I'm fine, my life has completely turned upside down in the last 2 weeks. I didn't come to Vegas expecting to get married and then come home to help arrange a funeral. I know stuff's messed up right now, I say gently, laying a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I wish I could snap my fingers and have things go back to normal. Well, I can't do that. Just know that I'm here by your side for whatever happens. I promise. She smiles at me, relieving some of the tension from the air. Just then, the boarding call is announced. We waste no time getting onto the plane, settling into our seats. Alana orders some tea and throws on her headphones. We swap seats at her insistence, for she wants nothing more than to sleep. She slips from consciousness by the time the plane is off the ground. As we climb higher into the sky, I gaze out the window, watching Las Vegas grow smaller behind me. A sudden surreal feeling overcomes me as I realize I'm returning to my true home, to the place where I grew up alongside Alana. I cannot remember the last time I was there, or anywhere quiet for that matter. Even when I want to see my parents, I fly them out to Vegas. I don't go back to Illinois. I try to brush those feelings off, knowing I can't let them get the better of me. Right now, Alana needs my attention more than anything. I've never screwed up as much as I have in marrying her that night, and right now I am acutely feeling the guilt from reeling her into a fake life she never asked for. This is the least I can do to be there for her.
Chapter 16. Alana. Everything has been a blur since I heard the news of Granddad. Really, since my whirlwind marriage and whirlwind romance, if you could even call it that. But shockingly, Caleb is my constant. The whole time, he has never left my side. The marriage may be fake, but as a husband, he's better than most real ones. I sleep in fits and starts on the flight, and Caleb wakes me up from a nightmare. In it, my grandfather is slipping from his hospital bed down into a canyon, and I can't do anything to stop it. You were having a nightmare, Alana, Caleb says. He hands me a hot towel and puts his arm around me. Since we don't get to O'Hare until 10:30 p.m., we stay at the airport hotel in 2 queen beds. Every once in a while, when the heaviness of grief allows for conscious thought, I look over at Caleb's bed and think about how nice it would feel to have him holding me in his arms, telling me everything will be okay. But I'm too tired to think about it too much. And anyway, it's sort of nice to have a break from the pretend marriage, especially since it'll start right back up again once we get to my parents' house. We rent a Mercedes on the way there, and Caleb drives. I don't know how I would be doing any of this without him. It was a huge accomplishment just to be able to wake up and put on clothes. Parked cars line the streets for blocks when we arrive at home. My parents' house has always been a home base for get-togethers, both happy and sad. Graduations, reunions, Thanksgiving, holidays, birthdays, funerals, wakes, miscarriages, unemployment, addiction. Our house has seen it all, but Granddad was always the one holding court, and now we're all together for him. "Alana, my baby," my mom cries as she runs over to smother me in hugs and kisses. "I'm so sorry to hear about your father, Mrs. Morris," Caleb says. "Alana told me what a great man he was." "Thank you, Caleb, baby. The gift basket was beautiful, thank you for that. Here, let me hug you too," she says, squeezing him as if he were her own son. "Lord, let me look at that handsome movie star face. I haven't seen you since I made cheese and crackers for your study sessions." "Still just the same old theater nerd," Caleb says with a winning smile. "Nerd? You must be remembering someone else. Anytime Alana had girlfriends over, I can't tell you how many times I heard your name," my mom says. "Mom, come on," I say. "Oh, right. Don't want to embarrass you in front of your new husband," she says with a little smirk. "How's Dad been doing with, everything?" I ask. "His baby eloping with a movie star? You know him, silent as a statue. But he's come around, especially once he heard Caleb was coming with you. He's a good egg. He knows funerals are for the living. I trust him," she says, touching Caleb on the arm. "Anyway," Mom continues, "your dad's in the garage with Uncle Greg. Unless you want to hear about fuel injection and restoring cars, I wouldn't go in there. Your cousins are in the kitchen. They can't wait to see you." Caleb gives me a questioning look, silently asking if he should come along or occupy himself in some other way. He looks like a lost little boy. I can't help thinking that's how I must look when I'm in his crazy world. "Come on, Caleb. I'll introduce you to everyone," I say, taking him by the hand. I take him aside first into a corner. "Just to fill you in, Mom and Dad know the deal, but the rest of the family doesn't. But I don't think anyone will be too concerned about who you are. If they know who you are even, all they're going to be thinking about is Grandpa. We were so close to him." "He must have been an incredible man, Alana," he says. It hurts for him to mention him in the past tense. He was. He held the family together. His grandparents were sharecroppers. They left Mississippi and came up to Chicago. He was the first to go to college, and he insisted his children did too. He started the family business. The General Store, it was called, before we added gas pumps. "I never knew it was that old," he says. "Yeah. He believed in controlling your own destiny, not having to work for someone else. He had seen what it was like for his family, working as maids in other people's homes or as agricultural workers. He never wanted that for himself or his children. He's a real American success story," he says. "Yeah. I always want to live up to his dreams for me. They were even bigger than my dreams for myself," I say. He looks me in the eye and takes my hand. "I will do everything I can to help your dreams come true, especially with all you're doing for me. I want so many to come true that you have to make new ones. I mean it. You're such a special person," he says. "Let's go meet the cousins," I say. "We were like siblings when I was a kid. Granddad called us his little green beans, like inside the pods, because we always stuck so close together." "That's so cute. Caleb says. I wish I were close with my family. Well, there's always mine, I say, walking him into the kitchen. I almost fall over from the love rushing toward me. They run in my direction and smother me in kisses, and we all start crying. The green beans, back together in one bunch, I say, and I start weeping uncontrollably. Everyone, this is my husband, Caleb. We were best friends in high school. Then we became more. You might remember him. It's so nice to meet you, Caleb says and sticks out his hand to shake. But they all encircle him with hugs, wrapping both of us in their arms. If they recognize him, they don't show it. It's a relief to me. I'm surprised when I see relief in Caleb's eyes, too, although I shouldn't be. Caleb, these are just some of my cousins. More are on their way. This is Marta, Elise, Audra, Trey, Michael, Antoine, and Lamar. You'll be tested later, Antoine says and slaps him on the back. Anything for her, Caleb says as he looks at me affectionately. The part of husband comes so naturally to him. But, Alana, emphasis on the word part. That's what he's known for, what he's gifted at, what he gets paid millions for. Playing the part of Prince Charming in love with plain Jane. I need to stop thinking about what this all means. He's one of your best friends, Alana, and friends support each other. Think of all the models and actresses and gorgeous girls he could have at the snap of his fingers. I need to stop wondering about his feelings for me, because we're friends, and that's that. I stay with my cousins in the kitchen for a long while, talking, crying, reminiscing. Caleb disappears for a moment, and I wonder where he's going. He comes back with a box of tissues. Now that's a husband in love, Elise says. Caleb and I exchange an awkward look and laugh. He takes hold of my hand. It's not hard with a wife like this one, Caleb says. Just remember, it's a role, Alana. It's a role, but damn, it can be a convincing one. After hours pass like minutes, my mom comes into the kitchen like the captain of a ship. I almost want to salute. Alana, honey, you want to help me get the roast ready? My mom asks. Before I can even answer, I hear Caleb chime in. Mrs. Morris, could I do it? I want Alana to have as much time to spend with the family as possible. I don't want her to lift a finger where it's possible for me to do it for her, he says. As long as you promise not to ruin my roast, Caleb, I think I can manage that. Although Alana's a great chef, she says. Oh, I know it. I might have to spend extra time with my trainer soon, with her cooking. We spend all night talking. Me, my parents, my cousins, my aunts and uncles, my other grandparents, our friends, and Caleb before the funeral in the morning. Fueled by the drug of adrenaline and grief, we look like we've had the best sleep of our lives. Caleb is ubiquitous, and at the same time, almost invisible. He opens the door to the limo to the gravesite, not just for me, but for my mom and other grandparents. He encourages my mom to treat him as the go-to go-between, and he makes himself so proactively available, she actually lets him. He's everything you'd want in someone playing your husband. Perfectly cast for the role.
Chapter 17. Caleb. Are you sure you want to do this with me? Of course I do, answers Alana reassuringly. What about your family at home? They definitely don't need you around for anything? I ask, feeling guilty. No, it's okay. Besides, they're the ones who encouraged me to take some time for myself. All right. Well, I just wanted to be sure that you're okay for this, I tell her, as we walk up the driveway to my parents' door. I just want to pop in and say hello. It's been a while since they came to Las Vegas. I actually haven't been here since... well, I'm not sure. Sounds like a long time anyway. Yeah, to say the least, I chuckle. Okay, here we go. I take a deep breath before hitting the doorbell. As I hear footsteps approaching the door, My heart pounds faster and faster. The door swings open, and there stand both of my parents. "Caleb!" shouts Mom. "Do my eyes deceive me?" jokes Dad. "I see we have a +1 as well. Come on in." "Hi, Brian. Hi, Marie. Long time no see," greets Alana as she steps inside. "Hello, Alana, dear," my mother greets her. "I see you've brought our wandering son back to us, at least for now." My father pats Alana's shoulder. "Come, let's get settled and we'll put on some coffee and tea." My parents lead us into the living room. It feels surreal as I glance around, seeing the old fireplace and the same television from when I was a kid. The same green wallpaper is still up, as well as the family pictures that run along the mantelpiece above the fireplace. "Everything's still in the same place," I comment aloud. "That's right. It all feels the same, I bet," replies Dad. I take a seat beside Alana, still in wonder at being back in my childhood home. My mom comes over and kisses me on the cheek before sitting on the couch adjacent to us. "Alana, we were devastated to hear about your grandfather's passing. Our deepest condolences to you, my dear." "Thank you, really. It means a lot to me." "How are you feeling about it?" "Still doesn't feel real. It was tough always seeing him in pain, so I suppose in a way I'm glad he's finally at peace." "That's been a comforting thought throughout these past few days," explains Alana, squeezing my hand. "That's a reassuring way to look at it," says Dad. "It's good to see you again, anyway. I remember you were Caleb's favorite friend. The both of you were always getting up to no good, landing in detention and driver's ed as often as you did." My mother clicks her tongue in a gentle admonishment. "From the looks of it, you're the same old partners in crime." "You bet," replies Alana wittily. "You know," smirks Brian, "he would never shut up about you." "Well, he always needed my help with homework, so what can I say? Maybe I was the one who got him through his theory tests." She laughs with my parents while I roll my eyes. "Right," mutters Mom, rising to her feet. "I'm going to make some tea and coffee." "Let me help," offers Alana. "No, you're our guest. Please, I insist." I could go help, of course, or at least offer, but I can't seem to find the energy for it. I ought to relax, I think, noticing a strange tension in my body. It's weird to admit, but I feel out of place, even though I'm here in my own home. Or maybe that's the problem. It's not my home anymore, not really. I don't think I knew that until I came back. I think back to Vegas, where I always had to put on a mask. I had to be ready to go at all times, to present a different version of myself to others depending on what the moment called for, especially to those in showbiz who were constantly hounding me. Though it helped conceal the real me from the world, it's really taken its toll on me. Being in Illinois made it obvious that I don't have that mask here. I think maybe I started feeling more comfortable with it than without it. When did that happen? "Son?" I snap out of it, shaking my head and looking at my dad. "Are you okay?" he asks in concern. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just the last handful of days have been tiring." "I imagine. You're a good man for helping Alana out in her time of need, a true gentleman. You know, it feels like it's been forever since we've had you back in the neighborhood, but she's been here ever since you left in the first place. She's a nice girl. I can see why you like her." Before I can reply, Alana comes waltzing back into the living room with my mom, each carrying a hot beverage in their hands. "Your friend is marvelous, honey," says Mom, raising her mug to Alana. "To your grandfather." We raise our mugs in commemoration before taking a sip. "So, what's been happening here in the last while? I was in Vegas for a while, so run me up to speed on all the latest gossip," Alana requests. My mom laughs. "I think you'd have to be gone longer than that if you want news," she remarks. "Not much happens here in McKean." "Oh wait, I thought of something," she declares. "I heard the local bar is being renovated." "That's boring. I'm sure she wants all the juicy stuff," gushes Dad as he fidgets excitedly. "Do you know Mrs. Hurd? I heard she's been arrested." "What? That sweet old lady? What happened?" As Alana gossips away with my parents, I'm suddenly whisked back to my childhood once more. It has been years since I heard my parents exchange this type of banter with someone else. I remember how they'd always talk over the back fence with the neighbors. Back then, I'd have been able to contribute to the conversation, but now I can't think of a single thing to add, and I'm left listening as my parents go back and forth with Alana. In a way, I almost feel invisible with loneliness, like no one registers my presence here. "Are you okay?" asks Mom. "He says he's feeling a little tired from the past few days," explains Dad. "I'm okay, Mom. Don't worry about me." "He's been a great help to my family and me," beams Alana as she squeezes my hand. "If you're tired, maybe a spot of grub might do you some good. How about some lunch?" offers Dad. "That sounds amazing. I'm starving." "You know," says Mom, addressing me, "we still have your old room upstairs. Everything's laid out still, even your bed. You could go relax for a minute while we make lunch. Why don't you go take a look?" Might be nice," I reply, gesturing to Alana to follow me. "We'll give you a call when the food is ready." I lead Alana up the stairs and into my bedroom. Stepping inside makes me feel even stranger than I did in the living room. I stand there astounded, seeing the room as if I'd only left Illinois yesterday. "This is your man cave, then?" jokes Alana, coming in behind me. "That's right. Hung on the blue wall are pictures of movies from the 80s, as well as baseball stars and professional wrestlers. Stowed away on shelves on the opposite wall are old magazines still in good condition alongside an old video game console. Even my old sheets are still on the neatly made bed." "What's this?" asks Alana, strolling to the magazine collection. She pulls a notebook from the collection, which seems conspicuously out of place. It takes me a minute to register just what it is. I think that she recalls the memory at the same time as me, and we look at each other with wide eyes and smiles. "The notebook!" she squeals. "You kept it? Oh God, what is even in here? I don't remember anymore. Juicy stuff, I bet. What if I gave it all to the media?" she asks teasingly. "It's probably enough to get me canceled," I joke as I open my closet. "I should have gotten rid of that before I moved out. Actually, I should have taken it with me. It's a notebook that we spent nearly a year passing back and forth between us in classes, writing each other silly little notes whenever we were bored. I can't even imagine the memories that it must contain." "Oh, don't you dare," she scolds. "I'm reading it front to back, you know." She begins to do just that, commenting and reading aloud the best parts. As I listen to her, I pick up an old baseball bat and jersey from the closet. Nostalgia overcomes me, etching a huge smile across my face. I turn around, showing them off to Alana. "I didn't know you were a baseball guy," she remarks in surprise. "I think that was before we started hanging out." I chuckle, admiring her smile as she laughs. "It was a phase from ages 8 to 12 or so." I step closer to her. "You know, I suppose I should thank you." She tilts her head in thought. "When I left for Las Vegas, I had to learn how to put up a shield to protect who I really was from the global eye. I never really got the hang of merging both worlds, but with you, I don't have to hide anything. I think I know you better than anyone." "I'm inclined to agree," I tell her with a smile.
Chapter 18. Alana. "Are you all set for tomorrow?" "Yeah, I just want to make today a good one before we head back. Man, this smells good." Caleb sits across from me, sipping on a honeycomb latte while I gaze out the window. When I look back at him, he's smiling coyly. "What is it?" I chuckle. "I'm just reminiscing on the days when I'd walk past the windows of this coffee shop. I'd peek in and spot you studying like a little bookworm." "Oh yeah," I exclaim. "They'd barred you from entering after you were caught stealing pastries." "Shh. Don't let them hear you." He laughs. "You know, the past few days have been a strange experience for me." "Tell me about that. You were saying before you couldn't remember the last time you were here." Being here again is incredibly surreal. In some ways, I feel more like a visitor than someone who used to live here. It's hard to describe because this place has virtually remained the same. I think it's me who's changed, he says with a heavy sigh. Well, change isn't always a bad thing. Look at where you are now. That's true. I guess it's the whole being thrust back into my hometown thing that's making me feel like this. Has there actually been any significant changes since I left? I groan. Do you remember that old abandoned mansion? The one we'd always sneak into? He chimes excitedly. Yep, they've turned that into a museum about the town's history. Oh, is it any good? He asks. Well, not really. I chuckle. Not much happened here, even in the past. The tour only lasts about 15 minutes. Not so worth it then? Just then, the waitress comes by, offering to refill our coffees. I'll take one, please, says Caleb. Sure. As she pours the coffee, the waitress shoots a sidelong glance at Caleb. Her eyes suddenly widen. Oh my God, Caleb Calloway, she squeals. The one and only. I can't believe it. I just saw one of your movies 2 weeks ago. Well, the real question is, did you like it? He laughs good-naturedly. You're the best part in every movie. You're like my favorite actor ever. Thank you. Really, you're too kind. Do you want a picture or anything? Oh no, I don't want to bother you. Well, take this at least, says Caleb, scrawling his signature onto a napkin and handing it over with his gratuity. The service here is good. Thank you so much. The waitress skips away merrily, the both of us laughing as she does so. Please tell me they still have that walking trail up in the hills. Still there. Do you want to take a small hike? I suggest. For old time's sake. Phew. Hold up a minute, pants Caleb from behind me. There's a bench here. Let's take a seat. We reach the highest peak on the hiking trail, overlooking the entirety of our hometown. It ain't Las Vegas, but it sure is prettier. Yeah, sighs Caleb, still out of breath from the trail. I would have thought you'd be fitter from all your movie star training, I say, laughing as I take a seat beside him. I won't lie to you. I'm lazy as shit when I'm not filming anything. Say, the air here feels so much cleaner than it does in Vegas. There's nothing like this back there. It's a good place to clear one's head, I reply, taking a deep breath. Holds a lot of special memories too. Remember when I used my dad's credit card to buy some beers and we drank them on this very bench, I say, smiling. Good times. Sometimes I wonder what my life would have been like had I stayed living here. Just then, an elderly couple came from around the corner, nodding at us as they passed. The man comes to a cathartic halt, gawking at Caleb as if recognizing him. Caleb smiles at the man, reaching out his hand. How are you, sir? Are you Caleb Calloway? Asks the man. In the flesh? He chuckles. Honey, look, it's the movie star, he calls to his wife. Oh, we loved you in Mr. Perfect, she exclaims. We were only talking to Brian and Marie the other day in the supermarket. They constantly sing your praises. I'm glad to hear. Well, we'll be on our way. It's good to see you here again. Have a good day. You too, replies Caleb, watching as they walk away. Wow. What is it? I ask him. The interactions I've had with fans today felt really pleasant. They're never as respectable in Las Vegas. They're always flashing cameras in your face and asking for selfies. Different vibe over there for sure. People are always on the move there, and they're so intense. Here, the folks are way more relaxed. You can say that again. I always have to be on guard back where I live, but I feel more like a normal person being here. Nice to be back inside, says Caleb as we enter my house. It was really cold today. Well, I really enjoyed it, I reply, smiling at him. Me too. Thanks, Alana. His eyes dilate as we look at each other. Without hesitation, we open our arms, pulling each other in for a hug that lasts almost an entire minute. I snuggle into his warm chest, enjoying the heat of his body. When we pull back, I'm surprised to see my mother staring at us from down the hallway. She wears suspicion over her face as her eyes dart between me and Caleb. Oh, Mom, I didn't know you were home. I thought you were out with Dad, I say, feeling myself heat with embarrassment. Your dad's still out. I was tired, so I came home, she says, her expression softening. Hey, Alana, is it okay if I go and take a shower? Asks Caleb. Yeah, of course. I'll have mine after you. We've got to be ready for our flight tomorrow morning. I'm all packed, so I'll be ready, he reassures me before turning to my mom. Always lovely seeing you, Viola. He retreats up the stairs, oblivious to my mom's inquisitive gaze. I slip by her into the kitchen, busying myself by making some hot tea. Do you want some? I ask. No, thanks, dear, she replies, following me into the kitchen. Are you excited about going back? Unsure of what to say, I respond only with a nod. That's good, she sighs. Will you and Dad be okay here? Yes, honey. Don't worry about us. If we need anything, then we'll give you a call, she says reassuringly. All right. I just want to make sure before I take off. Well, thank you, says Mom, coming closer. Alana? Yes? About Caleb. He seems like he's good to you, she comments. He's there for me, I reply. I'm not going to get into your business on this matter. It's your life and I respect that. But I do want to remind you to remember one important thing. Be sure that the only people you're fooling are the ones you think you're fooling. I stop what I'm doing, looking up at her. What are you talking about? You and Caleb seem awfully close. A lot more than I remember you two being. Well, like I told you, he's helped me tremendously throughout all of this, and you and Dad as well. I know, he's wonderful, and I'm not saying he's anything else. But I see the way you look at him, Alana. The eyes never lie. Even now, as we speak about him, I can see how he makes you feel. Come on, Mom. That's nonsense, I retort, hastily resuming making my tea. You're already so hurt. I just don't want for you to do anything that will cause you even more pain in the long run. It's not what you need. Even if I did like him, what concern is it to you? Just be careful, for your own sake. She saunters out of the kitchen, leaving me to wallow in confusion. I can't help but wonder if she's right. If my mother claims to see it written in my face, can Caleb see it too? Have I somehow fallen for my own charade? I take a sip from my tea and retreat into the living room, slouching into the couch as I sit down. Suddenly, I'm not so sure if I can blow off how I feel anymore. Maybe I just could be a mess from all that's going on. Perhaps No, that swiftness to brush off my feelings for him is no longer there, even when I look for it. What could this all mean?
Chapter 19. Caleb. Back to business. We've been home from Illinois for a couple days, but it's time to take off again. Alana has been adjusting to this life surprisingly well. All the moving around, the lights, cameras, and action. It would be a lot for anyone to deal with, especially for a small-town kid who had never left home. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm unsure about what might happen with her by my side. Of course, I am interested in the daily life of Mr. Perfect. She winks at me. Besides, these are the perks I signed up for. She laughs at herself. I barely break a smile in return. We are in Los Angeles today. There's a talk show that wants to promote my newest movie. Alana had overheard me talking to Maureen, and she surprised me by asking if she could tag along. So we set off on this adventure together. When we arrive on the set, she looks starstruck. I smile, enjoying the look of awe on her face. Her excitement is refreshing, as it has been a long time since I was that excited walking into one of these. Shall I take you on the grand tour? She nods fervently. I take her hand and lead her around the stage, pointing out different elements and answering questions. What is it like being on that stage? Is it hot under those lights? Are the couches as comfy as they look? What kinds of things will they ask you? She is genuinely interested in my interview, which I can't help but think is sweet. Of course, they had called me ahead of time to discuss what would be talked about on the program, so I give her a brief synopsis. They will come into the staging area in a bit to give me the final details. We make our way back to the staging area, and she isn't a bit nervous. She is strong-willed and feisty, and I love it. It seems like she has just the personality for a life like this. At the same time, she is so at home back in our hometown. She is confident and adventurous and in control. She brings the same energy to this world in any setting. It makes me wonder just how much of it is actually her, or actually a facade. She agreed to our fake marriage, so is this a fake personality to go with it? Is she happy here, or just pretending? Hair and makeup attendants come around me and start doing their usual routine. Alana watches with a glint of humor in her eyes. I'm sure this is the last version of me she expected to see, especially when we were scrappy kids back home. Now she is my wife and suddenly shoved into this world of mine. My thoughts are interrupted by a showrunner barging in. The woman seems overly excited and less professional than usual. Ah, there is our star, and I see the rumors are true. She winks at Alana. You brought your lovely wife with you. That being said, the producers had an inspired idea. I groan and roll my eyes before looking at Alana, whose eyes betray a small bit of confused interest. I turn my attention back to the showrunner. What, pray tell, is the idea? I ask, wanting to cut to the chase. Well, she begins enthusiastically. Everyone is talking about your marriage. It is the hot topic these days. Would she be interested in going out on stage with you? It would be a huge ratings boost. Everyone wants to know about you too. I couldn't help but notice that the lady had only addressed me, as if Alana wasn't sitting 3 feet from me. I swivel my head back to my best friend, who is sitting cross-legged on the vanity next to mine. Her face betrays no emotion, but she turns her head to me, expecting me to give an answer. She tilts her head to the side and waits for me to say something. I raise an eyebrow to her, and her eyes widen. Her gaze turns to the lady. What would that look like? I've never been on a talk show before. Her innocence gives her away. I begin to get nervous at the suggestion, thinking of naive Alana being thrown to the wolves. It would really just be a series of questions that we would ask Mr. Calloway and yourself. Think of it like a newlywed quiz. Nothing you wouldn't discuss with a personal friend. Alana looks nervous about the idea. She narrows her eyes. How personal. How personal indeed. I know how these things go. Alana doesn't. But she's smart to ask. Oh, just fun things that newlyweds would know about each other. The woman's eyes sparkle. It is my turn to interject. I have a feeling I know where this is going. I look at the lady quickly and then back to Alana. Alana, you absolutely by no means have to do this. This is my interview. You don't need to be forced into the spotlight any more than you have been. The decision is yours. Oh, Caleb, it's not a big deal. I have no problem with it. She laughs it off like my statement had spurred her into action. I don't want her to do this unless she really wants to. I'm not requiring her to act like my real wife in front of a television audience because that simply isn't fair. I'm very wary of pushing her too far, realizing I've already asked much more than the average person could tolerate. How long can we keep pretending at a marriage if she doesn't really want to be here? She had wanted an immediate divorce, and I convinced her to stay. Will she resent me for this later? She didn't ask for this, any of this. She and I had a drunken night, and now I am holding her to a standard that she should never have been in the first place. How can I say I care about her without considering how much I've asked of her. And yet she continues to grin and bear it, play the part of my wife. She's about to go on stage and talk about how in love we are. She can't possibly be in love with me. How could she even like me right now? Okay, I hear her say. I'll do it. It's just a couple of questions, right? She shrugs and catches my eyes. I smile weakly at her before turning back to the showrunner. The woman seems satisfied with Alana's answer, which makes his skin crawl slightly. My face hardens and I give the woman a serious look. As long as the questions are sensitive, I don't want any questions about sex or whether we will have children. Do not bring up money and incomes. Do not verbally attack my wife in any way. The woman's eyes widen, hopefully meaning she understands my implication. Of course, Mr. Calloway. Mrs. Calloway. She nods at me and then Alana and leaves us. I can feel Alana's gaze hot on me, but don't look at her. That doesn't stop her from unleashing her sass on me. You know, I have a tougher hide than you might think. I sigh. I look up at her to see she has crossed her arms, and she has a disgusted sneer on her face. She is obviously offended by the statement, but I'm not going to apologize. These people can be ruthless, Alana. I don't want them to ask something that will embarrass one or both of us. Or something that will mess with your career. She lifts an eyebrow. That's not what I mean. Uh-huh. Well, I can handle an interview. She gives me a look. I'm not sure if her look is designed to scare me or to tease me. My nerves are on edge. So many things can go wrong in an interview like this. I couldn't forgive myself if they took advantage of Alana's small-town background. Sure, she is sassy and feisty, but she isn't used to this world. Hollywood, Vegas, they are looking for people to slip up. They want to dig down under your skin and expose your every weakness. She is used to people being honest and kind. This could be anything but. I will protect her from my world if it is the only thing I do. Because I am the one who forced her into it in the first place.
Chapter 20. Alana. You have the most beautiful golden skin. Has anyone ever told you that? Celine, the makeup artist, asks. I put my head down in embarrassment, trying to conceal my huge smile. Though I'm on the lighter side, no one has ever described my black skin as golden. I don't hate hearing it, though. Keep your head up so I can finish, Celine says sweetly. I can feel my heart racing as I imagine myself answering questions in front of the audience. It's like someone else's words, and the mouth they'll be coming from just happens to be mine. Here, let me put some powder on you to keep it all in place. Nervous? I swallow. I am. How did you know? I say. You're sweating a tad, but don't worry. I'll work my magic so nothing shows. You'll be great out there. It's really not so bad. Just sit and talk. Oh, thank you. I'm so new at this. I'm just winging it. I'll tell you a secret, Alana, Celine says, swiping blush onto my cheeks. They're all winging it, even the old pros. Give yourself a half second before answering and talk slowly. Gives you extra time to think. She spins me toward the mirror. What do you think? I don't even recognize myself. It's amazing. Hopefully I'll have the confidence of that woman in the mirror there, I say. You have even more than her. I can tell, she says. Thanks, Celine. This will be my armor, I say, pointing to my face. Ah, don't touch it, she says, and takes my hands in hers. A serious woman walks in with a clipboard. Alana, I'm Lily, the segment producer. Let's get you mic'd up. And remember, after this point, don't say anything you wouldn't want the crew to hear. As she sticks on the tiny black microphone, the enormity of what I agreed to starts to hit me. This isn't just me playing the part of a movie star's wife from a distance. I'm a nobody from small-town Illinois who works at her parents' convenience store. And I'm about to speak on television. Caleb's career is set. I don't think my interview can damage that. But for me, Everything is on the line. What I do now in my 15 minutes of fame is how I'll be remembered forever. I can imagine the obituary headline: "One-time wife of leading man dies alone in obscurity." I don't know why I always bite off more than I can chew. Probably because the alternative is just too boring to contemplate. Lily whisks me into the green room where Caleb is waiting. He looks like he walked straight out of a cologne ad. "Wow, did they book me with a model instead of my wife? Let me look at you," he says, and he touches my face. "Remember what Mom said, Alana? Don't let yourself get wrapped up in a fantasy. Not that it's even a fantasy, more like a transaction." "You look pretty good yourself," I say, turning away from him a little bit to get rid of his hand. "Almost like a movie star." "Almost," he says. I'm conscious of the fact that the crew can hear everything on the mic. Could someone even sell this conversation to the tabloids? My new life has me paranoid. One step at a time, Alana. Focus on the interview. "All right, Team Calloway, you're up," Lily says. Caleb and I hold hands and flash huge smiles as we saunter onto set. The studio audience gives a standing ovation as we sit on Monica Day's famous couch. It's like being in the living room of a good girlfriend. If your good girlfriend is one of the only Black women to win an Oscar. I need to be careful not to get too relaxed. None of these people are your friends, except for Caleb. Him, I can trust with my life, I think. My guests today are America's new sweethearts. The golden couple, Caleb Calloway, Mr. Perfect, and his stunning new wife, Alana Morris. So I'll ask the question everyone's been dying to know. How did this happen? We've agreed that Caleb will take the lead on any questions not directed to me. Well, Monica, it came as a shock to us too. Almost as much as everyone else. But it just felt right, Caleb says. Alana and I were high school sweethearts. Every so often we'd reconnect and it was like magic. But it never quite worked out. Then a few weeks ago she came to visit. We just realized there's no one else I'd ever want to be with. So why not make the best decision of our lives? We knew it was time to finally start a life together, immediately. And then came the sound of 1,000,000 hearts breaking, Monica says. I have no idea what I would say in his shoes. About how it's all an image, how none of these women actually knows him or has a shot. It was hard to hear anything over the noise of the paparazzi outside. It's been a circus, Caleb says. But the cameras are in love with Alana, almost as much as I am. He tenderly grabs my hand, then gives me a small kiss with enough passion to show he'd rather give more if he didn't have to finish this pesky interview. A masterful performance, I think. And Alana, how's it been for you? It's, different from my old life, I say with a little giggle. But it's been amazing to marry the love of my life. It's easy to ignore the hoopla, because it's like nothing else in the world exists but him and me. And all rings from the crowd. I'm taking Maureen's advice from when we first got married. She told me whenever I was on the spot, just lean into the small town, shtick to avoid talking too much. That's so beautiful. And now we're going to put that to the test. Welcome to the Callow-Wed game. The faux living room set transforms suddenly into a retro 1970s game show studio. Okay, Caleb, you're first. Where was your first date? Believe it or not, we met in detention of all places, Caleb says, pausing for the laughter he knows to expect. He has it down to a science. I got another detention for passing her the note, asking her out. So worth it. I asked if she'd meet me at this spot Burgers. They didn't care if you just ordered coffee all night. Monica flips over a giant card. Burgers Cafe for coffee and pie. Well, Mr. Perfect, you're living up to your name. That was just a warm-up. Alana, what was Caleb's first job in Hollywood starting out? I know he was a waiter, but he had a lot of strange jobs. I think his first one was yes. He dressed up as children's characters at kids' parties. I laughed so hard seeing him as a prince on Instagram. It was a good excuse to slip into his DMs. Monica flips the card over. Prince Charming for hire. The audience laughs and makes a scandalized ooh sound. Monica asks a few more. First pets, favorite dessert, biggest phobias. When they ask about favorite TV shows, we both pick the prudent answer. Well, obviously, it's yours, Monica, Caleb says with a wink. Monica Day Live, the card reads. You've always been one of my personal heroes, I say. She holds her hand to her chest, looking genuinely humbled. She encases me in a giant bear hug. We have to go to commercial, she says with a catch in her throat. You made my day, she whispers to me during the break. He's so lucky to have you. He's the one who married up. The rest of the interview. I'm the dutiful wife. Monica asks about his latest project, and he tells a canned anecdote about picking me up at the airport that bears only passing resemblance to the mundane reality. I put on an expression of paying close attention to mask how sad I feel inside. It felt so good to show the world what a great couple we are. Now I'm catching up with the fact that none of it is real. None of it except my feelings for him. I need to stop denying it and instead start countering it. I don't know how I'm going to make it through a year of this when every day I care about him more and more. For Caleb, it's just another pitch-perfect performance. I bet he even takes satisfaction in the fact that no one can even tell it's a lie. Not even me. Well, Caleb, it's been a wonderful time, Monica says, winding down. You have to promise me you'll come back. Alana, that's double for you. Don't even bring him next time. The audience laughs. Monica, I can't tell you what a pleasure this has been, Caleb says. I'll be back as soon as you want me, and definitely not without my better half. Thank you so much, Monica. This has been the experience of a lifetime, I say, my eyes welling with tears. Just a blissful newlywed, overcome at meeting one of her heroes, right? But really, I'm holding back tears because I'm trying with all of my might to pretend, with the whole world watching, that my heart isn't breaking in front of a live audience.
Chapter 21. Caleb. We walk in silence back to my car. I open her door and she steps in. I can sense something is not quite right, but can't place my finger on it. This is odd because we can normally read each other like a book. After I settle into the driver's seat, I try to focus on it. Still, all I can tell is that her energy is really off. I turn to smile at her, but Alana refuses to look at me, staring into her lap instead. She is clearly terribly upset about something, but for the first time, the reason escapes me. You know, Alana, you did a really good job out there. Very convincing. I'm proud of you. And it's true. We did much better than I hoped, and I thought everything went like a dream. I thought she'd be more excited than this. Or at least I thought she'd be excited at all. Uh-huh. She continues to avoid my gaze. Something is wrong. It is more a statement than a question. I'm fine. Alana's words are sharp and unforgiving. Her shoulders hunch further over, and her wide lips are pursed. No, you aren't. Married or not, I know you. Tell me what's going on. She bristles at the word married, and I start to get really concerned. Fine, you want to know what's up? I am pissed. She practically hisses at me, still not meeting my eyes. I reel back like I have been slapped. It certainly feels like it. What? Why? She whips her head around to face me with fire in her eyes. You. The interview. All of this. She gestures wildly around herself. She looks nearly feral right now. I narrow my eyes, both confused and hurt. She seemed fine before the interview, and she even seemed to be enjoying the interview. Wait, what? Where is this coming from? My face must echo my ignorance. She throws her hands up in exasperation with an angry growl. She turns away for a moment before meeting my eyes again. Her intense look has become ferocious. How could you put me in a position like that? Lying to a crowd of people who are cheering at our fake marriage? I can't believe it. I am completely disgusted by you right now. My confusion has become anger now. What did I do? Whoa, stop right there. You cannot blame me for this. I did not force you to do anything. I tried to tell you before you had the chance to agree to the interview that it was your decision. You decided to do it. You said you could handle it. Well, I thought I could. You should have stopped me. I thought you would protect me. Her enraged voice breaks at the word, protect. She quickly regains her composure and continues. I thought you cared about me, Caleb. I thought we were friends. Friends do not put each other in situations like that. I can't believe that you would let me go out there and make a fool of myself in front of God knows how many people. Her voice is still angry, but not as intense. I, on the other hand, am fuming now. How dare she put this on me? It was her idea to go through with it. I run my hand through my hair, trying to hold down my temper. This is exactly why I didn't want you to do the interview, I exclaim in exasperation. You were mad at me for doubting you. Now you are mad at me for letting you. For a moment I am so frustrated I am speechless. Then the words start to bubble up from a place I don't even know. I never forced your consent. Nowhere in our agreement did I say you had to do anything like this. Our bargain was public appearances, being seen in a photo with me now and then. You were never expected to speak, to lie for me. It is that, I realize, that angers me the most. I never asked her to lie. We are officially married. Continuing that for a few months in the eyes of the press is not a lie. Pretending to talk about how in love we are is a different matter, one I never asked for. It stings in a way I can't explain, to hear how horrible saying these things turned out to be for her. I would never ask you to do that. For me. For my career. I made that clear before we went on that stage. You insisted you could handle it, that you wanted to. I was wrong. Her anger has shattered, and her eyes began to water, her emotion bubbling to the surface. And you did ask me to, when you asked me to stay married to you, to save your image. Damn it. I soften, realizing that this situation is taking a great toll on her. How did I not notice? I never wanted her to feel the way she is feeling right now. Thank God for tinted windows. I take another deep sigh and try to collect myself. I do not want to fight with her. I don't want to blame her or make her feel bad about doing the interview. She really did a marvelous job. She played her part beautifully, but she is right. I never should have let her. It is my fault that she is tangled into this cluster. She was innocent, pure, and now I have pushed her into the spotlight against my better judgment, all for the sake of my career. I knew she wasn't ready for that kind of exposure. I should have been more careful with my best friend's heart. What have I done? Alana, I will never ask you to do anything like this again. No more interviews, I promise. Of course, I care about you. I never want you to feel uncomfortable. Well, it's too late for that. Her voice is barely audible as silent tears run down her caramel cheeks. My mind is now racing. I wish she would talk to me. What is going through her head? Alana, sweetheart, I am so sorry. I try to reach for her hand, but she snatches it away as if I was going to hurt her more. The reaction hurts more than I would have expected. No, Caleb. I am sorry. And please don't call me that. This was a mistake. I never should have agreed to this fake bull. You can't expect me to do this anymore. It's just too much. Finally, her sobs take over. She doubles over herself, pulling her knees to her chest. My heart sinks as I watch her cry. I can't believe that I have done this to her. My best friend is devastated because I tried to cover up a drunken mistake to save my reputation. I am the scum of the earth. Alana, Caleb, I want to go home, she states with a sniff, meeting my eyes. I can't do this. I just can't. Having been cut down by her admission, words fail me. I just close my mouth. I let out a deep sigh and look straight forward out the windshield. Her eyes, I can feel, remain trained on me. How can someone live like this? She whispers. I don't have an answer. How do you live like this? I swallow hard. How do I live like this? How long have I been hollow to the expectations? How do I just go about my day like any of what I do is normal? Being a celebrity has been difficult, but I am immune to the frustration, to the fact my life is on display 24/7. Has it been so long that I have forgotten what those early days felt like? I was once a small-town kid like her, but I had bigger dreams. I had wanted and chose this life. She never wanted this. She lived and breathed our small hometown. Have I grown that far from her? Do I even know the woman sitting next to me? Her eyes bear into me, but I can't stand to meet her gaze. I hate myself for letting her get hurt, for making her something she didn't want to be. It was unfair and cruel. I was unfair and cruel. How could I be so selfish? She wants to go home. She doesn't want to stay with me anymore. I have to let her go. I can't force her to stay. I can't force her to feel trapped like she does right now. My heart is beating out of my chest, and I feel sick to my stomach. It occurs to me just how much I don't want her to leave. I don't know what to say to her, or if she will even listen. She must hate me. Without anything else to say to her, I turn the car over and start the long drive back to my home. I no longer feel her eyes on me. I wonder if I ever will again. The only sound in the car is Alana's occasional sobbing. Oh God, what have I done?
Chapter 22. Alana. The car finally pulls up outside the front door after what felt like the longest journey. I don't even wait until it comes to a complete stop before I unbuckle my seatbelt and climb out, storming to the front door. "Alana, wait!" shouts Caleb as he clambers out of his seat. I swing the door open with force, marching right to the bedroom. Shutting the door behind me, I collapse onto the edge of the bed, burying my face in my hands. This was all a big mistake. I never should have come here in the first place. As if a small-town girl like me was ever going to survive being shoved into the spotlight. The bedroom door opens. There stands Caleb looking bewildered as he steps in, throwing his hands up as if to say, "What the hell?" He draws himself up as if he's about to start lecturing me. Instead, he only lets out a long, drawn-out sigh. "What are you doing in here?" I ask in a sharp tone, glaring at him. "It sounds like you've forgotten, but this is my house too," he says, sounding exhausted. Caleb takes a seat on the opposite side of the bed. Our backs are turned to each other. I have all the urge to scream and shout at him for putting me in this situation, but the passion to do so is nothing without the strength. And that I am missing. "Caleb," I mutter. "I meant every word I said in the car. I want to go back home to Illinois, to where I belong." "Fine. And don't start with any of your stupid rebuttals. At this point, I couldn't care about what you have to say." "Okay," he continues nonchalantly. "Do whatever makes you feel better." I turn around, confused. "Well, what about your plan? I thought you were worried about how you'd look in the media." "Forget about that. It's not like I ever gave you much time to consider it in the first place, so if you want to leave, then go right ahead. I'm not going to force you to do anything. This isn't the Middle Ages." I turn back, facing ahead again as I scoff at him. I'm not sure what else I can say to him. In a way, I almost want him to fight for us, even if we are a fake couple. The only thing I hear in my head are my mother's words, warning me that I'm fooling myself. "I hope you know how bad the tabloids are going to make you look," I say spitefully. "Yeah, well, They make a bad story out of everyone eventually. I suppose it was only a matter of time until they found the perfect opportunity to slander my name. I hear him shuffle around to look at me, but I remain in place. At least you were only under their eyes for a short time, so you'll be safe. When someone has a good guy image like I do, it only makes the media hungrier for the chance to be able to shame them. Yeah. Make this about you like you always do. I spit out bitterly. He says nothing, though I can feel his gaze on me. I wonder whether it's one of hate or sorrow. Fed up, I give in and turn to face him. Aren't you angry at me? Not at you, anyway. None of this is your fault. He rises, rubbing his temples. His face is tight. His jaw tense. He's telling the truth. He looks pained more than angry. I'll leave you to get a head start on packing. I'll have Jonah arrange a ticket for you on the earliest flight available back to Illinois. He leaves the room before I can say anything further. Once the door shuts, I burst out sobbing. The tears drip down onto the bed, staining the sheets with my tears. As I empty the closets and drawers of my things, I feel myself become consumed with guilt. Somehow his lack of anger only makes me feel worse. I feel as though he should be livid with me. I backed out of my promise, and I blamed him for the stupid interview that wasn't his fault at all. More confused than I've ever been, I look at all the things he's bought for me and think of the Mercedes in the garage below. Do I even deserve to keep everything? Caleb returns after a while, seeing my suitcase packed and ready to go. I've just sent you your ticket. It's a first-class seat. I figured you'd want to be left alone for a while. It's an 8 o'clock flight, is that okay? I look up at him, crying a fresh batch of tears. He gazes down at me in concern, then looks away as he fishes around in his pocket for a handkerchief, handing it to me. What are you going to do when I'm gone? I ask through a strained voice. Well, I have the Oscars coming up in a few days. So there's that. Caleb, I mutter. Should I leave behind all the things you got for me? He lets out a chuckle that grows into a mocking laugh. Now, what exactly would I do with them? If you don't have room, I'll send everything over. The way he continues laughing to himself hurts, like a knife being slowly plunged into my heart. He stops when he hears me sobbing again. Hey, look, I'm sorry things worked out this way. If I'm being honest, I still don't know where it all went wrong, but clearly it wasn't meant to be. The words replay in my head. It wasn't meant to be. I know not everyone is able to maintain their composure under the public eye. Sorry this is so difficult. I just want you to know I understand why you're leaving, and I hold no grudge for it. It was a ridiculous thing I asked you for in the first place. He admits ruefully. I so badly want to tell him that's not the reason, that I couldn't give a crap how the public perceives me. Every time I go to speak, something holds me back. How can I tell him the real reason? How do I say I'm attached to him if I can't even admit it to myself? Besides, it's not like he's even fighting for me to stay. Would you like for me to drive you to the airport? I almost say yes, thinking that somehow along the way I'll be convinced to remain in Las Vegas. But just in time, I reconsider the idea. Ultimately, I know I'm only fooling myself, and it'll only hurt more if I accept his offer. No, I say simply. So many words in my head, and all that comes out is that one. He nods before leaving the room. I order an Uber and text my mom that I'm coming home. When the Uber arrives outside, I make my way down to the front door where Caleb waits to bid me farewell. I just wanted to say goodbye, he says. I can barely look him in the eye, even though I know he's just trying to end things on a good note. Bye, I mutter. I walk past his outstretched arms for a hug, forcibly swallowing the pain it causes me to reject someone I once called my best friend. I sit watching the planes mill about in the runways with a coffee in hand. No one can see I've been crying, thanks to the cheap pair of shades I bought from the tourist shop. Even the damn Uber driver asked if I was feeling all right. Although I have a flight to catch soon, the last thing I want to do is get up from my seat. Right now, my emotions are weighing me down heavier than my suitcase, which I already know is over the weight limit itself. I checked the time, seeing it's just now 7 o'clock. If I want to make the plane home, I have to get a move on. I stand, cursing everyone that's in this damned airport. The last place I want to be is somewhere with a ton of people moving back and forth. I trudge my way to the escalators, remembering how not too long ago, I was on the opposite side looking out for Caleb. Things were so much simpler then, before it all got blown up and out of control. I don't even bother picking up a souvenir to bring back home, walking straight to the security section. Right before I enter, I turn to look behind at the bustling crowd. Part of me wishes for Caleb to come running through the airport, pushing through everyone to proclaim his love for me, like in all those romantic comedy movies. Of course, a dream is only that. I close my eyes for a moment, thinking of the joy I felt upon first coming here and reuniting with him. Taking a deep breath, I press forward, leaving behind this fake life.
Chapter 23. Caleb. The house feels empty, devoid of life. A place to store expensive crap. Only one thing has ever made it feel like home, and she's back in Illinois now, recovering from her brief time in my train wreck of a life. Maybe something subliminal guided me to marry her that night. Maybe all of what we're going through is to figure out it's the best decision we ever made. Or maybe I'm just the world's biggest idiot. Maybe I just let the best thing that ever happened to me walk out the door. She deserves better anyway. She's smarter than me, so if she thinks going back to Illinois is best, I trust her. Instead of wallowing, I need to call Maureen to give an answer on the projects. I'm not looking forward to it. But Alana made me realize that I can't make decisions based on fear of what could happen. I need to make decisions with optimism about what I can make happen. I tap Maureen's number. Don't pick up, don't pick up. Hey, MP, Maureen says. Mr. Perfect. Hey, MVP, I say back. How's the City of Angels? Heaven, as always, Maureen says dryly. Any word on the projects? I've got casting directors so far up my ass, they're brushing my teeth. Sounds a little like my life, but with the press. Anyway, I think I've decided. I want to do the one about the Burning Man Festival, I say, wincing in anticipation of her answer. I think it could be a real prestige show and really artistically satisfying. The showrunner and writer is amazing. And it could also highlight a range beyond, well, you know? Rom-com catnip? Oh, I know. Well, it's a risk, but I think it could be a good move. I was actually hoping you'd pick that one. Call me crazy. Plus, shooting a pilot frees you up to do some other stuff while you're waiting for pickup. Any projects you might want to try? Now's the time, since you're a hot commodity. The wedding narrative gives you some space to reinvent yourself, now that you're off the market. How is Alana, by the way? She's good, I say, and quickly change the subject. I actually just told her about a project I've thought about, on the early days of Second City Television. You know, with John Candy, Eugene Levy. There's not a movie like that already? Huh. There should be, she says. I know, I thought the same thing, I reply. It's a great idea. Especially with Schitt's Creek, Maureen says. I can hear the gears of her mind working. Can you imagine Daniel Levy playing his father? He has a production company. Look, I'll guard the idea like Area 51, but I'm gonna put out feelers. Your instincts are spot on, I've always said that. And I'm the one person who won't bullcrap you. Maybe one of two now. We could even position you as an up-and-coming actor-producer. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, I say. It's just an idea. So, you'll let the people know about the pilot and let the others down easy? They'll leave the call as happy as if you'd said yes, Maureen says. That's why you're the best. You too, Caleb. Well, I have some work to do now after this convo. Say hi to Alana for me. She was great on Monica. The booking team called me. They want you on again. Said you were a dream. Thanks, Mo. I will. Let me know how it goes. Thanks for everything. It felt like a reprieve to talk about Alana for a few minutes. I try to cling to the remnants of her from the call, but it feels empty again. She gave me the courage to take the riskier project and to suggest my ideas, even when it might let other people down. I wish she was here to listen and to kiss me after it was done. I have so much regret. I'd shower her with kisses so she'd know that I adore every single inch of her, mind, body, and soul. I'd tell her how she's all I think about. This is real, Alana, and it has been for a while. I'd make love to her, if that's what she wanted, for hours, days. I'd let her know that I'm falling in love with her. After a lifetime of keeping everyone out, I realize she's the one who I've always needed to let in. Will it always have to be this way? And is any of this worth it? I get ready to head over to Inferno, to drink and whatever else my sorrows away. I almost break down when I see her Mercedes in the garage. She was so thrilled when she realized it was for her. I need that joy in my life again. As I enter Inferno, people call my name, strangers and acquaintances alike. I barely crack a smile. The last thing I want to do is be on for anyone. I'm walking in a daze. I can barely distinguish between faces. All I can think is, not her. Christoph spots me from the bar and calls me over. Caleb, sit down. I've missed you. How you been? You want the Mr. Perfect answer, or you want the real one? Screw that Mr. Perfect. If he exists, he sure as hell ain't you, he says, then howls with laughter. It's the first thing that's made me really laugh since Alana left. But let's go upstairs, Christoph continues. He's referring to the members-only floor. We don't need anyone snapping photos. They might think I'm your lover and accuse me of breaking up your marriage. Well, Christoph, if anyone could... Shut up, although I'd love to see Ebony's face. She'd die from laughing. Probably frame it. We get to the back room and Christoph gets me a whiskey on the rocks. Johnny Walker Blue, you need it. So tell me what's going on. I've never seen you so depressed. I don't think I've ever been so depressed. Before her, I felt like I had everything. The life I always wanted. But now she's gone. And it feels like everything you had before was just meaningless? A mirage? Christoph says. Yeah, exactly. How did you know? I've been there. I know what it's like to be a commodity. Hell, I was a billboard for 50 different brands when I drove for NASCAR. It's weird, right? I say. Oh, yeah, like a different planet. Your livelihood, not to mention the livelihoods of thousands of people, relies on you selling yourself. So, you have to actually buy all the flattery. Even if you tell yourself not to believe it. How is that possible? Yeah. Well, Alana stopped buying what I was selling if she ever bought it at all. She went back to Illinois. She'd prefer truckers at her parents' convenience store to me, I say. They might be more fun right now, given your state, he says, and claps me on the back. But here's a question. Would you want to be with someone who adapted so easily to all of this nonsense? That's a good point. How did you manage to be with someone like Ebony with all of the craziness? With me, it was clear. Ebony didn't want that life for herself. She didn't even know who I was when we met. I loved that, so I gave it up. She was the best thing that ever happened to me. You want to be with a woman who you'd be happy with living in a tent if you had to. And someone who'd be happy living in one, too, as long as you were there. That's what it's like with Alana. Maybe she has the right idea. I could go back to Illinois and give this up, I realize out loud. The idea does not disgust me. Not yet, I don't think, Christoph warns. For me, it was time. I was sick of it. In racing, that can get you killed. But you have a long career ahead of you, and so many actors have managed to balance it. If she's everything you say she is, and if she feels the same, she could help you stay grounded. I know Ebony's been that for me. And I think if anyone can do it, you can. You think? And you don't think it's too late? Of course not. You're an actor. You can always reinvent yourself, Christoph says. Plus, I've seen the way she looks at you. Ebony mentioned it too. With someone who has that kind of love in her eyes, it's never too late. I hope to God that's true.
Chapter 24. Alana. A month. How can life change so much in such a few short weeks? I pulled the duvet over my head, not wanting to acknowledge the fact it was only a mere month since I agreed to all of this. It's been both the longest and shortest month ever. That's how things are when it comes to Caleb. Everything is just a massive contradiction, and I don't feel as though I know up from down or left from right anymore. Why did I even have to go? I whispered to myself. Thinking back on the countdown to my trip to Las Vegas, I'd never been so excited for anything in all of my life. A visit to one of the craziest places in the country, being the guest of a Hollywood star. Who would have thought that a Hollywood star wouldn't just be an old high school friend, but by some ridiculous drunken chance end up as my husband? And not even a real husband, a fake one. I groan and decide I'm never coming out from under the covers. Like I can never trust myself ever again to do what's right and what's best for me. All I wanted was a little excitement in my life. A chance to experience something different from the same old town, places and faces that I've always known. I remember the words that my mom always says, "Be careful what you wish for." I always thought that was a stupid saying. Surely wanting more, wishing and dreaming are the first step to making things happen. I never wished for anything huge or unattainable, just the chance to live a little. But maybe she was right. The grass isn't greener, but the lights are brighter, so much that they were dazzling to the point of blinding me. I've made mistakes before, plenty of times, but never anything this big. My chest hurts thinking about how much I've screwed up, to the point I can't even make a fake marriage work, even with him. But how could I possibly have known that I would start to feel anything but friendship for him? After knowing Caleb for so long, it never occurred to me that anything romantic would happen between us. Sure, there are those who think that men and women can't be friends without it becoming something more. But I always thought that was rubbish. I stay in bed for another hour or so, not wanting to face the world or the people in it, including my parents, though it feels comforting to be back home, away from the glare of the paparazzi and everything else that comes with that world. I'd still rather not have to deal with others right now. When I finally get up, I'm relieved to find the house empty. Being the only one home is what I need right now. Thank the Lord, I say to myself, traipsing through to the kitchen. I make myself some coffee and try to avoid looking at my phone. The last thing I need is to be reminded of anything that's happened over the last few weeks, and that means staying away from social media. Before I do, I make sure I've deleted all of the apps that threaten to throw me headlines and information from the entertainment industry. The thought of seeing his name on my screen is just too much. The most I think I can manage today is getting out of bed, feeding myself, and watching some old movies with a tub of double chocolate chip ice cream. I know this feeling won't last forever, but I just need some time to come back to Earth, to Illinois, after everything that's happened. But even just doing simple things like making coffee stirs up thoughts, feelings, and memories of him. How he teases me for how strong I take mine first thing in the morning, and the way he sneaks extra cream into his, even though it makes no difference to me. I rest at the counter as the coffee brews, my hand resting on my chest as other flashes of more intimate moments come to me. I close my eyes and try and hold them back, but they refuse. It's as if they want to torture me with their presence. Before I know it, I'm revisiting the night we spent together and all of the feelings that come with it. We'd never even shared anything but a platonic hug before that night. Yet it felt the most natural and exciting thing in the world, despite what my brain was actually telling me. I'm shaken out of my thoughts when my phone rings, and my heart almost skips a beat. I look down, hoping to see his name while at the same time not knowing what the hell I'll do if it really is him. Mom. It's almost a relief, even if I don't feel like talking to anyone right now. For a brief moment, I consider not picking up, but I know she's already texted me 3 times already, so I do. "Hey, Mom." "Well, hello there, sleepyhead," she replies. "Just checking in on you." "Thanks, but there's no need," I say. "I'm your mom, there's always a need." I smile, knowing there's no point in disagreeing. If I'm honest with myself, it's nice to know she's here for me right now, even if I'm not much company. "I'm okay. I slept a lot and I'm just going to hang out here today. I just don't think I can face everything and everyone yet." "I know, but you can't let this get to you. The sooner things are back to normal for you, the better." My stomach sinks when she says those words. Life has been anything but normal for the last month. I'm not even sure what normal is anymore, as much as I wanted to come back home to be away from all the industry madness. I can't just pretend none of it happened. I can't just pretend like he didn't happen. "It'll be okay, sweetie. You'll see. Best thing you can do is come back to work and get back to how things were before. You were just fine then." I close my eyes and take a deep breath, trying to hold everything together and not collapse into a heap on the floor. Or worse, send a tirade of anger and frustration down the phone at my mom. "Yeah, you're probably right," I say, almost choking on my words. "I'll have dinner ready when you get home. See you later." Hanging up the phone before she even has a chance to say goodbye to me. I wonder how I'm going to get through the next few weeks. All I have now is the lingering feelings of regret, sadness, and loss. I wonder what he's doing, and if any of this has impacted him at all. Or is he just concerned with his next role? Making sure his reputation is intact, and his publicity good. Living life that way is at least something I can be grateful I don't have to do anymore. It's almost like being in a cage. All along, people like Caleb feel that they have fame, when really fame has them. Just the small taste that I had was enough for me, and it makes me sad to think that he might not even know how much he has to give up in order to be Caleb Calloway. Who would he be if he hadn't become the star he is? Would I have ever fallen for him the way I have now? If we were just 2 kids that grew up together in a small town in Illinois. A tear makes its way down my cheek as it all hits me. How time can be something that seems inconsequential until it isn't. Until you realize what's happened, or what's been missed in the moments that you take for granted. Now all I can think about is time. 15 years since we met. A month since he came back into my life. 2 weeks since I started to fall for him. And 4 days since I left my heart in Vegas. With him. Chapter 25. Alana. I open the rusty staff door at the back of the gas station, walking into a dimly lit locker room. I throw my bag into one of the worn-down lockers and take off my coat. 4 of the 5 hooks are gone from the wall, only adding to my frustration as I toss my coat into the locker before closing it. I have to shoulder it with force to shut it properly. I look in the dirty mirror, seeing myself wearing the old uniform that I've spent more days of my life in than I care to admit. I barely recognize the woman looking back at me, her face blocked off by smudges and broken glass. Letting out a heavy sigh, I clock in and head on through another door that leads to the shop floor. A radio station is playing music over the speakers at such a low volume that I can barely make out the instrumental, let alone the lyrics of each song. I walk behind the register, settling back into place as if I was only gone for a short break. Sitting back here feels just like riding a bicycle. I never forget how it works. Instinctually, I open the register to check I have enough change for transactions. "Hey, who's there?" comes a voice from one of the aisles. I look up to see Carlos, a college-goer who works here part-time. His suspicious gaze is pointed at me until a face of recognition comes over him. "Oh, Alana, when did you get back?" he calls out, coming over to the register. Just a minute ago, I say, feigning a smile. I heard you went on a trip to Las Vegas. Yep, that's right. So tell me all about it, he says, leaning an elbow on the counter. Sorry? He looks at me in confusion, and I can practically read his mind. Right now, he's trying to figure out what he got wrong. He heard the rumors. Everyone did. It's a small town. But as long as I play dumb, it sounds ridiculous. Now he's wondering how he fell for it. Me? Married to Caleb Calloway? Obviously, it never happened. It's a little bit mean, but it saves me a lot of discussion. Nothing. Sounds fun, though. I have to go there someday. Anyway, I've got to get back to work. Those shelves aren't going to stock themselves. I feel guilty as he walks away, not meaning to come across as rude with my short answers. It's only that Las Vegas is the last thing I want to talk about. I lean back against the chair, watching the cars out the window as they speed by. Occasionally, they pull in, stopping to refuel or to pick up a snack. After some time, an older lady comes into the shop. One I recognize as a friend of my parents. She strolls up to the counter, propping her handbag on it as she fishes around inside for money. $40.63, please, I say, keeping my head down. Just a moment. I'll get you the 63 cents for $10 change. She's taking longer than I anticipate, making me more uncomfortable as I fear she'll recognize me. I peek up at her at the wrong moment, just as she looks up too. Her eyes narrow in on me as I freeze. Wait a moment. You're Viola's daughter, aren't you? She asks, despite already knowing the answer. Yep, I mumble, pointing to my name tag. Yes, Alana. It's been a while since I've seen you behind the register here. Say, weren't you engaged to some fellow over in Las Vegas? Carlos sticks his head around the corner. Yeah, can I take your payment, please? I ask impatiently. It was that Caleb Calloway boy that used to cause trouble here, wasn't it? Carlos's jaw drops. Yes. What happened? Why are you back here? It just didn't work out. $40.63, please. She finally hands over the money. I waste no time in slapping her change into her palm. Well, my dear, I hope you've learned a valuable lesson to not rush into a marriage. It takes every ounce of strength within me not to lash out at her, instead only glaring as she walks out of the shop like she didn't just give unsolicited advice. I hate people like that. So it's true? Carlos crows. You were married to Caleb Calloway. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, okay? I snap. Not with you or anyone else. All right, relax, he says, throwing his hands up. My shift is just about finished anyway. He walks through the staff door, disappearing from my sight. Just then, another customer walks into the shop. It's just my luck that it's someone else who knows my parents. The man picks up a can of Diet Cola from the refrigerator and comes to the counter. Hey, it's you, he greets. I thought you were living in Las Vegas with that actor Caleb Calloway. Not anymore. $1.07, please. Well, I heard the marriage happened really quickly. Maybe you shouldn't put money before marriage. What did you just say? I hiss. I can see you're getting defensive. It's okay, Alana. We all make mistakes when we don't think things through. You're still young. The important thing is that we learn from them. I bite my tongue, giving him his change before he leaves. As much as I want to leap over the counter and slap him, I can't help but wonder if he is right about learning from mistakes. One thing is for certain, I am never going to willingly see Caleb Calloway again. As the day drags by, I do my best to keep myself distracted, but to no avail. I can't change the radio station, nor does the TV beside me work. With all my other duties done, there is nothing left for me to do than to sit behind this counter and watch the clock hands crawl along slowly. I look around, thinking I'm going to eventually lose it if this is all my life ever is. Perhaps I never should have left Las Vegas. Not after getting a taste of adventure that had been missing from my life for so long. Was I a fool to come back here? Surely there's something else out there for me, a different outlet to provide that sense of fulfillment in my life. Then again, the last time I tried, it crashed and burned like an inferno. I desperately need to talk to someone about how I am feeling. That certainly isn't going to be Caleb or my mom. By no means am I ready to talk to her about my return home just yet. The only person I trust in this town is Janice, the girl who became my best friend after Caleb cavorted off to Las Vegas for his budding Hollywood career. With no customers around, I pull out my phone, punching in her number. "Hey, Alana, what's up?" she greets merrily. "Janice, can I talk to you?" Of course. "Are you okay?" "No," I mutter, feeling mine eyes well up. "Not really." "Hey, I'm here. Talk to me." "Well, I know we haven't talked much lately, but I also know you know about Caleb Calloway. You texted me a bunch and got mad when you first heard it," I recall. "Yeah, why? Did you guys break up or something?" Where do I start? Janice, Caleb, and I were never a real couple in the first place. We got married one night when we were drunk. Ever since, it's been a royal mess. I'm back in town now. Whoa, sorry, just slow down. That's a lot to unpack. Can you start at the beginning? I run Janice through all the details, recounting the first night out in the city, all the way up to the departure a few nights ago. Damn, it almost doesn't sound real, she replies at the end of the recap. I know, right? So, let me get something clear. How do you genuinely feel about Caleb? I take a deep breath before answering. Yeah, I think I'm in love with him. You probably kept telling yourself you didn't like him like that, right? Mm-hmm. Well, then why did you come back home? You had a good setup over there, and nothing was stopping you from telling him how you felt. You don't understand, I sigh. Being married to an A-lister like Caleb just brings too much pressure from the public eye. Paparazzi followed us everywhere, and there were all these appearances I kept having to do alongside him. You didn't think of that beforehand? I did. I defend myself. I'm not quite sure how to explain it to her. I'm not sure if I completely understand it myself. It wasn't one thing, it was everything. It was the constant reminders of how fake everything was. I could have put my feelings out there, but I knew they wouldn't be reciprocated. After all, what could someone like him see in a small town girl like me?
Chapter 26. Caleb. I try to ignore the tabloids, but since I flew out to LA for Oscar weekend, I've been deluged with the highlights. According to reliable sources, Alana and Nick Cage have been cozying up at the Bellagio. She left me for him, they claim. My seatmate on the plane ride over here kept staring at his magazine, then me, then back at the magazine. I looked over and saw the headline. A-listers minus. They're plus ones. Where are they? It's only a matter of time before they put out, Where Are They Now? Caleb Calloway edition. At the tuxedo fitting, all I can think about is the fact that she should be here. I'm picturing her standing up like Cinderella, so excited to get her Oscar gown tailored to fit like a glove. I was so proud to have her on my arm. Now I don't even have her in my life. I don't even care that I'm up for an award. It's just a fancy stack of metal without Alana there to cheer me on. The stylist, Sam, finishes measuring my inseam and moves on to the waistband. I feel like I'm made of stone, which helps me fill the role of human mannequin. Silver linings. Caleb? Sam asks. Oh yeah, sorry. What can I do? You've lost weight since the first fitting. We need to take in these pants. You look great, by the way. What's your regimen? Sam says. No regimen. I just haven't been eating. So, intermittent fasting? I say. Hugh Jackman swears by it. J-Lo too. I've read that it's the key to eternal youth, Sam says, holding a safety pin in his teeth. That's one of the few good parts of grieving, the inability to eat. I think the stages are denial, depression, anger, acceptance, fasting, I say. I don't know why I'm saying this. There's something about Sam that makes me feel like I can trust them. They're one of the first normal people I've talked to in what feels like ages, since Alana left. So, about a week. I'm sorry you're going through that, Sam says. I read about your wife's grandpa. That's love, to take on her pain. I can't believe the gossip sites wrote about the death of a grandparent. Not even a celebrity, but a celebrity's wife. It's not that, although she has been really down over it. He was everything to her, I say. So, if it's not that, there's something else. I wouldn't ask, but you've got me worried. Last time you were here, Caleb, you were so excited about everything. The suit, the projects you were doing, the visit from your high school friend. Now I know why you were so excited about that one, they say with a dreamy smile. I know what it's like to fall in love. What about when you fall in love and they fall out of love with you? Oh, crap! Did I just say that? Oh my God, please forget what I just said, I say. I hear amnesia is catching. Of course. But you know, I'm here if you need an ear. No one will last in this town 5 minutes without discretion. And I like my job at one of LA's most prestigious fashion houses. Thanks, Sam, really. I don't know if I really feel like talking about it. But I appreciate it, I say. Sure thing, Sam says. So let's take a look at this shirt and collar. Might make sense to just get another suit at this point, the amount you've sized down. Yeah, maybe. If clothes make the man, maybe I can become a new person. Get a whole new life, I say. I feel so different from the first fitting. I love this tuxedo. Now it feels like a prison uniform. It reminds me of how happy I was then, and how miserable I am now. Sam measures every possible place that might need to be altered. Shoulders, arms, wrists. I can't stand the silence. I don't know how I expected someone to just adapt to this life so easily. She's such a good, genuine person. This industry can be so soul-crushing. It even gets to me, and I get the perks. I'd probably do the same thing and just leave. But I really don't want to start down this whole rabbit hole, I say. Maybe it's a combination of everything. Losing someone can be really hard, Sam says. I know when I lost my grandma, I was a mess. I don't want to get into it. But no, it's not just that. It's us. She told me it's over. I don't know if she still loves me or if she ever did. She hated the pressure the media put on her. I know she was amazing on Monica. Oh, I saw that. I'm like, that's the newest America's Sweetheart to She-Ra, my Labradoodle. But she told me afterward how much she hated doing it. It's hard to feel like a real person when everyone makes these crazy assumptions based on the smallest thing. Like, if the sun is in your eyes, you're on drugs. If you go jogging, it's an eating disorder. And I'm sure I could have been more sympathetic. She's just so strong. I forget that I had handlers, agents, managers, a whole team. She has no one. Me, I guess, but what good am I? But I don't even want to think about it all, I say. And you're one of the more mild cases I've seen. So many frayed nerves come in here. I don't know how y'all do it. I guess I manage. But I can't expect someone else to. I don't want to keep bothering you with this, I say. You're not bothering me at all. It can be really hard to think about this kind of stuff in your own head. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's so much. I really don't know. We were old friends. We hadn't seen each other in ages. Then we get wrapped up in this whirlwind wedding thing and went along for the ride. Maybe it was just the adrenaline rush of it all. And she woke up and realized it's a total nightmare. Old friends? Not high school sweethearts? No, I say and pause. I don't feel like holding it in anymore. We were really good friends. Best friends. You're like the first person I've told. Can you believe that? So stupid. No, not at all. Just compare it to the old studio system in the 1950s. Who you dated was fair game for their contract back then. So messed up. You and Alana have a long history together. You didn't just up and elope with a stranger. No, I just up and eloped with my high school best friend, I say. I mean, obviously there was always something there. How could there not be, with someone as gorgeous as her? Oh my God, that cute little pixie cut. I've thought about copying her hair more than once, Sam says. And you're not so bad. You clean up nice. Sam brushes off the tux and directs me to the mirror. You like the fit? Yeah, it looks great. James Bond meets the Monopoly guy, I say. It's just... It hurts so much to have to do all this without her. She was so excited about the Oscars. It's like a limb is missing. I don't know how I'm going to survive the red carpet. And I know it'll break my heart all over again to see the stories in the media. First of all, forget the media, Sam says. Second, I don't know if you want my take. I mean, you can tell me to shut up. Absolutely. I have the worst judgment. Like, I should have tried harder to hang on to the best thing that ever happened to me. So, go for it. I know TV and tabloids aren't reality, but I've seen the way you look at each other. You can't fake that, Sam says. And you said you were always best friends, right? And you had this undeniable chemistry, but never acted on it. Yeah, our friendship was just so important. And over the past few years, I've been busy with my career. Most of our time together since high school has been on the phone or computer, you know? Right. And I mean, now the stakes are so high. You've always been afraid of losing your best friend. Both of you have. Now that you finally have your chance, it's terrifying. I bet it was less scary for Alana to go back to small-town life than risk losing the one person she could always count on. She didn't want to risk losing the man she loves. I let Sam's words sink in. You are so right, I say. We've been keeping each other at arm's length. I don't think either of us realized we'd wanted this for so long. It's just... I don't know what to do about the Oscars showing up alone. I don't want to break down with a billion people watching, I say. I know you, Caleb. You'll figure it out.
Chapter 27. Alana. Cold water splashes onto my face, its icy bite sending shivering waves through my skin. Its bitterness could never compare to the way I parted with Caleb, his laugh still echoing in my head when I asked him about leaving my stuff behind in Vegas. I look up at the mirror, seeing a broken shell of a woman whose life has been reset to square one. Her face is void of happiness, lost after throwing herself overboard from a fake life she was never destined to be a part of. There comes a sudden knock at the door, breaking my train of thought. Alana, calls Janice. Don't take too long, those nails aren't going to paint themselves. Just a moment. I splash my face once more before patting it dry, putting on some moisturizer before coming out from the bathroom. There you are. Come take a seat and pick a color for me. I try to be excited, picking out a blood red color to have my nails painted with. Very good. Give me your right hand first. Janice gets to work on my nails, sitting in a comfortable silence with me as we listen to some soft music. Light some incense for us, would you? I ask her. There's some sticks in that top drawer just there. I watch as she fishes around for the incense, using her own lighter on it before fixing it in the stick holder. I close my eyes, letting myself relax and decompress. Lord knows I need it after the last few weeks. Knowing what was showing on TV tonight keeps crossing my mind as I debate whether or not to watch it. Was I really ready to see Caleb Calloway again, even if it was through a TV screen? Are you okay? Asks Janice as she takes my left hand. Yeah, I'm fine, just trying to loosen up, I reply with my eyes still closed. You know the Oscars are on tonight? They are, she responds in a cautious tone. Do you mind me asking if Caleb is up for a few awards tonight? Yeah, at least for Best Actor. I think there's another award he's up for, but I'm not sure. I see. Well, I bet you're glad to be away from that, she replies carefully. We were planning on going together and everything. I even had a dress picked out weeks in advance. Are you upset? She asks in concern. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Well, look, you don't need Caleb anyway. I know. I think I'll watch it, though. I open my eyes, seeing Janice staring at me. Are you sure that's a good idea, Alana? I'm positive. But why? I mean, before this last year, would you have watched? She stops, an inquisitive expression coming over her face. Alana, she mutters. Are you watching it just so you can see Caleb? I just need to prove to myself that I'm going to be okay without him. Caleb's a Hollywood megastar. I'm going to see his face plastered across every billboard and on every social media post after tonight. I need to get conditioned to it as soon as possible. Janice straightens up, looking at me thoughtfully, then takes a deep breath as if she's about to give me a speech on why it's a bad idea. Well, she begins, if you feel like it's best, then I'm not going to stop you. Just try not to get ahead of yourself. After all, let's not forget the fact you keep insisting you're over him. I promise I am. It's just something I need to do. I don't expect you to understand, but I have to do it. I believe you. I just don't want to see you upset again. Listen, I'm just about done here so I can stay if you'd like. If you feel like you need support for the Oscars, then we can order some food or run to the shop for snacks, or even both. No thanks, Janice. I think I'd rather be left alone if that's all right. This is something I have to do by myself. I completely understand. I'll get going then, but call if you need me, okay? Gotcha. Thanks, Janice. I see her out the door, finally being left alone with my thoughts. Now it is time to get ready for the event. I fetch my coziest blanket from my bedroom and throw it onto the couch before heading to the kitchen. There, I put on the kettle, making a hot water bottle and a cup of chamomile tea for my nerves. The intro for the Oscars starts blasting as I pick up my mug and hot water bottle, taking a deep breath before I head back into my living room. As I settle into the couch and throw the blanket over me, I can't help but think that this might be the biggest mistake I could be making. Screw it, I decide resolutely. It's impossible for me to be hurt any more than I am right now. The Oscars announcer starts talking about what awards are up tonight, as well as the nominees. Before long, Caleb's face flashes on the screen, accompanied by clips of his recent movies and cheers from the crowd. As the red carpet interviews start, a sinking feeling brews inside my stomach. Convincing myself it is hunger, I distract myself by ordering a pizza, keeping a cautious eye on the screen for when Caleb will eventually show up. I run to the bathroom every few minutes, feeling like I'm about to throw up. Every time I return, I wonder if I've missed his appearance. When my stomach eventually settles down, I start thinking about how I could have been walking that red carpet. I close my eyes, imagining the cameras on me. I picture myself meeting some of my favorite actors. I can't resist relishing in the daydream, even etching a smile across my face when I think of how the pictures of us together would have turned out. My dress was killer. I know I did the right thing for myself in the end. That's something I have to remember. In another world, we could have been walking together the same way all the couples on screen were, but it's not like Caleb ever cared for me that much. Hell, he didn't even put up a fight for me to stay with him the day I left. Sticking around in a marriage that had started with an expiration date was too hard. I could already picture what the interviewers would ask him. Where's your lovely wife? You're here alone? Caleb brought that on himself. I start feeling hotter than ever, throwing the blanket off of me as well as the hot water bottle. With each passing minute, I am growing more tense again as Caleb has yet to show up. Where is he? What is taking him so long? I start biting my nails to calm myself down. I know I'll probably see him stroll onto the red carpet with a new date to replace me. Even if it is a sight I'd prefer not to witness, I meant what I said to Janice. I just have to get used to it. I have to accept it as fact. It's coming, ready or not. My only choice in the matter is to get ready for it, because a knot is going to hurt a lot more than this. Besides, a guy like him can bag any girl he wants, so what is going to stop him from doing so? Another few minutes pass before I grow angry. Where is this man? I've seen every single actor but him. Just then, the doorbell rings. I curse at the TV before rising up from my seat. I grab my purse for the pizza delivery and stomp to the front door. I swing it open, and there stands the last man I ever expected to see in person ever again. My heart stops as Caleb Calloway shyly smiles at me. "Hey, Alana." "Caleb," I tremble, dropping my purse. But the Oscars. What the hell are you doing in McKean?"
Chapter 28. Caleb. Expecting someone else? I ask. Yeah, actually. I was expecting literally anyone else. What are you doing here? I mean, how? Why? And when and where and why, I say, burning through my adrenaline by babbling. We'll get to that. But the most important thing is, who? And for that, there's no question. It's you. She looks at me expectantly. Her eyes look glassy and swollen. I can see the faint remnants of smudged mascara underneath her makeup. Her face looks utterly cherubic. I touch her cheek and look into her eyes. Caleb, she begins to say. I wanted the way we left things. I just... Shh, Alana. You don't have to explain anything. Let's sit down, I say, and take her by the hand. Here, allow me to show you to your seat, Miss Morris, I say. But first things first. I walk over to the television and turn off the screen. Hey, I was watching that, she says. I hear there's some hotshot local guy up for an award. Her nose crinkles playfully. No one I've ever heard of. Who cares, I say. The only thing I care about is right here, sitting next to me. Give me all the Oscars and I'll give them all back. This is the only place I want to be. I take the risk I should have taken a long time ago. When I kiss her, a dam breaks. It's like all the times I wanted to kiss her and didn't. Hundreds, maybe thousands, come rushing out of me. My heart bursts open when she kisses me back. She locks her lips to mine and parts her mouth. I feel the warmth of her tongue on mine, curling and folding into each other. She feels my arms, shoulders, and chest with both hands, like she's trying to make absolutely certain that I'm real. But what about the awards? You can't just leave, she says. Sure I can, and did. None of that is real life, and it never could be. The only life I have is a life that's spent with you. I realized that when you left, I say. I never want to be without you, and I'll do everything in my power to never be without you again. Alana casts her head downward for a moment, then looks directly in my eyes. Caleb, she says, for as long as I've known you, you've had dreams of making it as a film actor. Millions of people would kill to have your success. Why would you give up the dreams you've worked so hard toward for so long? They're not my dreams, Alana. I've been thinking a lot about it. When you came to Vegas to visit, I realized you're the only thing in my life that ever made sense. The only person who's ever understood me. My best friend, but always so much more than that. And I don't just mean our epic crush on each other. You knew? How could anyone not? Even I'm not that good of an actor, I say with a laugh. I was too scared to ever do anything, but that was such a mistake. You know what I realized when you left Vegas? What, Caleb? I realized I need you. Maybe marrying you only seemed crazy because it was the one thing in my crazy life that made sense at all. Marrying you was the greatest stroke of dumb luck I've ever had. I can't mess it up twice. I don't understand. Caleb, what do you mean? I kneel down next to a big bowl of buttered popcorn and a bottle of Prosecco, remnants of Alana's private Oscar party. I touch the silver embossed velvet box in my jacket pocket to make sure it's still there. Caleb, What are you doing? I love you, Alana. I think I must have always loved you. Probably since the first day we met and became the twin troublemakers of Washington High. I gave myself all sorts of reasons we couldn't be together. Friendship being too important, needing to focus on acting, just a silly crush. But this month has been the happiest month of my life, and the last few days without you have been the absolute worst, without question. I start to swallow, and she grabs my hands in hers from the couch. I pull out the box. Alana Genevieve Morris, I say, showing her the 2-carat emerald cut diamond in a classic vintage setting resting on the pillow inside. Even on a bad day, if I'm with you, it's 1,000 times better than the happiest day with anyone else. Alana, you're the love of my life. Will you make me the luckiest man alive by marrying me not just once, but twice? Caleb, I love you too, she says. She's smiling but not saying yes. And it's not because you're famous or movie star handsome, or because you can deliver a line of dialogue that can make 1,000,000 women fall in love with you in an instant. You're the funniest, most attentive, most giving person I know. But that's not it either, if I'm honest. There's not really that much else to me, I say. What is it? I love you, Caleb, because you're the goofiest, most ridiculous, most outrageous person I've ever met. I love you because you couldn't be more different than that boring Mr. Perfect. I never told you this, but I hated that movie. You're the furthest thing from perfect, and I love you for it. I love her more at this moment than I ever thought possible. Alana, that's why I love you so much, I say. I don't need fame or celebrity or money. I don't want it. I want to stay here and have a life with you. The paparazzi'll die down eventually. It starts spilling out of me, all of the things I've been pondering these past few days. Chicago theater's some of the best in the world. Otherwise, there's acting coaching, high school drama teacher, Disney prince for parties, Quasimodo, Prince Charming. I can do it all, baby. A new thought occurs to me. I don't even have to go back, I realize. I can just stay here and have my stuff shipped. Put the place on the market. Keep it for a romantic getaway, whatever. As long as I have a normal life with the woman I love, that's more happiness than anyone can ask for. I wrap her in my arms as if holding her could keep us here forever, with no memory of the Las Vegas or Los Angeles detours that took me away from her. So, should I call Jonah and tell him to set it all up? I say. No, Caleb, babe. I don't think you should. I mean, first of all, he's probably out celebrating, no? We should probably check to see who won what, including you. If you're into that sort of thing, I say. But what about tomorrow, after they've all recovered from their hangovers? No, Caleb. I still say no, she says. My heart sinks. I knew this was a risk, but I expected that she'd either slam the door in my face or say yes right away. Really? I ask her. Did I screw it up for good? No, you crazy nut, she says and laughs. Caleb, like I said, I don't love you because you're a movie star. But you are a movie star. Acting is your calling. It's a gift, and the world deserves to have it. And besides, you love it, she says. I love you, Alana, I interject. Oh, baby, I know. I know you do. I still can't quite believe it. Just this last month, it's unbelievable all you've done for me. The gifts, the support, the faith in me that I never had in myself. I mean, who would have thought the gas station cashier could go on Monica and do anything but crash and burn? You. You did. Of course, you're amazing. So are you, my love. My Caleb. I love you. If I made you give up your dream, that's not loving you. I want to help make all your dreams come true, not force you to pick and choose. Really, Alana? You do? She sticks out her left hand, bent flat at the wrist with her newly manicured fingers splayed out. I do, Caleb. I do. Your dreams are my dreams and mine are yours. More than anything in the world, I want to be your wife and you my husband. But I want it only on one condition. Anything, baby? What's the condition? That we fly back to Vegas tomorrow.
Chapter 29. Alana. It's been a relatively quiet morning. With Caleb out of the house running errands, I've had the opportunity to reintroduce myself to his, or rather, our home. It feels strange to hear myself refer to this house as ours, and to mean it genuinely. I walk into the kitchen to make a coffee. As the kettle boils, I glance around, happy to find myself in a familiar setting and not be miserable about it like I was with the gas station. I'd have been lying had I told myself I wasn't overwhelmed by yet another radical change in a short period of time, chuckling as I pray it's the last one for a while. I recline onto the couch, taking a sip of coffee as I stare up at the ceiling as though it's made of all the stars in the nighttime sky. I almost can't believe I'm here again. That Caleb came back for me and even missed his Oscars ceremony. It certainly made up for him not fighting for me to stay on the night I left Las Vegas. I truly am a lucky woman to have someone who loves me so much and not be afraid to cast all else aside just to prove it. After all that's unfolded over the last few weeks, it is time to relax, especially seeing as I had a wedding do-over to think about. At that moment, my phone starts ringing. Seeing my mom's name on the screen, I brace myself and hit the answer button. "Hi, Mom," I greet. "Hi, dear. How are you settling back into Vegas?" "Good, I'm just taking it easy today." "I'm glad to hear. So, another big change in your life again?" she says, chuckling. "Nothing new at this point, I suppose," I reply warmly. "Hey, listen. I just wanted to say that I never intended to scare you away from Caleb. He's a lovely boy, and I'm happy things have worked out for you." "Mom, it's okay. Don't worry about that anymore. I realized that I loved him the whole time. I was just too afraid to admit to myself, not to mention all of this other stuff that was piling up like Granddad's death. I know, but I just feel bad about making your situation worse. It was probably the last thing that you wanted to hear. I won't hold any grudges. Life's too short for that. In a way, your words helped me. Realize I loved him all along. So please, not another word about it. I love you, Mom." She laughs sweetly, the sound of which puts a smile on my face. "I love you too, honey. So, what's your plan for now?" "Well, after I get fully unpacked, there's the matter of the wedding do-over to think about." "Wedding do-over?" "Yeah, Caleb proposed to me again, and we figured we'd want to hold a proper ceremony this time." "That's nice. What do you think you'll do?" "I'm not sure just yet. I've had chats with a few friends I made over here down at this club named Inferno. It's a place that Caleb is a member of. All of the girls there are super helpful and nice, and some of them have done the second wedding thing, so I figured they could help." "That's good. It's important to have friends who can help." "Yeah, totally. They gave me a few pointers on what they did the second time around." "So, bigger and better, I imagine?" she asked playfully. "To say the least." I chuckle. "It's crazy because it's all going to be legit this time. I think the biggest change we're going for is a ceremony that the both of us will actually remember." She laughs heartily before responding. "Has anything been set in stone yet?" she asks. "No, not at the moment. Right now, it's still all just talk. Caleb and I really want to get things right this time. Neither of us are in a rush." "You're avoiding the hasty approach this time?" she jokes. "Yes, Mom," I reply in the same tone. "The last time we hurried it along, it yielded some pretty poor results." "Don't worry, I'm only fooling around. Say, are you taking suggestions?" "I'm all ears if you've got one for me." "What do you think about having the ceremony back here in Illinois?" she proposes. That's not a bad idea at all. For one, it'd be way more private than having it in Las Vegas." "Yeah, that's for sure," I exclaim. I pause, thinking it over. The privacy aspect is making me consider it. I'm really not sure. We were discussing doing some big blowout event over here. There's definitely a lot more choice for venues and food where you are. Yeah, that's right. But then there's the paparazzi to deal with. I'm sure you've seen the wedding pictures between Caleb and I. The ones where you look all flustered? She laughs. Hey! I sputter in embarrassment before laughing with her. Decisions. One thing is for sure, I want all of my friends there. And of course, you and Dad. Whatever you decide, your father and I will be there. I promise. There comes a sudden knock at the front door. I rise from the couch, placing my coffee down on the nearest table before marching to the front door. Sorry, Mom. I'm going to have to go. I think Caleb's just arrived home. I won't keep you any longer. Call soon and let me know about the wedding, okay? Will do. Bye, Mom. Love you. I stop in the middle of the hallway, checking my appearance in the mirror hanging on the wall. I quickly fix my hair before continuing to the door. Caleb must have dropped his keys somewhere or left them behind. Either way, I'm happy he's home. I swing the door open, surprised to find Kristoff and Ebony standing there on the porch. They smile at me politely, though I'm bewildered by their unannounced visit. Why didn't Caleb text me about this? He could have informed me that we were having guests. That way I could have looked a little nicer. Did his friends usually show up like this? Hey, Alana, they greet. Hey, guys, I reply, my eyes darting back and forth between them. We wanted to stop in, welcome you back to Vegas. Hope you're settling back in without any problems. Thank you. What are you guys doing here? Caleb is out at the moment if you're looking for him. Well, we actually came here looking for you, says Ebony, to my surprise. We need you to come with us to Inferno. There's some important news to share with you down there. At Inferno? Surely if it's important, you can just tell me here. I can't tell you here, says Kristoff, wearing a sly smile on his face. Trust us. It's better if you come to the club. You'll see why once we get there. I start rubbing the back of my neck in concern. I don't know about this. Come on, we'll drive you there. Well, Caleb's expecting me here when he gets home. Oh, he's already at the club waiting for you, Ebony reassures me. He is? Why wouldn't he tell me to meet him here? Right, I mutter. Well, let me slip into something more comfortable and I'll meet you in your car. Okay, be quick, commands Kristoff before I shut the door. I take a deep breath, feeling nervous about the situation. Trotting up the stairs, I make my way to the bedroom, where I fish out a red dress from my suitcase. I try calling Caleb as I throw on a light jacket, but it goes straight to his voicemail. Stepping outside, I look toward an SUV with tinted windows, just outside the gate to our home. One of the windows rolls down. Ebony sticks her head out the window, where she smiles and waves to come over. I smile back uneasily. Something about this feels so off, but I trust her too much to really question it. For whatever reason, I'm sure this will make sense in the end.
Chapter 30. Caleb. I've had barely a minute to myself today, running to and from various shops while wearing one of my many disguises, all in an effort to grab some supplies for Alana, who's settling back in at home. I don't mind doing this for her despite the rush. It helps me feel normal doing my own shopping. Jonah offered to take care of it for me, but I gave him a paid day off in return. I want to start feeling like I'm a good partner to Alana, and it starts like this. Plus, it'll all be worth it when I get back home to her. After I finish paying for some food at a checkout, I decide to give her a ring. It's just my luck that my phone's out of battery, but I can always charge it in the car. I walk outside of the store, where something catches my attention immediately. Sitting in the parking lot is a black sedan that I've seen in 2 other lots earlier today. I know it's the same because of the license plate. I dismissed it earlier as coincidence, but this is starting to look peculiar. I try not to make it obvious I've noticed the car as I calmly walk back to my own. Climbing in, I throw the bag of groceries to the passenger seat and twist the keys in the ignition. The car starts with a loud roar. I slowly pull out of the parking lot, keeping an eye in the rearview mirror as I turn onto the main road. Just under a minute later, I spot the black sedan pull out from one of the lines beside me, taking position 2 cars behind me. This idiot, whoever they are, is definitely following me. I'm used to the media eventually catching on to a disguise of mine before I had to come up with a new one, but this is different. It is creeping me out how instead of running up to me with cameras flashing, they're just hanging back. Could it be a stalker? I'm not about to take the risk. I quickly swerve onto an upcoming right lane without indicating, much to the frustration and anger of drivers honking their horns at me. Deciding to take an extra risk, I turn left again, this time into a narrow alleyway that leads me onto a quieter road. The whole time I'm praying there aren't any police that see me. I check the rearview mirror again, not seeing any sign of the black sedan. Sweating and panting heavily from adrenaline, I pull onto the side of the road, this time gently and with use of my indicators. I reach into my bag of groceries, pulling out a bottle of water before plugging my phone to charge. I can't help but laugh. I give my assistant 1 day off, and this is what happens. What a mess. A few minutes pass before my phone rings. "Hey, Bruce," I greet. "What's up, man?" "Nothing much, Caleb. Listen, I'm in need of a favor from you." "Oh yeah, what is it?" "Can you come meet me at Inferno?" It's a bit out of the way, man. Can't you just ask me over the phone?" I reply, hastily checking the time. "It's a bit of a complex issue. It's better if I explain it in person, please." "Fine," I sigh. "I'll meet you there as soon as possible." I waste no time driving to Inferno, weaving in and out of traffic all while trying to get through to Alana to let her know I'll be out a while longer. I just so happen to be out of minutes and texts, only further dampening my day. Maybe next time, I'll just keep Jonah on standby instead of time off. I pull into the parking lot at Inferno, still glancing around for the black sedan. I park as close to the entrance as I can, taking a deep breath to calm myself down before entering the building. A few of the guys are here, standing up to greet me as soon as I hit the main floor. "Hey, look who it is, Mr. A-lister. How are you?" "I'm good, Tom. Hey, Fred, how's things?" "Good as always. Joseph's here somewhere as well. Oh, there he is." Joseph comes waltzing over, extending his hand to shake. "Good to see you, Caleb." "Likewise. Listen, have any of you guys seen Bruce around?" I ask. "I think I saw him downstairs," says Fred. "Come on, we're about to head down. There, let's walk together." "He couldn't have stayed up here to meet me," I mutter to myself as I follow the others. When we reach the underground floor, I spot a few more of the guys there. Okay, time to hear Bruce out and get out of here. I march closer to the group, suddenly stopping in place when Bruce is nowhere to be seen. "Hey, Caleb," they call out to me. "Hey, guys. Has anyone seen Bruce? He's supposed to be meeting me here." I just want to get this over with. It's starting to annoy me that he asked me here and is now wasting my time. They all shake their heads. Just then, Fred bumps into me from behind. "Oops, sorry, man," he blurts. I spin in frustration to face him. "You said Bruce was here!" I snap. "What? I said I thought he was here. Not that he's here for sure." "Pete's sake. I'm getting out of here." "Oh, come on, man. Stay for a drink," says Tom. "I can't. I have to go. Besides, I can't drink and drive." "Nah, man. Just one. We'll look after you," says Fred. Everyone looks at me with eyes like lost puppies. I sigh in defeat. "Fine, just one. Once Bruce arrives and I talk to him, I'm out." "Relax, man. We got you," Tom reassures me as he puts a heavy arm over my shoulders. "Don't we, boys?" There comes a resounding cheer as I'm led to the table. Already I'm regretting my decision, noticing the weird vibe lingering in the air. "Hey man, before you sit down, would you mind to grab us another round?" asks Joseph. "Yeah, fine," I mutter, turning to walk to the bar. On my way over, I glance towards the doors, considering leaving just so I can go back home to Alana. I'm not even in the mood for this, but I know if I leave, they'll bitch and whine at me for weeks to come. Best just get the torture over with. I prop myself onto the seat, motioning for the bartender to come over. What can I get for you, Caleb? Another round of whatever they were having and a glass of red wine, please. You choose the bottle. Certainly. As the bartender goes to work fixing all of the drinks, I glance over my shoulder at the group who are laughing heartily. Was I wrong for being snappy at them? They were happy to see me, so maybe I shouldn't have been so reluctant to hang out. It's not like inviting me to stay for a drink is a criminal act. I'm sure Alana is cool with me chilling out here for a while. Maybe I'm just too pent up from that black sedan following me, though Bruce's absence certainly does nothing to help. Suddenly, someone pops up from the bar, lunging for me and ruffling my hair before I can even see who it is. Then, there comes an immediate flash from Christoph's phone as he pops up from behind the bar, too. "Nice pose, man," he says. Temporarily blinded by the flash, I rub my eyes in frustration. "What the hell was that?" I ask as my vision clears up, seeing it was Kayla who ruffled my hair. "What did you do that for?" My anger comes back to me instantly and I slap the counter in frustration. Everything today has felt so off, but maybe the interactions here at Inferno the most. I can't quite put my finger on whatever hell this is, but it's maddening. "Hey, watch the counter, man," calls a familiar voice from behind me. I turn to see Bruce standing there, shaking his head. "When did you get here?" "Never mind, what favor did you have to ask?" I snap. "Let's talk over there," he tells me, motioning to a small room to my left. "It's a sensitive topic, and I'd prefer to be in private." "Fine by me," I snarl. "These guys are all acting like weirdos anyway." I lead the way, stepping into the room first. "Make this quick, Bruce, I don't have all." The door slams shut behind me, followed by the lock twisting in place. "Hey, what are you doing? Let me out!" I fumble around for my phone, my heart stopping to realize it's not in my pocket. Those sons of bitches got me.
Chapter 31. Alana. The whole drive to Inferno, I'm anxious. I sit on my hands so Christoph and Ebony don't notice how badly they're shaking, but then I worry they'll leave sweaty palm prints on my thighs. I move them to my lap, but a few minutes later I glance down, and I've clasped them so hard my knuckles are white. I move my hands between my knees and look out the window, trying to focus on not chewing my lips. I read road signs, look for out-of-state license plates, anything to keep my mind off of Caleb. Why is he at Inferno? Why didn't he tell me? What's going on? Christoph and Ebony give new meaning to the phrase poker face. I can't get anything from them. Christoph is busy driving, and Ebony just smiles with something akin to pity every time I look at her. As we approach the building, my frustration mounts. Every movement of the car may as well be through peanut butter. When we finally pull up to the valet station and exit the vehicle, it feels like it's been hours. We have a room reserved where we can talk. It won't take long, Ebony says. She smiles her pity smile again, and I could slap her. I'm surprised at the violence of my imagination, but I blame it on the heat and the intrigue. We reach the entrance to Inferno, and the rush of cold air raises goosebumps on my arms. I shiver. "Would you like a drink?" I shake my head quickly at Christoph's suggestion, knowing that will only take more time. I wish they would hurry up. "Really, you look like you could use a drink," he insists. I'm fine. I try to smile, but I'm pretty sure my eye is twitching. Ebony takes my arm and leads me to the elevator. I would rather run up a few flights of stairs right now, but I keep my thoughts to myself. We get in the elevator, and Ebony pushes the button to go downstairs. She sighs. "Look, we just have something you should see for yourself. If we tell you before you get there, you won't believe it. It'll all be over soon." I think she meant to comfort me, but her words make my stomach drop. Over? What will be over? How much will be over? What am I about to see? She leads me through several hallways to an open door where Christoph is already waiting, drinks in hand, I knew we should have taken the stairs. I barely glance at the drinks, but one of them is a lemon drop. I don't even like vodka. We walk through the door, and a man with intense features and jet black hair greets us. I'm more confused than ever. I can't understand why I'm in a room with a man I've never met before. Is it stuffy in here? That's when I see it. The table is littered with photos. The lights reflect off the gel on the photo paper, so I can't see the images, but I know what they are. If I thought I was nervous before, I'm positively seasick now. My stomach turns to water and my legs start to shake. I feel hot, then cold, and everything in the room now has a stark appearance, sharp, like it's all too real. Hi, I'm Joseph. The man with the black hair reaches his hand out toward me, and I shake it lamely, barely getting my name out through clenched teeth. I try to smile, but he looks concerned. Have a seat. Ebony guides me toward the sofa next to the coffee table, and I pull back. A moment ago, I couldn't get up here fast enough, but now I want whatever is in those photos to stay there. I can't look. Joseph sits in the chair opposite me as Christoph and Ebony leave the room. I wish at least Ebony would stay. The lemon drop sits untouched on a coaster. I fix my eyes on a condensation drop running down the outside of the glass. Anything but the photos. Joseph sighs and runs a hand through his hair. This is hard. I give him my best withering stare, but he won't meet my eyes. As much as we try to be discreet in this club, we also have to be open with the people we claim to love. He waits for me to acknowledge him, but I don't say anything. His choice of words isn't lost on me, though. Claim to love? He's saying, Caleb doesn't love me. I could hurl. Joseph leans forward conspiratorially. I lean back and cross my arms. I know you've met several couples here, but we really don't encourage long-term relationships. And this is why. It just gets so messy. I raise a brow when he pauses. If he's going to say what I think he is, I've decided to make him work for it. He presses his lips together and spits it out. Caleb has been cheating on you since the first day you came to visit. There it is. It can't be unsaid or taken back. It just hangs there. Joseph takes my silence as disbelief. Just look at the photos. This much evidence is just overwhelming. Slowly as I can manage, I pull my gaze down to one of the photos strewn on the table. I take a breath. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. Just Caleb in one of his disguises talking to a woman. That could be anybody. A colleague, a friend, a fan who recognized him, so I hazard a glance at another. I breathe a little easier. My head is clearing up a little. In this one, Caleb is sitting in a cafe with someone. Their heads are bent together and they're smiling, but the picture cuts off before it shows what they're looking at. I look at another and another and another. In each photo, Caleb is with some woman or other in various not-so-compromising positions. A side hug here, a handshake there, a warm smile or a touch on the shoulder. But none of these pictures stand up to scrutiny. I glance up at Joseph. That's it? You're kidding, right? I look back at the table and snatch one of the pictures up. Is this me? I toss it at him, and he turns a little red. I'm incredulous. You dragged me all the way up here to show me pictures of a celebrity running errands? You are such... He cuts me off. Of course not. Look, these were taken just today. He pulls up an app on his phone and drops it on the table. I pick it up and scroll through photo after photo of Caleb with the same woman. In each, he looks completely unaware of her existence. Finally, I get to an image of a woman in a revealing halter top, her hands in Caleb's hair, his face dangerously close to her voluptuous chest. I admit, this one looks bad. Fear curls in the pit of my stomach. This has to be a total charade. But to what end? What motive could they possibly have for breaking us up? And if it is a sham, why would they use such crappy pictures? Surely things could have been faked better than that. I look at Joseph's grim face and then back at the phone. On the other hand, if there were something going on, I would have seen evidence of it by now. Caleb has never given me a reason not to trust him, and photos can always be staged. But shouldn't his friends know that better than anyone? Suddenly, the tension inside me snaps. You know what? No. No more. This is stupid. All of you should know better than this. How many times has Caleb been in the tabloids, and you couldn't get a single photo more incriminating than this? Joseph begins to stammer a reply, but it's my turn to cut him off. Where do you get off, pulling a stunt like this? And you all claim to be Caleb's friends. Shame on you? Where's Caleb? I want to talk to Caleb. Somewhere in my nonsensical tirade, I've swept the pictures onto the floor and stood up to stalk out of the room, but then I noticed that Joseph is laughing. The audacity of this man! What is wrong with him? You passed, he says when I glare at him. His smile reaches up to his deep blue eyes. You passed the test.
Chapter 32. Caleb. God damn it! What the hell are you assholes doing? I immediately charged the door that shut behind me, but it doesn't give at all. This damn club and their tricks, and I fell for it. Bruce, you flipping prick! I scream, I hit, I kick and punch. How can they trap me here? My mind is racing 1,000,000 miles per hour. What is going on? Alana has to be expecting me, and she will start to worry, unless they have her. The anxiety of that possibility makes me start to feel sick. Of course they do. Time seems to tick by agonizingly slowly. Nothing about this can be good. I keep pounding the walls, hoping to make some sort of escape. Let me the hell out of here! My knuckles are starting to hurt. There's no stunt double for this action scene. How long will I have to endure this? Suddenly the door opens and I fly out of the room. In seconds, my face is inches from Bruce's face, my fist itching to leave bloody knuckle marks on that jawline. What the hell is going on? Where the hell is my wife? What are you doing to her? I demand. I have no idea how loud my voice must be, but I don't care. His calm face pisses me off more. Bruce doesn't say anything, just looks at me. The look in his eyes says, "You know." And with that, he leads me back into the main bar room that we came from. The panic sets in, the wind knocked out of me. I slowly step back from Bruce, but follow him anyway. Where else would I go? As we walk, my eyes keep flicking around the hallway. There's no indication of where Alana could be. The stupid tradition, the test of the incoming wives. To be sure that they are worthy of the club member. Such bullcrap. When we get back to the bar, the guys are all standing around. They won't even meet my gaze. Some freaking club this is to put people through this crap! I yell at no one in particular. I knew it would happen, but I thought they usually gave a warning. That someone would give me the option to take the punishment, to save her from the trauma of whatever the hell they were putting her through. I guess I hadn't paid much attention when the other guys went through this. The guys are like statues, not willing to meet my eyes. I want to punch every single one of them in the face. For the love of all that is good, I hope to God that she is all right, or I will flipping murder all of you. A door opens behind me and my body whips around so hard that it hurts. Alana walks calmly out from wherever she has just been. I run to her, pulling her into my chest. We're rocking gently with my arms around her. Whether it's meant to comfort her or myself is unclear. I release her and hold her face in between my hands, searching her eyes for the truth. She appears to be unscathed, but I know from experience she can put on a good face. The look in my eyes must be desperate, but I don't even attempt to hide it. She smiles wanly. I guess I passed. That doesn't calm me. I need to know that she is okay. What happened? What did they do? Before she has a chance to answer, Joseph butts in. With a drink for each of us, Joseph wedges an elbow between us, taking me by surprise and pissing me off. I step between Alana and Joseph, squaring off with him. Joseph is unfazed. He steps back and extends his arms with the drink still in hand, bowing slightly to indicate no funny business. I take the glasses from him, but I hold my ground. Another drink materializes in his hand as someone passes it through the crowd to him. Now that Alana is a celebrity wife, Joseph nods to Alana, who raises an eyebrow in return. She needs to know that life in the limelight isn't going to be easy. The pressure can be enormous, even damaging, unless you two can work as a team. I step to the side, shooting a glance at Alana before Joseph continues. Alana, you took Caleb's side immediately, without a fraction of doubt or blame. You always looked for the way to see his side of things. You didn't let insecurity divide you two. From now on, it's you two against the world, not you two against each other. He raises his glass, looking around the room. I offer one of the glasses I'm holding to Alana, whose calculating eyes are still fixed on Joseph. She softens to meet my eyes for a moment, takes hold of the glass, and then narrows her eyes at Joseph once more. Welcome to the club, Alana, and congratulations to you both. 3 cheers for Mr. and Mrs. Calloway. The crowd roars in applause and praises, everyone raising their glasses to the happy couple. My body finally relaxes, and my glass raises as well. Turning to my wife, her glass is also in the air, her body far more relaxed than my own. I can't believe how lucky I am to have Alana in my life, and for her to love me so wholly and truly. She is my rock, my light, my life. I pull Alana into my arms and lean in to kiss her, entwining my fingers in her curls. The sparks of electricity between her lips and mine could have caused a raging inferno, and I am all too happy to go down in those flames. When we came up for air, I smile down at my bride and she smiles up at me. No moment in history could ever have been more perfect. I am so proud of you. You continue to amaze me. Her deep dark eyes are sparkling. She winks at me before we get torn apart by the party around us. The guys all start giving back slaps and handshakes, while the women all reacquaint themselves with Alana. Hey man, sorry about the deception, Bruce says, slapping his hand into mine. You know how this stuff goes. Man, you have no idea how close I was to destroying you. He nods. Yeah, I know I shook Alana up a bit. It's tough being the one who has to administer the test, Joseph admits. I give him a back slap. Not your fault you got my lottery. No harm, no foul. He smiles back at me before heading over towards his wife. I'm suddenly feeling much more generous now that everything seems to be ending on a pleasant note. I take a deep breath, trying to gain my bearings. Christoph offers his hand, which I heartily take. Congratulations, man. I am happy for you. He looks me in the eyes. So, what did you choose, my friend? He adds coolly. I didn't. We did. I smile. He nods knowingly. We look over to the other guys who are standing around looking like they are trying to stay out of trouble for a change. I just wanted to drink, Tom shrugs, eliciting laughter from all the guys. I give him a high five and signal the bartender for another drink. The Scot is always out drinking us. And you, Fred? I raise an eyebrow. I'm just here for the party. Fred flashes one of his infamous golden boy smiles. Well, let's fire it up, I shout, and Bruce signals a worker for music. The music is blaring and the drinks are flowing. The girls are dancing and the guys are making small talk. Bruce, how's the baby? Growing like crazy? At least she's not a baby anymore, Fred butts in, rolling his eyes. The laughter roars again. Just a few short years ago, the guys all thought they were untouchable, that they'd never fall in love. The crew is slowly becoming a crew of married men, devoted and faithful to their wives. Some are even fathers now. I elbow Christoph. It's true when they say, when you find them, everything will change, huh? You're damn right, he shouts over the music. Just look at Creed, Fred. Look at me. You know Ebony was not the way I envisioned my life, but I can't imagine life without her. Following his eyes to his wife, I definitely understand. Glancing over at the wives, seeing the joy as they dance and celebrate, I just want to steal my own wife away. Alana is laughing boisterously, and it draws me to her side. I take her hand and twirl her around. She's radiant and beaming while I pull her close, and we start to dance. The music and the crowd disappear around us. I love you so much. I breathe into her hair. I love you too, Mr. Perfect.
Chapter 33. Alana. I hear the entertainment press calling out even before we exit the limo. It's our last moment of peace before entering the demolition derby that is the red carpet press. "You ready for this?" Caleb says to me, squeezing my hand. "Absolutely." "What are they going to do? Shoot me?" "Only with their camera, and they can't hurt us if we don't let them," I say. "How about you?" "Of course. I just came here to take my wife on a quiet date to the movies." "Wife antsy," I whisper in his ear. "Let's do this, babe," Caleb says. He opens the door to the limo, pulling me with him. Alana, over here." It's the premiere of Hearts Ablaze, a romantic tearjerker starring Caleb as a fireman. He's battling wildfires in California when he meets a young woman clinging to life after smoke inhalation. He helps her pick up the pieces after she loses everything. They fall in love and get married. Then, spoiler alert, he's burned in the next summer's wildfires, and she nurses him back to health. "Caleb, can we get an interview over here?" one of the reporters calls. It's the first time I've been on Caleb's arm during an event where all eyes are on him. We've been to parties and other functions, but this one is all about him. He's the star. A month ago, I was so scared I could barely breathe. I had to remind myself to put one foot in front of the other. This time, it's like seeing everyone on the first day back at school. I know them, and they know me. Caleb and I made plans for me to visit right after shooting for Hearts Ablaze Wrapped. All those months ago. Way back then, I had told him at the time how cool it would be to watch the movie back in Illinois. I imagined it coming out soon after I had just seen him for the first time in years. I could just see myself sitting with my friends, squealing that I knew him in real life. If someone told me then that I wouldn't be watching the finished film back in Joliet, but walking down the red carpet at the premiere, I wouldn't have believed them. If they had told me that I would be Caleb's wife, I might have punched them or fainted. "Alana, you look amazing. Who are you wearing?" a style reporter calls out. "Christian Dior," I say. It's red and orange, custom made to match the movie. Even though it's the most impractical thing I've ever worn, I loved it so much. Caleb bought it for me so I can keep it after the premiere. I'm so excited to spend forever with this man. A reporter approaches with a camera. "Caleb, are you ready to talk about the no-show?" he asks, "but we're not answering any questions today. This night is for us." It's funny. For so many years, Caleb agonized over the most inconsequential decisions because of how it might affect his image. How short should he cut his hair? Should he wear ripped jeans? What kind of car suits his image? Then on the biggest night of the year in his profession, with 1 billion viewers, he takes the nuclear option and turns his back on it. He flies to Illinois and skips the Oscars entirely. Amazingly, the world continued turning. And today at the premiere, he's more popular than ever. Fans hold signs outside the venue on a perfect sunny Hollywood evening. "You do you, Caleb. I'm Team Kalana. Here's to Mr. and Mrs. Perfect." Inside, Caleb is feted by the producer and director, along with the cast and crew on Hearts. No one who actually matters remotely cares that he wasn't at the Oscars. The director of the movie, Gavin Scott, tells Caleb not to worry. His work stands on its own. "Like I said on the phone, Caleb, don't listen to the Oscar crap. No one will remember it next week. It's not a popularity contest. It's about the work. And even then, none of it matters. Not compared to this." He gestures to me and Caleb. I try hard to suppress my huge smile. "Thanks, Gavin," he says. "That really means a lot to me. I hope we get to work together again. Me too, Gavin says. The producers share the film's incredible early reviews. Real-life firefighters are there, and we give a moment of silence and gratitude for all of their work. It really does matter. This is why it's worth it, I think to myself. The limo comes a little past midnight. I'm sitting on his lap, making out like teenagers in the back seat, like we always wanted to when we actually were teenagers. He pours me a glass of champagne and spills some on the front of my dress. "Oops, clumsy Caleb," he says. "You meant to do that, Mr. Perfect," I say. He dabs at the front of my dress with a paper towel, lingering on the gathered folds beneath my chest. He wipes the décolletage exposed by the low-cut neck. His hands wander downward, and his fingers trace the hollow of my neck down to the beginnings of my cleavage. His other hand gathers the fabric falling from my hips, bunching it up into the high slit. "Not here," I say, with the urgency of a prom queen whose mother is about to walk in. Caleb pushes the button to roll up the divider. "No one can see us," he whispers, with a voice between a growl and a purr. He slides his hand up my outer thigh and slowly works his way to the inside. "What is this, Mrs. Calloway?" he asks, when he expects to find my panties. It's a corset bodysuit with a boning and a deep bra, custom made for this dress. It's sheer white with lace. He feels to my waist, and I can feel his length growing bigger beneath me. I move on his lap, and I can hear small moans coming from him. How much longer till the hotel? I hope it's soon because I cannot contain this. I have the hottest freaking wife out of anyone in this industry, and I need her in my bed. Sorry, friends, but this portion of the chapter is off limits, as it's deemed too hot for YouTube. Visit TylaWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for a fantastic gift of unabridged content and some bonus extras you won't want to miss. Back to our lovebirds.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 34. Caleb. The day dawns bright and sunny, as most desert days do. We picked a day in October for the wedding, and the sky is so clear I can see for miles, all the way to the other side of the valley. Alana had gotten up early to go to the country club with her mother and make sure everything was perfect. The two of them have been planning the ceremony for weeks, and I just sat back and smiled. Every time they made a suggestion or asked for anything, I encouraged them to go bigger. I couldn't resist the way Alana's eyes sparkled. I pour myself a cup of coffee and enjoy the calm before the flurry of activity. My family will meet us at the club and my errands are few before I get there. Picking up tuxes, getting my hair trimmed slightly. Things that pale in comparison to the list of to-dos Alana gave Marie. When I arrive at the club with all of my boxes checked, I head to the groomsman's suite with the tuxes and then to find Alana's mother. I find her directing traffic in the atrium beneath the colonnade. Where's Alana? You can't see her if that's what you're asking? She smirks. I know. I can't form the words. She's fine. I exhale, relieved that she understood. Better than fine, actually. I'm a little jealous. At my wedding, I had to do everything myself, almost down to baking the cake, but you gave her an army. I shrug. What can I say? I didn't want my bride to die of exhaustion on our wedding day. Can I help with anything? She places a hand on my arm. No, I'm almost done here. Alana is a very lucky woman. Everything is perfect. Go relax. Have a drink. I turn to go. Not too many, though. Save that for after. The rest of the day is exactly as Viola said it would be. Our wedding party is small, just family and a few friends we've flown in from Illinois, but I've reserved the entirety of the Canyon Gate Country Club for the ceremony. Every column is strung with thousands of fairy lights, every patio decked with sheer white curtains, and every recess filled with the sounds of running water. The main ballroom and veranda for the reception overlook the lake, where a waterfall cascades down rock steps and fountains are placed every few hundred feet. I commissioned a dozen or so paintings of us as well, all of which will be unveiled just after the ceremony and taken to the house at the end of the wedding as a gift to Alana. I check my watch and decide it's time to get ready. Christoph, Bruce, and Joseph are already there, pouring drinks and trying to decide who ties bow ties most skillfully. The consensus is Bruce because Christoph's come out lopsided. Well, gentlemen, Alana is about to make an honest man out of me, I quip. Any advice? She's always right, insists Christoph. Bruce rolls his eyes. Make her feel safe, and she won't always have to be right, he says without looking up from Christoph's tie. I raise my eyebrows. How deep? Christoph snorts. I'll drink to that, exclaims Joseph, who pours me 3 fingers of Macallan scotch so I can toast with the others. I sip slowly to heed Viola's warning and avoid desecrating the whiskey. An hour later, I stand at the front of the chapel, my back to the 25-foot windows that frame the snow-capped mountains that gave Nevada its name. The sun pours through the glass and falls on my bride as she enters the double doors. Her dress was the only item I did not encourage her to scale up. The silk slip of a gown hugs her curves perfectly and complements the intricacies of her crown of flowers and matching nosegay. She walks with the grace of a dancer down the terracotta aisle as our families look on. My heart swells in my chest as I am reminded of what a treasure I've won. I don't hear a word of the ceremony. I'm too busy trying to catch Alana's eye as the officiant speaks, but she must be in a blissful cloud. As she turns toward me for the presentation of the rings, I finally meet her gaze. I know deep in my soul that I've never known anyone more beautiful. I study her while she gives her vows, the lines of her nose and mouth, the perfection of her eyes, the coils of her hair, the grace of her neck. I study her so intently that she has to squeeze my hand to let me know it's my turn, and the audience laughs. I blush, but I don't care. Nothing in my life has ever meant this much to me, and I will savor every moment. The rings exchanged, the vows taken, I pull her to me for a kiss and press her against my body. She melts into me softly, bringing her arms up and around my neck as I encircle her with mine. I trace her nose with mine before meeting her lips. She starts to break the kiss, but I follow her for another moment. I never want to let her go. As we walk down the aisle as man and wife to the cheers of our family and closest friends, I catch her up in my arms and carry her to the reception hall. She giggles as I set her on her feet. Come on! She grabs my hand and pulls me into an alcove. She brings my hands to her waist and places hers on my chest. What is it? I ask. She shakes her head and gazes up at me with her dark, soulful eyes. I always want to remember the moment I became Mrs. Caleb Calloway. I bring my mouth to hers and she kisses me again and again until I can't form a coherent thought. I thread my fingers under the straps of her gown and slip them off her shoulders. As I'm about to drag the silk fabric down over her perfect chest, she catches my hands with hers and laughs. Caleb, the reception! I'm starving! I groan. Fine, but Let me get a mental picture for later. She laughs again as I make a show of holding her at arm's length and raking my eyes over her. Can I get dressed again now? She asks, giggling as I try to pull her hands away from her gown and it slips just a little lower. I pretend to think about it. Okay. We return to the chapel for a few photos and then breeze out to the veranda for food, champagne, and dancing. She and her bridesmaids dance barefoot on the tiles, and I laugh more than I've ever laughed in my life. At some point in the evening, as the party goes on, I lead her away and off the veranda to dip our feet in a pool at the edge of the magnificent waterfall. What do you think of your wedding day, Mrs. Calloway? She shivers. Oh, I don't think I'll ever get used to hearing that. It gives me chills. Good chills? She nods. Mrs. Calloway. She shivers again. Mrs. Calloway! She shivers and slaps me playfully in the arm. Mrs. Calloway! She laughs and shivers all over again. I slip my jacket over her shoulders and pull her close as the sky lights up like the clouds are on fire. We sit on the grass, and she lets her head fall on my shoulder. I think she may be asleep, but then she surprises me. Caleb? Yes? I never answered your question. It takes me a moment to remember what she's talking about. What I think of my wedding day. Ah, yes, what's the verdict? You know in the movies when they say all that crap about how it's better than they ever could have imagined. It's perfect. And they couldn't have dreamed it better if they tried. Yes. I can't help but wonder where she's going with this. Well, I hate to say it because it's such a cliché, but I have to admit the movies were right this time.
Chapter 35. Alana. I'm still in a glow from the wedding. I make fun of Caleb for everyone still calling him Mr. Perfect, but it's hard to find another word to describe my wedding day besides that one. Perfect. Since we can't remember our first wedding, it's only fitting that the second has a year's worth of memories packed into a few hours. What was your favorite part? I asked Caleb for the 7th time once we check into the hotel, a private resort on the Mayan Riviera. The bride, he says. Oh, really? Mine was the cake, I say, laughing. He opens his mouth wide, feigning shock. On our second day there, after we recover from the strain of the wedding, the flight, the airport limousine to the resort and check-in, we wake up at 1 p.m. Then we spend the next 15 hours in a marathon lovemaking session, leaving only to shower and wash up. We don't even leave the bed for food. We just order in bed, either naked or in sexy lingerie. I brought about 15 brand new negligees Caleb has never seen, just for him, just for the honeymoon. A little present in return for everything he's done for me. Although I know that for him, I'm present enough. The resort is private and secluded, tucked away in Tulum on the Gulf of Mexico, so we're almost anonymous as any other couple. Almost. On the 3rd day, we order fruit and champagne to be delivered poolside at the resort. Mr. Calloway, can I tell you, Spoken Like a True Gentleman is one of my wife's favorite movies, says a nervous man in his early 40s or so. I'm so glad it meant so much to her, Caleb says. Yeah. I hate to bother you on your vacation, but it would be the surprise of her life if you could say hello. I'll make sure she's down in a few minutes. Absolutely. I know what it's like to have a wife I'd do anything for, he says and brushes my shoulder. We're here on our belated honeymoon, I say. Oh, that'll make Catherine even more excited. Let me get her, he says. He texts her saying it's nothing bad, but there's something urgent poolside. It seems like the sort of sweet trick Caleb might play. What is it, Franklin? She asks breathlessly, appearing a moment later. What's the Oh my God. Caleb Calloway and Alana Morris? I'm such a huge fan of both of you, she says. She's excited to see us, but also just thrilled that her husband orchestrated such a romantic surprise. I hope that we're still just as in love 10 years down the line, and 20 and 30 and 40, When our hair is graying and our bodies creaking, as we are now? No. I hope we're even more in love. We have a couple's spa, followed by snorkeling. Every chance we get, we retreat back to our sprawling suite to be alone with each other. As soon as we're out of our room, looking at each other, we almost immediately want to be back inside, all over each other. We take breaks between swim sessions to make love in the bed, sometimes sweet and gentle, sometimes steamy and rough. I can't have enough of my husband, and he can't have enough of me. There's a fun game I like to play for him, where I keep him in suspense about what sexy underthings I have beneath my dress, or what things I'll change into when we return to the bedroom. He's so eager for me, he doesn't want to wait. It'll be worth it, I say from the bathroom on one of our last nights there. These two kids can't get enough of each other. And we can't get enough of them. Find the exciting conclusion to this chapter at tylawalker.com. Using code SAVE40 allows you access to all the steamy details. Thanks for reading.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylawalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 36. Caleb. Are you ready? I ask her, rubbing her lower back. She smiles up at me, looking so radiant and beautiful, it almost brings tears to my eyes. But I pull myself together. I can't be falling apart on national television. The tabloids would never let that go. Absolutely, she answers. I've never been more ready for an interview in my life. Plus, it's Monica Day. And she adores us, so I'm not worried. I agree. In fact, I might actually enjoy this, I joke. Oh, well, I wouldn't go that far, she laughs. No, I understand what you mean. With you by my side, being where we are right now, I'm ready for anything. Nothing could bring me down right now. Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth, baby, I say as I lean down to kiss her. I have to force myself to pull away, and a part of me wishes we could just stay here in this moment forever. Finally, we stop kissing. Someone ushers us forward, signaling our time to enter the stage. Everyone, please welcome Caleb Calloway and Alana Morris, my favorite guests, Monica Day announces. I wave out to the crowd with one hand, flashing my best smile while giving Alana's hand a quick squeeze with the other. The crowd roars, and I'm shocked at the excitement in the room. It's always surprising when people are actually happy for you, especially in Hollywood. Well, guys, I can't even express how happy I am to have the two of you back here, and so soon. Trust me, Monica, the two of us are even happier about that than you. But really, did you expect us to do an interview with anyone but you? Monica laughs, and you can tell she's genuinely so happy to see us. That helps me relax even more. It also helps that Monica seems to really like Alana, so I don't have to worry about some rude interviewer subtly throwing shade at my wife in front of the whole world. I trust Monica in a way that I would trust very few people, to handle the interview with respect. Monica, I've missed you so much! Alana's face lights up as she sneaks in a hug with Monica before taking her seat. The way she hugs her and gracefully takes her seat, it warms my heart. She is such a natural. She's going to do amazing things now that she has a place in the spotlight with me. I just know it. It's great to have you here, Alana, Monica says. Wow, okay. Let's settle down, everyone. We've got them for the next half hour so you can all relax. Monica laughs, addressing the crowd who hasn't stopped screaming since we walked in. Okay, so before we dive in, you guys know what I have to do. Monica sighs. I hate to even ask, but my oldest daughter would kill me if I didn't. I already know what she's going to ask, but I pretend like I'm clueless. The more clueless you act in Hollywood, the better. I know we've all been hearing and reading all the gossip about your relationship, and while I know better than to believe most of it, you just never know. Yes, Monica, I've been seeing quite a few things about my relationship, things I wasn't even aware had happened. I laugh. The crowd laughs, but I can tell they want more. I hate questions like this because no matter what you say, people are going to believe what they want. And even if they believe me today, tomorrow they might see another story and run with it. But I have no choice but to play their games. It's shocking when you wake up with your wife, have a beautiful private morning together, and then later on check your phone and read that we never stop arguing and are on the brink of divorce. Well, you know what they say. It's better to be gossiped about than forgotten about. Am I right? Monica exclaims. The crowd cheers, clearly agreeing. Well, then I don't think anyone is going to forget about either of us anytime soon, I say. What about you, Alana? What do you have to say about the tabloids weighing in on your relationship? I look at Alana, trying to spot any sign of nervousness, but she genuinely seems relaxed and happy. Well, I'm not mad at them. They're just doing their jobs. But I will say that they're wrong. Caleb and I are so happy that sometimes I wonder if all of this is just a dream. I never, ever thought that I would land such an amazing man. I couldn't ask for a better husband. Wow, that is truly so good to hear. Not that I was worried or anything, but it just warms my heart to hear that the two of you are doing so well. Having interviewed you right after you got married, you guys really do have such a cute love story you don't hear much in Hollywood. Long-time relationship and all that. We feel the same about you, Monica. That's why we couldn't wait to come back and see you. You're the only person I can imagine sitting down like this with, Alana gushes. I'm so proud of the way she's handling this. She's such a natural. You'd think she'd been doing this all her life. As the two of them chat, I notice that Alana is almost as comedic as I am with her comments. If she wanted, she could totally have a place in show business too. Of course, I would support her if she wanted to go that route. But honestly, I wouldn't wish that curse on anyone. I can't help but think about how happy I am. Everything in my life right now seems to be falling into place, and I've never been more thankful for that. But more importantly, Alana is happy, and that means everything to me. I smile knowing that for the rest of my life, I will stop at nothing to make sure that Alana is the happiest girl alive. At that moment, she looks at me. We share a smile, and I squeeze her hand. She winks at me, her hand fluttering up to rest on her stomach. I realize she's about to share the big news, so I give her a small nod and prepare myself for what's about to happen. Monica, it actually turns out that we have some news we want to share with you and everyone today, Alana confesses. Oh my goodness, don't say it. Oh, I think I know what this is. There's only one thing this could be. Oh gosh, okay, tell us, Monica gushes. Well, as I'm sure you guessed, she begins, standing up and making a show of rubbing her belly. Caleb and I are expecting. The entire room erupts, and Monica makes a noise of joy. Alana sits back down after a moment, and our hands rejoin. I cannot believe you just dropped that on us. Oh, I'm so excited for you guys. You two are going to be so happy, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Monica, I chime in. We're both overjoyed. We didn't think this would happen so soon, but when it did, we knew that it was meant to be. Oh, it definitely was. Now tell me, Caleb, are you nervous to be a first-time father? Honestly, right now I'm just happy. I'm sure the nerves will catch up with me. When they do, I know that Alana will be right there, handing me some books on parenting or making me read some articles, so I can be as educated as possible before the baby comes. Oh, you know it. Alana giggles and the two of us share a small kiss. Now tell me, how far along are you? Monica asks. 4 months, Alana answers. Wait, does that mean you know the baby's sex? Well, we actually decided that we don't want to know yet. But if we change our mind down the line, you will be the first person we call, Alana promises. I better be. And just so we're clear, Caleb is 100% the father, no matter what the tabloids say, Alana jokes. Everyone laughs, and I look at my wife. My heart is so full right now it feels like it could burst. I can't wait to be a father to our beautiful baby. I know that we're going to live such a happy life together. It turns out I've been living a happy life with Alana for years now. Just took me way too long to realize it.